The story begins in a small town. There lived a boy named Sun Daein, and from childhood he was a real strong man. Before his 15th birthday, he beat every man in the village in arm wrestling. Even grown men were afraid of him because this guy had incredible strength. But for some strange unknown reason, one day he returned to the village, all wounded and having lost his memory. People noticed him and, frightened, shouted that a man had just fallen next to them. The guy was very lucky because an old man helped him and gave him shelter in exchange for help with household chores. Sun Daein had been chopping wood since the morning. The old man asked him to rest after he finished doing this, but the guy said that he had just warmed up and didn't want to stop. Even though Sun Daein lost his memory, he still liked his new life in the house of the village head. He turned to the teacher and said that he wanted to see who was stronger, he or the village on this mountain. The teacher turned his head at him, smiled and thought that this was an unusual child and he was very lucky to have this guy. The sun slowly disappeared behind the horizon and evening came. When the boy turned 15, the head of the village died unexpectedly and the old man's family members moved to another place to live. Sun Daein stayed in the village and continued to do things that were familiar to him, because it helped him take his mind off thoughts about the death of the old man. He chopped wood until it was all gone and he loved doing it so much that he could chop wood until it landed on a tree stump. Sun Daein sobbed and tears flowed down his cheeks. He shouted that he would never forget the kindness of this old man and would repay him with his work. Daein lived by working tirelessly and until the age of 20 he was happy with everything and did not think about various problems, but nevertheless he was missing something. There was no way he could get married. Sun Daein sat on a tree stump and said that there is not a single woman in the area who could become his wife. He couldn't find a wife because he had too high demands on women and not a single girl he saw suited him. He extended his hand forward and said that he needed to go to other villages in order to find a girl who would become his wife, and he was sure that other villages were full of girls. When he finally decided to go in search of his wife to another village, he ran into a man. But this was not just a person. He met a woman who was wounded like him at one time. The girl was fixated on her wound and did not pay attention to him. She simply walked past him. She found it very difficult to breathe and was in severe pain. Alarmed voices of people and frightened screams were heard in the city. This girl entered the village with a ball at her advantage and therefore the residents began to be wary of her. They said that she could be a member of the Murim alliance. However, the people's panic was interrupted by Sun Daein. He ran into the city after this girl, pushed away the crowd of people with his hands, shouted very loudly that he wanted her to be his wife. Sun Dae-woong, who first met Baek Jingen, immediately proposed marriage to her. It was just on that day when one widow of the village invited her to live with her. They looked at each other and could not believe that this was all happening to him. And in fact, he felt that she was the very girl who should become his wife. And she didn't understand what was happening at all. Baek said that she doesn't want to be a wife. I didn't expect such an answer from her and began to ask her why she didn't want to be his wife. She completely ignored his proposal and said that she wanted to live alone, but he continued to follow her. Sun Dae-woong tried to persuade her to become his wife and gave her a dead pig, but she still said that she did not want to get married. Baek saddled her horse and began to run towards the exit from the village. He did not give up and ran after her on foot and begged her to make him his wife, but she still refused him. Sleep was always next to her, and when she was fishing, he specially dived into the water and got the biggest fish for her, but she still told him to keep quiet and not disturb her. Sleep followed her for a very long time, and day after day he persuaded her to become his wife. He said that he would be very grateful to her if she agreed, but she constantly refused him. There is a saying in the village that says that if you hit a tree 3 times, no matter how big it is, it will still fall. But Mrs. Baek Jingen could not be broken, not after 3 strikes, not after 30 strikes, not after 100 strikes. Sun Daein was at a loss and did not understand what to do correctly. He tried all his possible methods, but she still did not agree. In the end, even the villagers began to reprimand Baek Jingen so that she would not agree to marry him. They tried to explain to her that he is a loyal guy, very kind and strong, and he spends so much time trying to achieve things and doesn't succeed. People said that she should agree, because if she doesn't agree, at some point he will stop pursuing her and leave. Baek closed her eyes and sat silently. Summer came and the weather was warm and beautiful. Dream sat near a tree, leaning his head on it, and thought that he was a real waste and he would spend his whole life chopping logs and die of old age. Suddenly, Mrs. Baek Jingen appeared next to him and said that 120 times has not yet happened. She said that if he confessed his love to her, then again it would be 120 times. And despite the fact that he is a complete idiot, it is simply impossible not to answer proposal 120. She said that she thought about it for a long time and this is her decision. Song Dae-woong was shocked when he heard such words from the lady. He could not believe his ears. He could not believe that she was now standing in front of him. She closed her eyes and asked him what he would do next. He started screaming very loudly and tears appeared in his eyes. He couldn't believe that this was all reality. He immediately began to run towards her and in a loud voice asked her if she would be his wife. She replied that this time she wants to answer yes and she agrees to be his wife. For the 120th time, Sun Daein was finally able to win her heart, and after the wedding, he opened his own store with his money. From that moment on, several years have passed and the first fruit of their love, named Song Woman, was born. Sun Dae-woong and Baek Jin were incredibly happy when they saw their child. However, everything was not as sweet as it might seem and life presented new obstacles. Baek Jin, who was not in good health anyway, became weak after giving birth and became very ill. The child screamed very loudly while on the second floor in his room, and after she gave birth to her second child, Wu Gong, she became so weak that she could not withstand even the slightest breath of wind. Baek Jin got sick and her body stopped fighting diseases every day. It only got worse. Sun Dae-woong spent all his money on buying medicine for his wife and he wanted her to get well as quickly as possible. Baek constantly apologized to her husband for the fact that she is very weak and the problems in their family are connected only with her. Sun Dae-woong said that she doesn't need to apologize and that everything is fine. He said that her man can fork out for his wife's medicines and she should not worry and just take care of her health. Baek at that moment began to cry and tears flowed down her cheeks. She thanked her husband for taking such care of her when she felt bad. Song Dae-woong also started crying when he saw her tears. While their mother struggled with her illness and tried to recover, their children grew taller and taller. The first son, Song Woo-mung, was charming like his mother and had a refined figure and was also surprisingly good at thinking, but his main drawback was excessive obstinacy and intelligence. Song Woo-mung climbed onto a high branch of a tree and said that it was not dangerous for him at all and that it should be dangerous and scary for fat people like his brother. My brother replied that he is not fat. Song Woo-mung was a tomboy who was not shy about expressing his emotions and never hid it if he didn't like something. Sun Daein asked his wife why their son is like his mother in everything and only in character is he like his father. Baek said that she, too, was like that. Yes, illness, and apparently when a person is sick, his character also becomes weaker. But as he grew older, like his mother, Song Woo-moon's character and physical strength became weaker. He constantly coughed and was periodically sick, even when there was no good reason for it. Sun Dae-woong heard his son coughing and asked if everything was okay. The boy replied that he was fine. Sun Daein didn't understand why his son was so upset and why he suddenly began to get sick. The father knew that a couple of days ago his son was running around like a saiga and playing non-stop, but now he suddenly fell ill. Second son Song Wu Gong, unlike his brother, received only the best qualities from his parents. His body was strong, which made him easily able to fight back against bullies and hooligans who were 3 to 4 years older than him. With my mother, he was in no way inferior to his brother Umun. And when Song Woo-moon turned 10 years old and his brother turned 7 years old, something interesting happened. Martial arts masters were passing by the village and suddenly they saw 2 boys walking near the house. The warrior approached his younger brother and took him and said that if the boy wanted to become his student, he would grow up to be a strong warrior himself. Sun Dae-woong was delighted when he saw that the warriors were interested in his children. He immediately began to praise them and asked the vines if they were ready to take his 2 sons for training. The warrior said that unfortunately nothing could be done with the second boy because his eyes were burning, but his body could not withstand such stress and he would not withstand more than 5 days. Song Woo-mung looked at this gentleman in fear. I couldn't understand why he said that. Sun Daein agreed with the warrior and said that his eldest son is actually very weak. Their leader told his father that if he wanted, they could take his youngest son to their Vulcan clan for training. The 3 of them were confused and did not understand what would be the right thing to do in this situation. The warriors said that they could stay here until night and after that they would need to leave, and thanks to this, the father had time to think about what would be the right thing to do. The younger brother went with the soldiers, said goodbye to his father and brother and promised that he would return. They sent the boy along with these wars and wished him good roads. The last time I looked at my brother and father before leaving them for a very long time. After that, he turned his head towards the soldiers and followed them. Sun Daein and Song Woo-moon stood together near the door of their house and watched as their son and brother now walked into the distance. Song Woo-mung, despite his weakness, never complained that he could not run around the circle just like his peers, but no matter how painful it was for him, he never complained and was afraid that his parents would worry about him. But that time Umun, who never showed his weakness to anyone, could not stand it and allowed himself to be weak. For the first time, he could not restrain himself and tears flowed down his cheeks. No less than his brother, he loved the story of the battles and teachings of the Morema clan. For people like them, meeting masters like this was a huge rarity. Sun Daeyoung asked your son how upset he is about this whole situation. Song Woo-moon tried to hold back his tears and calm down. Song Woo-mung told father that he was fine and there was no need to worry about him. He just wanted to go upstairs and rest after today. There were clouds in the sky that created dark gray and white stains on the black canvas. The younger brother continued to follow the warriors and understood that today his vital mission began. Song Woo-mung sat in his room and offered to cry. He didn't understand why he was weaker than everyone else and why his life was more difficult than everyone else's. He wanted to know why these warriors saw weakness in him and why they did not take him with them. Thanks to the choice of martial artists, the lives of these two children were radically turned upside down. Beck said that she is still worried about her children and Murim is not a happy place and it is gloomy and heartless. The father replied that she should not think about it and the child himself wanted it. Beck said that she is worried about Jingen and is afraid that he has gone too far to study, but she is also worried about both her eldest son because he is left all alone. She wanted them to be ordinary boys. Sun Daewung sat silently and thought about her words. He looked at her and said that in any case she should rest and at that time he would go and prepare him something to eat. Sun Daeun stood up from his seat and walked towards the kitchen. He walked into the kitchen and realized that he was left here completely alone. He thought about what happened to their two sons but didn't know what to do and what should happen for everyone to be happy. But suddenly, at that very moment, he heard some strange sounds outside his door. He looked at the door and saw a strange light in the middle of the night and he wondered what was happening behind the door. He went to the door to see where did such a bright light come from in the night city. Sun Daeun opened the doors and looked at this light. He started screaming very loudly and couldn't believe his eyes. Song Wumeng was lying and crying in his room at that moment. But suddenly he heard loud screams. He jumped out of his bed and immediately realized that it was his father screaming. He opened the windows in his room and shouted loudly to his father to find out what happened. He turned his head to the side and saw something amazing. Long white hair fluttered in the wind in large strands. On that most unusual day, someone also came to Amun and prepared for him a completely different fate. An old man with a long white gray beard and long white hair was flying in the air and where are you in bright clothes and the old man himself was emitting light from his body. Amun saw this old man from the window of her room and thought that this was not real and such people only exist in legends. He looked at him in surprise with frightened eyes and did not know what would happen now. The old man landed on the ground and walked up to the door of the house. Song Daewung saw this old man standing in front of him and didn't understand what was going to happen. He was shocked by this man's sudden appearance. Song Wumeng carefully watched the man who was now standing next to his father. He suddenly realized that this man was a celestial being. The boy turned around and immediately began to run to the ground floor in order to observe him closer. Amun looked out from behind the wall and wanted to quietly eavesdrop on the dialogue between the old man and his father. The celestial being saw the boy and asked him to prepare a plate of delicious noodles for the old man. The father replied that he would immediately prepare noodles for the guest. Amun told his dad that he would immediately take him to his table. After that, the boy pointed his hands into the room and asked his grandfather to follow him. The lights came on in the establishments and despite the fact that it was already very late, the windows in the building were burning. Grandfather took the noodles and otherwise enjoyed his dinner. He thanked the child for such delicious food. Grandfather enjoyed eating this delicious food. Son Amun watched this grandfather eat and couldn't believe that celestials also eat human food. After grandfather finished eating, he asked the owner of the establishment how much should he pay for this food. Sun Daeun said that he would not take money from heaven for such a modest dinner and it was just a gift for him. He said that the very fact that they fed the celestials today is a huge part for them and they don't need any money, so he can just move on. The old man said that he actually didn't have much money on him, but he still couldn't just leave. He asked the owner of the establishment if they had paper and a brush with ink. Sun Daeung at that moment I realized that the celestials wanted to write him a wish and in Asian culture people write some kind of wish or prayer, mantra on paper and give it to others and this brings good luck. Sun Daewung said that he would immediately run to the second floor and take a paper and pen and he would be back soon. Sun Daewung couldn't believe that luck had smiled on him. He thought that he could ask the old man to write wishes for his wife to become healthy again and for his son to also recover and become a strong boy. Amun looked at the old man and didn't know what to talk to him about. Old man asked the boy did his appearance really interest this child so much? He looked at the boy and said that the guy really wants to study martial arts and he was very upset that he had been crying all evening. Song Wumong asked the old man how he guessed and how did he know that the boy had been crying all evening? The old man began to laugh and found it funny that the boy perceived his capabilities so naively. Sun Daewung returned to the guest a few minutes later and put a brush and paper on the table. The old man thanked this gentleman and said that since he could not give them money, he would paint them a landscape. Sun Daeun asked the old man, doesn't he want to write them a wish? But grandfather did not answer his question and opened the scroll to start writing on it. He waved his brush and dipped it into the ink. The old man made the first sketch in ink on paper and began to draw. He very quickly and accurately drew sketches of the tree and you could already see the leaves on this tree. After that he painted large mountains, rocks and trees. In this picture, birds were visible that were flying south in a large flock. Song Wumeng I watched this old man paint and thought that he was sure that the brush had never passed over this place and this was the unique ability of this grandfather. Song Daewung is very surprised at how skillfully this old man draws. His brush touched the canvas, but nevertheless he painted an incredibly beautiful picture. When he finished the drawing, he walked away from his painting and said that now I can admire it. The old man said that he drew it from the bottom of his heart, so they hope that they will keep his gift, and after that he said that he is forced to say goodbye to them. They stood near the painting and couldn't believe that this gentleman had drawn such a beautiful drawing for you. They thanked him. Sun Daein looked at this drawing with admiration. He shouted after the old man and asked this gentleman to tell him his name before he left so that they at least knew who this virtue was. The white-haired man was already standing at the door and said that they had no need to know the name of the forgotten old man. He closed the door and the last thing you heard from him was that this old man was one of those who stood on the same line with the angel. Sun Dae-woong couldn't believe that this celestial being would be one of those who stands on the same line as an angel. Song Woo-moon looked at his father and hoped that his father would explain to him what just happened. But suddenly the boy heard a voice that said that the right path is unfavorable and is not destructive individually, both of them as a whole. He raised his eyes up and the voice continued to say that knowing a lot does not mean being excellent and being wise does not mean knowing a lot. The voice continued to say that even a sage who knows a lot cannot be called a saint. Sun Woman understood that now in his head he hears the voice of that same celestial being. The voice said the last phrase which sounded like this: the cleric finished with his affairs on earth. At that moment, Song Wumong heard lines from the Tao Te Ching, but he did not even know about the existence of this book, let alone the concept associated with angels. As soon as the voice stopped sounding, all his attention was captured by the landscape that began to move like a living world. And thanks to this picture, he could get two things. The first is the heavenly art of wielding the ball and the skill of the sword. The angels seemed to be calling Uman to them. Sun Dae-woong looked at his son and asked what was happening to him because he was acting very strange. Song Wumong replied to his father that the drawing was now moving as if alive and he had never seen anything like it before. Sun Daein thought that his child had gone completely crazy. After all, this drawing was motionless and everything inside it remained the same as it was, but for some reason the boy saw movement there. Song Woman continued to look at this picture and at that moment he felt himself to be part of this landscape and everything that was drawn in the picture came to life and moved around him. This is an unusual day for their family and many different events happened to them. After that day, their lives gradually began to change. Song Wumong every day he looked at this picture and some kind of miracle happened because his health was improving every day. The boy was already 12 years old and every day he continued to look at this picture. Suddenly he heard the voice of his father who shouted at him very loudly and waved a wooden spoon. Sun Dae-woong hit the boy on the back with a wooden spoon and told him to stop standing near this painting and acting like a crazy person. Song Woman didn't understand why dad was hitting him with this spoon because it hurt. The father replied that the boy was forcing him and all his son did was complain. He once again turned his head to the side and looked at this picture. Every time he was torn out of this world, the picture again became ordinary and life in it ceased. Sun Dae-woong continued to run after the boy and drink him with a spoon. He said that day after day, this guy sits here and stares at this picture and does nothing important if he doesn't start following the example of his brother. He will be exactly the same as the brat from the next house. Every day the guests watched the same picture of a father quarreling with his son and the boy running into the yard. They laughed because it was all very funny. Amun's health improved significantly every day after he looked at this picture. But there was one very important problem. The picture took away his mental abilities and he turned into a fool who was absolutely unable to think and all he thought about was that he wanted to look at the picture again but his father wouldn't allow him. Soldiers were walking towards him and saw a boy running towards them. One of the warriors punched the boy in the face and ordered him not to scream like an idiot. They said that because of his idiotic behavior they were not forced to hit him. But this was done because he had just almost crashed into the lady. Song Woo-moon was very scared when he saw these people. The warriors shouted at him and ordered him not to stare at his mistress. But the boy could not stop. He looked at her and saw this beautiful girl. She looked at him with her feminine gaze and he saw her brown eyes through the veil that was supposed to cover her face. Song Woo-mung did not hear the soldiers who stood near him and shouted. He directed all his attention to this lady. The warrior continued to shout at the boy and call him a brainless idiot. The mistress ordered her guards to stop immediately and stop torturing these weak, helpless boys. Song Woo-mung began to run away in the other direction and suddenly saw that another person was standing in front of him. This man whom he had just crashed into. The boy kicked him in the chest with all his might and said that he did not allow such stupid idiots to cut into him. This gentleman walked up to Mrs. Young and greeted her. He said that he didn't expect to see me here today. The lady replied to this gentleman that he was a brainless idiot. He made a surprised expression and asked the lady what did she just say? Young answered her that she had been silent all this time and had just said nothing. The gentleman used his hands and pretended as if he had not heard anything. At that moment the boy rose from the ground and began to shake out dust and dirt from his clothes. He looked at this girl and said that in 10 days there will be a competition in Goryong Pyon and the students of Murim will gather at these competitions. He asked Mrs. Young if she would like to go with him. I asked what exactly he meant. He said that it would be better there and not at all the Baeksanyan Empire and the best newcomer Gyeongin, and besides, other masters who usually don't even show their noses outside their martial arts schools will gather there. He asked Mrs. Will she not take advantage of this chance? She said that her plans do not concern him at all and it is unclear why he is so interested in this. Yun turned around and ordered her guards to follow her. The gentleman did not understand what was happening. He was shocked because the lady had just spoken to him very rudely. He turned his head to the side and saw that the boy he had just kicked was still standing next to him. The gentleman did not understand where this boy was looking and said that the mind had completely left the head of this idiot. The lights were on in the building and this means that someone was still awake inside. Sun Daein sat at the table at night and was counting money. He did not understand how much money he still lacked to buy a new medicine. He saw that the medicine he bought last time was almost all gone. He thought that if everything continued like this, it would be very difficult to survive the winter. He turned his head to the side and saw his son. He thought that he has the stupidest child in the world and at his age it would be time to earn and save money, but this idiot is of no help at all. And this picture turns him into a real idiot. My father understood that, thanks to this picture his health improved every year, but it so happened that he completely lost his mind. Sun Dae-woong thought that he couldn't get rid of this picture because he was afraid of bringing misfortune upon himself, but that old celestial being turned out to be a real charlatan and this picture only aggravates the situation with his child. Song Woo-mung heard his father approaching the painting and at that moment he felt very anxious and panicked. Sun Dae-woong wanted to remove this painting from the wall and throw it away so that it would no longer bother his child. The son did not allow his father to do this and pulled him away from the painting. Sun Dae-woong shouted very loudly and ordered his son to let him go immediately. Song Woman held his father and shouted that he should not throw away this painting for anything in the world because this painting was given to him by a celestial being. Song Woo-mung clasped his father's hands very tightly and put all his strength into this hug. Sun Dae-woong didn't understand where his child got so much strength because he was now hugging his strong father and his father could suffocate at any second. Sun Dae-woong hit his son on the back with his palm and ordered him to let go immediately because he would die if they continued to squeeze him. Song Woo-mung ran up to the apartment and said that he had let his father go but at the same time asked not to throw away the painting. Sun Dae-woong thought that his child was very strong and needed time to rest a little. At that moment, an old man came into the establishment along with a girl who was dressed in red clothes. He asked the owner of the establishment whether they were open at such a late hour. Sun Daein replied that they are not always open for their guests. Sun Dae-woong looked at his son and told him that they were still talking about this painting. A girl who entered the establishment with an old man heard a dialogue between father and son and began to laugh quietly, covering her mouth with her hand. Sun Daeyoung asked his guests what they wanted to order. The girl said that she wanted to order a portion of kuksu without meat for the gentleman and that she wanted to order noodles with chicken for herself. Sun Dae-woong replied that they would have to wait a little while for the food to cook. The gentleman looked at the girl and asked her why does she have such manners? He said that you can't just laugh in people's faces. Doya apologized to Mr. Tesseman and said that she could not resist and she saw how the gentleman also smiled. Doya looked at the boy who stood opposite them and asked his grandfather why he was standing there. He came closer to the wall and saw that the painting depicted very beautiful landscapes and birds. Tesseman said that he does not know who painted this magnificent picture. This master would have been a professional in the classical technique of brush painting. Song Woo-mung continued to stand near the painting and look at it as if he were inside it. Doya asked the gentleman what he was doing next to this painting. She said that the food had already been brought to the table. The old man replied that he was a little distracted by this picture. Sun Daein went up to his son and shouted to him to take this package to the head and did not forget to say thank you to him. Father was supposed to do this yesterday but he was late. Song Woo-mung said that if he leaves then father will throw away your painting. The father replied that he promises that he will not throw away this picture. Song Woo-mung asked his father again if he promised that he would definitely not throw out this picture. Sun Dae-woong was very angry and was ready to explode at any second, but nevertheless, he promised his son that he would not throw away this picture. Song Woo-mung said that in this case, he will complete his father's task and return back as quickly as possible. The doors to the establishment slammed and the boy ran to complete tasks. The gentleman held a plate of food in his hand and looked at it but could not start eating. He thought that this picture was somehow strange, but he didn't understand what was happening to it. He didn't understand why this picture bothered him so much. The master's girl, what was he thinking about? She said that she had been living with him for several minutes, but Lord, she didn't answer anything. He suddenly got up from the table and began to walk away towards this picture, doing it as if his body was moving without his will. He approached this picture and began to look at it just like this boy who had just ran out of the establishment. He exhaled when he came closer to this picture and thought that there was actually nothing special about it. But suddenly he raised his eyes and saw something amazing. He looked at this picture and thought that it was slowly starting to move and he heard a voice that said that the hidden story was being revealed to him. The old man only now realized that his thoughts were correct. This is an unusual picture and on the surface it looks like just a drawing, but inside it there are strong feelings of reality. Suddenly this picture began to come to life and be filled with different colors as if a new world was opening up before him. The birds flew in the sky as if they were alive and their wings moved just like those of living birds. There was a pillar in the water that was painted with different colors and paints. He saw this whole spectrum of different colors and could not take his eyes off them. He stood in front of this picture and felt how the world around him was changing and he himself was becoming part of this picture. Suddenly a brilliant thought occurred to him. He realized that this painting was a real treasure and it was a priceless jewel. For any warrior on the way, something like this is worth more than all the money in the world. Doya looked at the old man and couldn't understand what was happening to him. He was behaving very strangely today from the moment they came to this establishment. He turned his head and in a loud voice asked the owner if he could sell him this painting and how much it would cost. Sun Dae-woong was shocked when he heard this question because no one had ever been interested in this painting. He did not know whether it could be sold because it was a gift from a celestial being. The old man said that he could give money, but he needed to hear the price that the owner would say for this painting. But suddenly he thought that tonight he wanted to throw away this painting. But now this man wants to buy it. If he can get at least a little money for it, getting rid of it will be a useful deal. Song Woman ran as fast as he could to the head of the clan to give him food, and all the way he thought that he wanted to quickly finish this task and return home back to the painting. Sun Dae-woong thought about how much this painting could be sold for and suggested a price of 5 yang. Sun Dae-woong looked at the surprised face of this old man and thought that again the coins were probably too much money that he asked for this painting. The old man immediately took out 5 coins from his bag and gave the money to the owner of the establishment. He said that this was the ideal amount and the deal was immediate. Sun Dae-in saw this money and thought that with it he could buy medicine for his wife for a long period of time and the best meat for his establishment. He thought that he was now ashamed and embarrassed in front of his son for selling this painting, but it would be better for this boy. Sun Dae-in said goodbye to his guests and wished them to take care of themselves on the road. The old man thanked this host for dinner. The old man suddenly stopped walking further. The girl asked him what was happening. The old man said that he cannot just leave and he feels like a charlatan at this moment. He turned to the owner of the establishment and said that he had not paid a lot of money for this painting and asked to take his sword. Doya asked Master Tizan Munjin what is he doing now? She didn't understand how he could give away this piercing divine white sword. He asked Doya to be quiet. She said that this action makes no sense and the old man is giving away this sword because of some incomprehensible picture. Sun Dae-in said that he doesn't quite understand his peculiarity, but he will gladly accept this gift. Sun Dae-woong thought that this must be a really wonderful sword and wondered how much he could get for it. The old man realized that from that moment his conscience was clear and said goodbye to the owner. Sun Dae-woong thanked his guest for such kindness and also said goodbye to him. After some time, the son returned home and his loud screams were heard from the establishment. Song Wumung shouted very loudly and asked his father where did his painting go? The father pretended that he knew nothing and did not understand where this picture had disappeared. Sun Amun asked his father what happened to this painting and he hoped that his father did not destroy or burn it. The father replied that he would never do that and should not be blamed for it. Song Wumong turned his head at him and asked his father, did he really sell it? Sun Dae-woong felt awkward in this situation and didn't know what to answer the boy. So he decided that it would be better for him to collect everything and replied that he didn't sell it. Song Wumong saw a sword that stood near the wall and realized that this sword had not been here before. Song Wumong said that he was sure that his father sold his painting and asked to return the money back in the sword and return the painting to its place. Sun Dae-woong didn't understand why the guy reacted this way to the fact that this painting disappeared and said that he wouldn't return anything, and the boy doesn't even understand how everything turned out. In fact, it was a really difficult deal. Song Wumong said that if his father does not fulfill his request, he will go to his mother and tell him that his father lied to him and sold his painting. Sun Dae-woong immediately imagined how his wife would find out about this and say that lying is forgivable and death is the only cure for liars. Sun Wumong asked your father whether he would carry out the question or not. He said that if not, he would immediately go to his mother. Sun Dae-woong understood that his son was very serious at the moment and would not simply forgive him. Sun Dae-woong threw money into his son's palm and said that this child is selfish and does not think at all about his sick mother and his father. Song Wumong asked how long ago these people left. The father replied that they left quite recently. Song Wumong shouted very loudly that he would return this painting back by any means. Sun Dae-woong looked at the door that had just slammed shut and thought that this was all very strange. He couldn't believe that his son was ready to go so far for the sake of this picture and, apparently, he was completely crazy. Song Wumong ran with all his might and didn't stop for a second. He wanted to bring this picture back as quickly as possible. Song Wumong understood that this old man bought his father's painting cheaply and the amount that had to be given for this painting is not worth these small coins at all, and if this man is from Marin, he will definitely go to Ryugyong. He ran and shouted that he would catch up with this old man in any way and return what belonged to him. Doya asked the master why he was so happy and she didn't understand. Does this picture evoke so many emotions in his old man? He said that he was walking too fast and was just thinking about the opportunity to thoroughly study this picture, and it seemed that his excited state was to blame. She said that she was sure that the idiot's home would be very disappointing for the boy who lived in this house, and looked at this picture to see that it was no longer there. Doya started laughing and said that when he returns and finds that she has disappeared somewhere, he will most likely make a noise in the whole house, possibly in the whole village. He looked at the scroll and said that he had completely forgotten the children there. But he is the owner of this painting, and it was necessary to first of all ask permission from him. Suddenly they heard a very loud scream of some boy who ordered them to stop immediately. The old man turned his head back and decided to personally look at the man who dared and shouted back like that. Song Wumong approached them closer and closer and shouted that this painting was his and he would not allow anyone to take it away. Doya covered her ears with her hands and was very scared when she heard a loud scream. The old man got angry because this boy scared his girl. He shouted very loudly in order to stop immediately and stop screaming like crazy. Song Wumong felt a very strong current of wind that threw him back, and he could not resist this current of wind. But as soon as this wind ended, he continued to run towards them because he had a goal and he wanted to pick up his painting. The old man now realized that this was the same boy who was the son of the owner who stood in the yard. Doya also didn't expect to see this boy here, and she thought that he would stay at home and cry into his pillow all evening because his painting was sold. Song Wu Moon said that this painting belongs to him and he will not let anyone take it. The old man thought that from the appearance of this boy you couldn't tell that he was training in any martial arts, but the fact was that he ran here in one breath and shouted very loudly that they were almost deaf, and although such sounds did not make an impression on the old man and the girl were scared enough. In fact, I didn't understand what was happening. This boy was able to scare her very much. Song Woman put the sword and the bag of coins on the ground and said that he would return all the money to him to the last coin. But he wanted to return his painting back, and he said that it was very important to him. The old man looked at this boy and thought that most likely this boy understands the true value of this picture. Song Wumong said that you want the painting returned to him immediately, an exclamation mark. The girl began to shout at him for disrespectfully communicating with the master. The master said that he had already purchased this painting by his father and now the boy has no right to demand it back. Song Woman did not understand what to do now in this situation because in fact he did not have any leverage over this person. The master looked at the boy and thought that since he already has the sword and the money that he gave to his father, there is no doubt about the true owner of this painting, and since he did not pay a reasonable price for it, it would be right to return it. Song Wumong looked down and said that this painting belongs to him and he can't just give it away. He smiled and thought that he was very interested in this young man. This boy is really unusual. It seemed to him that this boy gave an incredible roar similar to a lion and did not realize it himself, and he was quite powerful and rude at the moment of the chase. The old man smiled, and at that moment he realized that there was some kind of secret connection between the young man and the painting and he should reconsider his plans. Song Wumong continued to look down and said that this painting belongs to him and he must return it. Song Woman thought that the celestial being who painted this picture made it for his father because he once served him. He realized that in fact this painting did not belong to him and it was the property of his father, and all this time, well, he directly asserted that the painting belonged only to him. But this was not true. The master told the boy that he had communicated with his father and the father said that their family was now going through difficult times. Song Wu Moon at this moment actually remembered that his mother was very sick and he acted selfishly when he forgot about it. His hand was shaking and various disturbing thoughts came into his head. He thought that his father probably wanted to sell the painting in order to pay for treatment for his mother, and he, like a complete idiot, completely forgot about it. Song Wumong closed his eyes and tears appeared in his eyes. He asked the old man for forgiveness for his arrogant behavior and allowed him to keep the painting for himself. The master thought that the person for whom this picture was so important gave up too easily at the mention of his family, and apparently he has a very kind heart. Song Wumong was ready to accept the fact that he had lost this battle and the painting would need to be given away so that everything would be okay with his family. The old man looked at him and smiled because this boy was a very funny guy. He said that in this case they should do so. He offered to touch the old man once, at least with a finger, and in this case he would have the picture, but he would also allow the boy to keep the money. Song Wumong asked the old man, does he really need to just touch him once with his finger? The master said that he has a lot of money, it will make me poor if he gives some money to their family. Song Wumong shouted in surprise and said that he accepted the terms of the game and was ready to touch the old man. Song Woman was confident that he could win money for his mother's medicine and regain the painting that belonged to his family. This old man who stood in front of him was Kunlun's best swordsman, Jin Wutong. And despite the fact that Jin Wutong was not one of the great warriors in the world, he was said to be as well known as the great masters, and the person who is now looking at the field was actually the greatest master. Song Woman wanted to know from the master whether the boy would regret this act if he could not touch him. Jin Wutiong said that he has no right to answer this question because the boy must try and make a choice himself. Sun Amun was standing at that moment on the threshold of a choice, and a lot depended on this choice after all. If he won, He could get the painting and return the money for medicine to his mother. He saw the painting in the hands of this master and realized that if he lost, then he would be left with nothing. Song Wumong tried to touch this painting, but the master very quickly moved it aside. Song Wumong accelerated his movements and tried to touch this picture as quickly as possible. The teacher did not allow the boy to touch this painting and thought that his body movement was like that of a martial arts student, despite the fact that he had never trained in this. He moved his hand forward and tried to stop the guy. Song Wumong was not prepared for the master to give him a push and so he fell. Song Wumong said that it was not fair and the old man shouldn't have pushed him. After all, they didn't agree that way. He again began to try to touch the master and take the painting back, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. Jin slowly raised his hand up and his movements were extremely smooth. Jin threw the guy on his back again, pushing him away with his hand. Song Wumong was confused when he was lying on the ground. He did not understand how this old man made such blows. He decided to ask him directly how this happens because he does not touch him with his hand, but nevertheless the boy falls to the ground. He did not give up his attempts and said that he would try again and this time he would definitely succeed. The old man was moving in different directions at incredibly fast speed. It was impossible to catch him. Song Wumong fell to the ground after every attempt to touch him. His fall was repeated very quickly after each attempt, but he still did not give up. He fell every time but nevertheless got up and continued to try to touch the old man. Every attempt was pointless and every time he fell to the ground. His screams and pain were heard in the forest. Jin heard his cry and thought that Ivanov was most likely just an accident and in fact this guy was not as good as he seemed at first glance. Jin said that all this was no good and the guy should just give up and all attempts were pointless. Song Wumong understood that he couldn't just give up and give the painting to this old man. He thought that they might be invisible to his movements, but finally he began to see them. Boy, that moment I realized that his movement is similar to the movement of the leaves of a landscape painting. And if it looks like leaves moving, then you need to move like the wind. Song Wumong told himself that he had seen this a million times already and he couldn't do anything about it. Master Jin was surprised because the guy still continued to try to touch him and use tactless movements. Master Jin saw that the guy was flying very quickly towards him and crossed his hands. This means that he was very serious and he might be able to touch him. The master got scared and used the wind flow technique to push the guy away from himself. Song Wumong was unable to stay on his feet and fell backwards and hit his back on a tree trunk. Doya asked the master if he had overdone it using this spell. She said that even though she is angry with this boy and he hurt her, but she still thinks that the master is too harsh towards him. Jin thought that he had just used the royal servant's golden dragon power technique on him, and it was unlikely that the guy could understand this technique in such a short time. But nevertheless, the guy still moved very quickly and approached him as if he knew how to use this technique. Jin unknowingly used a large amount of power at the very last moment. Song Wumong stood up from the ground and took the wooden stick that was lying next to him. He understood that his arms were too short to reach this old man, but if at that moment he had had a sword in his hand, he would have been able to reach this grandfather. He understood that the movement of this master was greater than that of the leaves in the painting. If he had a stick in his hands, he would definitely be able to reach him. Song Wumong did not give up and continued to run towards this old man. He understood that this time he would definitely be able to do it. Master Jin could not believe his eyes because after such a blow the guy should have been lying on the ground and he would have had to be sent to the doctor, but he was still able to get up and continued to try to touch him. Jin didn't understand how all this was even possible because his chi energy blocked the acupuncture points on the boy's body, but he was still able to unblock them. He hid his endurance and energy like a master and it was amazing. After all, children at his age are not capable of such actions. Song Wumong ran towards the old man and swung his stick to attack him. Jin froze in place and could not move. He was so surprised that his body stopped obeying him. Song Wumong swung his stick and decided to strike from above. It was very dangerous and it was completed very seriously. Jin understood that he had no other choice and had to accumulate a large amount of energy in his palm. He hit the boy with his palms and stomach and threw him back and at that moment blood splashed out of his shoulder. Sun Woman flew back and drove several meters with his back on the ground, leaving a mark on it and receiving heavy damage. Jin said that he saw that in his haste he ended up using a Meta Buddha superior strength technique. Doya was very scared and did not understand how this boy could continue to attack his grandfather and try to complete this task. Song Wumong screamed very loudly in pain and there was glass coming out of his mouth if his hands were beaten and bleeding. He received incredibly severe damage and at that moment he was in so much pain that he could not even imagine that he would ever have to endure such pain. Jin said that his body fell into a comatose state caused by martial arts and he urgently needed help because he could die. The old man tried to help the boy and only now he realized that without realizing it, this child learned martial arts through the picture. He looked at how the boy was writhing in pain and thought that, however, his body remained untrained and therefore it could not withstand his attack, but nevertheless the guy knew a lot of martial arts. Jin felt guilty towards this boy because he had just caused him very severe damage and did not think about the consequences at all. Song Wumong screamed in pain and asked to save him, He begged for someone to stop this pain, because he could no longer endure it. Master Jin was very scared because he saw that the boy's body was dying and it seemed that he could not repel the attack and now he might explode. The master sat him in the lotus position and asked him to be patient for a little while. Song Wumeng felt this old man touching his back with his fingers and trying to do something to stop his pain. The master ordered his assistant to stand on guard for at least 1 hour so that no one would approach them and no one should touch this child. Doya said that she will carry out the master's order. He touched his palms to the guy's back and at that moment a large amount of blood splashed out of his mouth. Jin told the guy that if he wants to stay alive, he must remember everything that they tell him now and he must not open his mouth at any cost, and no matter how much his body hurts. Song Wumeng understood that his life was now at stake and he could die at any moment, so he tried to close his mouth and not open it. The old man closed his eyes and kept his hands on the boy's back. He did everything possible to maintain vital activity inside his body. Jin thought that this guy's body is very damaged and if anything is done wrong it could be fatal if he puts all his energy into it. The price will be able to save him. But in this case, this guy will never be able to call upon his chi energy and will never be able to master martial arts. Master Jin, at that moment I realized that he is a real fool and his little curiosity led him to cause such damage to a very small child, despite the fact that he will now try to save his life. Song Wumeng felt incredibly intense pain and he thought about his mother and father and realized that they were always just trying to protect him from this. Doya suddenly noticed something very strange not far from them. She thought that they were now on the way to Mount Pyong. People who want their grandfather to die will definitely come here and something very terrible could happen if they meet someone at such an important moment. She was scared because she understood that she might not be able to cope with these people if they came now and thought that she needed help from her grandfather. Suddenly she heard the voices of some people behind her who laughed loudly and said that they managed to find what they were looking for. Doya looked at these guys and asked them who they were. These men said that they were finally able to find Master Jin and now the hour of reckoning has come. I do not want to take revenge on him. Doya immediately realized that these people belonged to the evil, rude and corrupt foursome and had not been keeping an eye on them all this time, and this is what they mean when they say take the fire out of the frying pan, and she will not be able to restrain the four of them alone. The old man was busy healing the boy from his illness and they could not be distracted. Doya was very scared and tears appeared in her eyes. She did not understand what to do and could not distract her grandfather, so now an important decision had to be made. Doya shouted very loudly to these people that they are real boors who do not know how to communicate with the master and apparently they are not afraid of death if they say so. They answered her that they were not stupid and in the state in which the old man was now, he could easily be killed and the child could be killed along with him. The girl thought that these scoundrels knew what condition her grandfather was in now, but she still didn't know what to do. One of the guys took out his sword and said that the news about the death of this old man will spread everywhere and he should play with the girl a little before killing him and soon the whole district will be talking about the death of this old man. She ordered them to stay where they were and not to come near her because she was not going to joke with them. They started laughing when they heard her threats and said that she looks very cute when she gets angry and threatens them. Doya was very scared and thought that only her grandfather could save her, but he asked her to protect them from other people. Suddenly an unfamiliar warrior appeared and very quickly rushed into the battle. This warrior held a spear in his hands and with the help of it was able to repulse the enemy's sword and throw him back. Doya did not expect that some unknown military man would appear here at such a late time and stand up for her. The robbers said that this guy incredibly has no idea who he was in contact with. After all, if he knew who he was and not, he would hardly have interfered in this conflict. This unknown warrior said that these thugs had just attacked a man who was in critical condition and attacked a young girl with four of them who was unable to defend herself. Called them real bastards. They did not want to listen to insults to their address and therefore immediately attacked this guy in order to kill him. He began to rotate the spear in his hands and after that he fought off the blows of his opponents. Their swords weren't ready for this guy to deal so much damage and break them. They saw that there was practically nothing left of their swords and this shocked them. He said that the scoundrels are not pathetic and he believes that they are not even able to determine the abilities of their opponent. Doya was in a strange state. She understood that a real martial arts master had just stood up for her. The grandfather continued to treat the boy's body and all his attention was directed only to this process. Jin didn't understand what was happening because a strange absorption force had formed inside this boy's body and it was sucking out all his energy. He felt like his energy was ending in his body, but nevertheless the guy was still in the same state he was in. Purple spots began to appear on his face. His eyes were closed and he was unconscious all this time. Song Wumeng levitated in the air around him. There were a large number of veins and arteries that exploded every second. He looked around and realized that his body was being destroyed from the inside and he was personally observing all this. His hands suddenly began to glow with white light and he felt a strong surge of energy. Song Wumeng raised his hands up and realized that this is the same energy that the old man gave him and now he can control it. He turned his head back and saw some strange black energy flying behind him. He needed a little time to take a closer look at these lines. Suddenly he realized that these were the same lines that were on the landscape inside the painting. At that moment he realized that these lines were trying to teach him how to restore his body. He stretched his hand forward and said that if he uses the power of the painting and this energy that the old man gave him, he will be able to restore his body. He flew after the black line, and at that moment, without realizing it, Song Wumong accepted the teachings of landscape painting and restored his body. Despite the fact that it was only one moment, it seemed to him as if it was an eternity in which he non-stop tried to heal his body. At that moment when his body moved, he felt how it instinctively underwent changes, but he remained in the dark about it and did not understand what exactly was happening to his body. This was called artificial metamorphosis, and it was the result of Song Wutong's own willpower. Jin spent a large amount of internal energy, and at some point his body could no longer withstand such a load and he began to cough up blood. He vomited on the ground and pulled away from the boy's body and could no longer expend his energy. He wiped the blood from his mouth and realized that this child was special and he had never met such children before. He turned his head to the side to look around and realized that there was a very strong smell of blood here. He was trying to find his assistant Doya and shouted very loudly, "Where is she now?" But when he turned towards her, he saw that the girl was standing next to him and behind her lay the wounded bodies of her opponents. Master Jin said that on the ground lies an evil, destructive, rude, corrupt four. These scoundrels most likely followed the master. Doya wanted to explain to her grandfather what happened, but she was very scared and so she just ran up to him and hugged him. She said that she was very scared. Jin asked the girl who helped her. He asked, was it one of the world's greatest warriors or the 6 rising great heroes? Doya said that a man with a spear suddenly appeared and helped her defeat these opponents, and then he quickly left, and she asked what his name was and he said that his name was Gyong Hong. Master Jin was very surprised to hear that the same Guai Chang Kyung Han is now located in these parts. He lowered his head and said that he now owes a great debt to this great warrior. Jin looked at the boy and said that he was very lucky today, despite all the difficulties that befell them on the road. He raised his hand and looked at her. He said that he barely managed to save this guy and spent almost all the reserve in his energy. But between the ebb and flow of energy, he learned something very important. Doya asked the master, why is this boy still not waking up? She got scared and thought he was dead. Master Jin laughed very quietly and said that no, and this guy is not dead and he will wake up soon. He just needs to be given a little time. Song Wumong suddenly began to move very slowly. His body began to shake. He exhaled the air from his lungs and said that now he understands. All this time he only vaguely wondered if what he saw inside this painting was real, and being fascinated by the painting he did not notice that he was studying martial arts, and now he realized that all this time he was right. Song Wumong raised his hands and looked at them. He realized that what he released was that same internal energy and strength. But the most important thing that he realized at that moment was that the person who helped him do all this and realize it was that same old man. Doya said that this boy looks very good for a person who just had a very bad time. Song Wumong bowed to this old man and thanked him for saving him. The master replied that he had already, or he didn't even think that this could happen. The old man said that he had already decided to return the painting and money to the guy, but he wanted to satisfy his curiosity and decided to use the boy for the sake of interest. He was very sorry that this happened. The guy replied that everything was fine and he only felt gratitude to the old man. Jean asked his assistant how much money did they have left? She said that she did not understand the essence of the question. The master replied that when they return he is going to carefully look at his accounts. Song Woman said that he can't take money from this old man because he just saved his life and that would be too arrogant of him. The master said that being a warrior who abandoned worldly desires, he behaved badly. And even this does not correspond to the compensation that he really should give to the boy, and he needs these things more than the old man who gave up this material life. Song Wu Moon thought that this all seems wrong to him, but he should think about his mother. Song Wumong thanked the master for his kindness and promised that he would use this money wisely and buy medicine for his mother with it. Jin looked at this boy's eyes and realized that he could be trusted. At this moment, a complete transformation occurred with the boy and he became a completely different person, and maybe he could even exceed the master's expectations. Song Wumong asked the old man, who are all these people? The master replied that these people wanted to kill them and they were looking for an opportunity to attack the master, but apparently Guai Chang Zhen took care of these people. Song Wumong made a surprised face and asked the master, is he really talking about the same warrior who took part in the competition in Goryong? He said that today we do not owe our lives to this great man. Jin gave him the painting and said that this is not something the boy should worry about now. It came from an old man, so he owes it to this warrior. But before he left, he asked the boy a question: who painted this painting? Song Wumong smiled and replied that it was a mystery to him because the person who drew it told them before leaving that he was a heavenly threadmaster. Jin was shocked when he heard these words of the deceivers. He could not believe that the celestial master would personally draw this picture. At that moment it became clear to him what was happening here and why this picture has such incredible properties. Song Wumong asked his master, does he know who this person is? Jin replied that he could tell the boy first. He should find out if the guy knows what Taoism is. Song Wumong said that all he knows is that many monks study Taoism. Master Jin answered him that, in any case, what he wants to know concerns the painting and, to be honest, even he doesn't know much, but he will tell the boy everything he knows about it. He said that one day there was a riot caused by the uprising of the Yellow Chunks and it was led by a man named Zhang Juju. But along with the Great Peace Path movement, there was another pre-Russian movement that was gaining popularity at that time, and this movement was the 5 buckets of rice. He said that the man who led the 5 buckets of rice movement was also known as Zhang Chungsa, or as he was popularly called, the Heavenly Master. Song Woman could not believe that this was all connected, and he was very surprised when the master told him all this. Master Jin that the 5 rice bucket path sect is also known as the Chunsa sect. Song Wumong listened to all this information and he began to get confused because he no longer understood how it was all connected to each other. The master said that the teachings of the martial arts of the Chunsa sect died along with the last followers of Zhang Chunsa, and after that the teachings were transmitted orally, and in this way it does not exist to this day, and it is incredible that the boy mastered the now extinct martial arts of this sect. Song Woman asked the master who could paint this picture. He lowered his head down and said that it remains a mystery even to him. Master Jin explained that they can only guess why this man wanted to pass on the teachings of his sect. Well, now he understands how this energy of Song Woman was able to absorb the master's internal energy. Song Woman looked carefully at the picture that was in his hand and realized that he still needed to figure out a lot of things. Master Jin looked at the boy and realized that he was experiencing an incredible temptation, and if he took him under his wing in the future, this boy would bring him to the Kunlun faction. The master looked at the boy and realized that if he took someone who studied the martial arts of this faction, there would probably be people who would express their dissatisfaction. He exhaled and lowered his head and realized that his greed had once again prevailed over everything else. If this happens in the future, he will think about it again, but for now, he can only offer his meager help. Jin smiled and told this child that during the battle he was surprised by this boy's martial arts, but he still needs to work on his legs. Song Woman asked the master what does he mean when he says to work with his feet? Master Jin understood that he would have to explain many basics of martial arts to the boy for a very long time because he knew absolutely nothing about it. He hit himself on the head with his palm and said that he didn't expect to be defeated by a boy who didn't know what footwork was. The master took a fighting stance and said that footwork means how a person moves his legs during a duel with someone. Footwork includes all movements such as approaching, moving around and much more, and the master could teach the boy one such movement as a manifestation of his regret. Song Woman opened his eyes wide and looked at the master in surprise, trying to absorb all the information he was saying now. The voice of the lady was heard in the building, who lovingly asked the services, "What does he mean?" The servant explained that if the lady did not want them to be insulted compared to other noble families, they should consider their influence and supply them with people. He said that for this she needed to at least give the detachment 50 warriors, but at the moment they could barely recruit 30 warriors. Yang thought for a few seconds and then said that it would be beneficial for them to demonstrate a powerful front, and therefore it would be worth posting a notice around their village and nearby villages looking for warriors. Yan took a few steps forward and said that the announcement should say that I am not recruiting military mercenaries to send to Seoul to earn money, and they have a full schedule. So we need to hurry up. The servant said that they do not need mercenaries, but real warriors. Yan asked Commander Zhang, is their goal really in battles? Zhang replied that their goal is not to fight. Yan explained to him that in this case, you need to hire people who look like warriors and everything will be fine if they don't order the mercenaries to pretend to be warriors. If they show that they have enormous strength, then no one will dare to challenge them and everything will be fine. Zhang bowed to the lady and said that he understood her order, and in this case he would do everything as she ordered. She thought that if among the hired killers there was at least one useful person, it would be very nice. Song Wumong watched the movements of the master, and at that moment his head exploded with endless movements. Master Jin moved at an incredibly fast speed, and normally my trained human I would have a hard time following him. He moved through space at incredibly fast speeds. Song Wumong understood that why he couldn't learn this because he couldn't even see it clearly. The guy got into a fighting stance and felt a large surge of energy in his body. He thought that this wouldn't work. A large amount of energy splashed out of his eyes, and it was very strange because he had never trained in anything like this before. Master Jin saw the energy around this boy's eyes and thought that something incredible was happening now. Song Wumong said that now he can see the master's movements and remember them in order to repeat them later. Song Wumong understood that the movement in front of him was blurry and indistinct. But if he focused his thoughts and directed his spirit to his eyes, then he could see everything. Jin Wumyung performed divine movements, which are considered one of the best martial arts techniques, and he has amazing strength and speed due to which a person cannot see anything. It was one of the most difficult techniques. Song Wumong instinctively directed heavenly energy into his eyes and 2 bags to see the master's movement. The old man was moving incredibly fast and suddenly decided to stop. He looked at the boy and asked him if he could remember these movements. He said that he left his footprints here so that the boy could later use them to remember his movements. Master Jin put a golden artifact in the boy's hand and said that now they must say goodbye to him. Doya said that this golden artifact is the Kun friendship medallion. Master Jin told the boy that he wanted to give him the divine sword that was used by the emperor of the Bong faction, Wang Zhong, but in return he wanted to take the painting, but everything didn't turn out at all as he planned and therefore now he has no other way to protect himself, so he must take the sword. And boy, he will give this medallion. Song woman said that if this is what the master says, then he will refuse me this gift, but he still wants to know what it is? The master replied that this medallion shows that Song woman is a friend of the Kunlun sect. Master Jin asked the boy to promise and swear that he would never sell or throw away this medallion of friendship. Song woman bowed to the master and said that he promises to fulfill this request if he has the opportunity. He will definitely visit their clan. The old man and his student moved on and said goodbye to the boy. Doya looked at this guy in disbelief, but nevertheless understood that the master did all this because he knew something. Song woman continued to stand as he stood in a bow and did not move from his place. Master Jin and his student set off on their journey. They still had a long road ahead of them and they could not waste any more time, so they slowly disappeared into the distance. I periodically turn my head back and look at this boy. On this day something magical happened that none of them could have guessed, and this day was an eternity long for them. Doya was embarrassed and blushed every time she turned her head and saw that he was looking at her and smiling. She felt very awkward and turned her head back and forth and continued to walk forward. Song Wumeng understood that this was the best day of his life and it was the day that no one knew about. The father shouted to his son in a very loud, joyful voice that he had finally returned. Song Wumeng put money on his father's table and held his painting in his hand. The father said that the boy received the painting back but did not understand where you got the money from here. Song Wumeng said that this happened completely by accident and he is very glad that he managed to return the painting and get the money. He turned his head towards his father and said that in any case, it was wrong for him to sell the painting without his knowledge if he deceived him again in this case. Song woman, I'll have to tell my mom everything. Sun Dayan answered his son that he understood everything and this would not happen again. But he still didn't understand what happened to his child because he became much smarter after he returned. Song Wumeng placed a chair in front of this painting and also looked at it carefully. Song Wumeng watched this picture and thought that he was now immersed in it again and he wanted to see again the lines in the picture that probably showed him the path inside his body. Sun Daewon couldn't believe that the boy was going back to his old habits again. He looked at the boy and realized that he would never get an answer to his question. Song Wumeng shouted very loudly that nothing was working out for him. The father was scared and did not understand why he was screaming so loudly and what happened to him. The boy thought that he couldn't immerse himself in this picture again, but he didn't understand why, because everything was exactly the same. He assumed that this was all connected with the events that happened to him today and he should sleep and try to do it tomorrow. When morning came, he immediately went downstairs to look at the painting again and check whether it worked or not. But the next day all his attempts to get into the picture were unsuccessful and he did not understand why this was happening. Evening came and the sky turned orange. The sun was setting below the horizon. He lay next to the painting. Absolutely nothing worked for him. No matter how many times he looked at this painting, everything was unsuccessful. After some time, night came. He continued to be near this painting and look at it, but he still couldn't dive into it again like before. Sun Dayan looked at the boy and realized that he had not changed at all and he was still the same as we were before. It's been 4 days since he returned the painting back home. Song Wumeng stood near this painting and begged her to let him in again to see what was inside, and the painting was merciless towards him and at the moment it was just an ordinary drawing. Sun Daewon grabbed his son by the shoulders and said that the real one was coming. His father explained to him that he didn't care if he broke his promise. He didn't care if the boy told their mother about everything, but he would throw him away. The guy didn't stop doing this nonsense. Song Wumeng looked at the face and didn't understand how long he had been watching him, and the boy didn't understand why his father was so annoyed by this. Suddenly the boy realized that with his behavior and his desire to dive back into the picture he was annoying his father and upsetting his mother. He took his father's hand and asked him to forgive him for his behavior. Song Woo Moon said that he was too selfish and asked his father not to worry about it because he will not be the same as before. Sun Dae-woong couldn't believe his eyes because his son, who appeared in this picture every day for several years and didn't want to hear from anyone, has now finally decided to change. Song Woman asked his father to forgive him and not get upset with him for this selfish and stupid behavior. They stood silently for several seconds and looked at each other, trying to understand the essence of this situation. Song Wumeng was very upset because the illusion of this picture had completely disappeared, and for his parents he should give up this idea and do real things. Song Dae-woong suddenly began to sob and said that it had been a long time since his son said something appropriate for his age, and he seemed to have become normal after being lost in this picture for so many years. Song Wumong looked and told him that he was afraid that all this time he was fascinated by this picture and lived like a fool without understanding the feelings of his parents. Song Wumong lowered his head and said that he was a bad son and he should apologize to his father, and from now on he will live differently. Sun Dayan was incredibly happy that day because his son became normal again. It was a dream for any father. The light suddenly came on in the room, even though it was already too late. The boy went into his father's room and heard him snoring loudly while sleeping, and in his dream he said that his son had become normal again. Song Woman decided to try his luck again and sat in front of the painting at night when no one saw them to try to die from it one last time. He opened his eyes wide and looked at every pattern in this picture. After that, he closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on important sensations. The old man stood near the bed with the patient and apologized to him for not being able to keep his promise. He was very unpleasant to say, but nevertheless, he said that Taiyang Jichi is something that cannot be overcome, and this is a state when the body is overflowing with energy, and a person affected by this disease will die within 7 years. Song Wumong suddenly found himself in this place, saw in front of him an old man and a guy who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Song Wumong asked the old man where he is now and who is this person. The old man did not pay any attention to the boy who stood next to him and continued to communicate with the patient and asked if his body hurt. The old man said that his attempts to correct the consequences of Taiyang Jichi led to the best result. Taiyang Jichi is a disease of a person born with exceptionally strong and changeable energy, and the person usually suffers from an imbalance of yin and yang and is extremely weak at these moments and eventually dies when he turns 20 years old. Song Woman said that he doesn't want to believe all this. But the old man explained to him that this disease affects 1 in 100 people. It is such a rare disease that many people don't even know about it. The old man explained that this disease is transmitted to many children, and for the last 200 years he has been studying this disease and trying to save these children, but his efforts were unsuccessful. Song Wumong was standing near the painting at that moment and watching it. The old man to the boy that now they can watch his body from the outside and if he wants and cannot see his body from the inside. Suddenly the guy felt that he was moving in space not of his own free will and that something was happening to him. The old man explained that the heavenly and divine art of ball control, which brings eternal harmony, is the sword art of heaven and earth, which contains the knowledge of all things in the universe. These two forms of martial arts inhabited into one to occupy his blood vessels, and they suppress the energy that harms his body. Song Wumong was not afraid and shouted very loudly that this all meant that he was suffering from the same Taiyang Jichi disease. The old man laughed and said that the boy successfully avoided death and lived 20 years of his life, so all that the grandfather can do is just congratulate him. Song Wumong asked the master not to say such things because it all scares him. The old man said that, apparently, at this moment their affairs generally reach their completion. The old man said that Tao is ultimately not the only way. He explained that in Tao there is no difference between good and evil, and that is why Sinsen and Mason exist in the world. The master said that you should not think about the teachings of Tao as something permanent, and the most important thing is to just find yourself and your own path. Song Wumong opened his eyes and shouted in fear and said that he was surprised that he had just been able to see the celestial being again. He looked at the picture that was in front of him and realized that the colors began to disappear from it. Song Wumong realized that the painting from that moment on became an ordinary blank canvas of paper, and in the end it was just a dream. The boy grew up. At that moment you realize that the sage gave him this painting for a reason, and he gave him martial arts to cure him of his illness. Song Woman jumped up from his seat and stood up. He bowed and thanked the master for his help and the life he gave him. The boy said that he would take care and live a long and dignified life. There was a very bright orange moon in the sky that day. A man sat on the roof of a building and looked at this moon, trying to look at it as best as possible. The guy was sitting on the roof holding a bottle of wine in his hand and said that he was very pleased to see that he lives very well. He said that what he saw was simply magnificent. The next morning, Song Wu Moon decided to radically change his life. He got up from his bed, took a breath, and after that decided to do something he hadn't done for a long time. He said that he felt great, his body was much more energetic than usual, and from that day on he would work hard to live life to the fullest. He went to the river to collect water in buckets and help his father with household chores. After he filled the buckets with water, he joyfully ran home with the filled buckets. He himself was incredibly surprised that he didn't spill a single drop of water during the time they were heading home. Song Woman began to wash the floors in the house and do household chores in an attempt to help his parents as much as possible. After he washed the floors throughout the entire establishment, he went to the kitchen and washed absolutely all the dishes and then put them in their places. Suddenly he noticed that his mother came into the kitchen and she was delighted with what a wonderful son she had. Song Wumong took her hands and asked why she came out. He said that it was still very early and the air at this time was very cold and she needed to return to the room as soon as possible. Mom replied that he has been working so hard since the morning for the sake of his dad, and he began to talk like an adult and she is very happy to see him like that. He took her hands and felt that her palms were very cold. Song Wumong thought that Mom's hands were very skinny and cold. He helped her walk and hugged her with his hand. He said that now she should go back to her room because her father will worry. He sent her to the room and closed the window so that she would not catch a cold. Mom said that she is very pleased to see how the child becomes the same as before, and when she thinks about how he was before, she feels happy. Song Wumong at that moment thought that he was a bad son and he needed to improve so that his mother would always feel happy. At that moment tears began to appear in her eyes. Song Wumong came out of her room and told her that she should rest in her bed and not worry about anything. Sun Daewung only recently woke up and was shocked when he saw that his son had become very early today. Song Wumong put his hand on his heart and said that from now on he will help his father manage the hotel. If it is difficult for him, he will help with the hardest work. These words shocked his father. Sun Daeun burst into tears at that moment and hugged his son. He said that the events that happened yesterday were not easy with ordinary empty words and his son had actually changed. He thanked him for that. Song Wumong asked his father to let him go because he has to go back to work. If his father continues to squeeze him so tightly, he will simply suffocate. The guy expected me to be so impressed that his father would help him. Song Wumong thought that he could not escape from these embraces and his father seemed to be born with unlimited strength. But this is surprising for someone who has never practiced martial arts. Song Wumong once again shouted very loudly at his father to let him go because he needed to go back to work. When my father came downstairs, he was shocked because he saw the full frequency in his establishment and all the plates were washed and all the tables were clean and ready to open. Sun Daeun shouted in a very joyful voice that their hotel looked incredibly clean and the guy was probably very tired while cleaning everything here. The boy replied that he was full of strength. The father said that in this case he would prepare to meet the guests. Song Woo-moon heard his father give him permission to do whatever he wanted today. He thought that this was a very good chance to do something incredibly important. Song Woo-moon immediately ran into the forest to this place where there was a stone on which the master left his traces. Song Woo-moon jumped on this stone and said that he could not believe that a person could leave such deep marks on the stone boulder. The master called this divine etheric planetary movement and the guy immediately stepped on the master's footsteps. He tried to repeat the tracks and become just as quickly as the master. At the beginning he did very well, he didn't even notice how time flies and felt that everything was very easy. But after some time, he got entangled in his feet and fell, after which he hit a stone very hard. Song Wumong said that it is not as easy as it might seem at first glance and learning movements in martial arts does not seem so simple anymore. But he is still tired and continues. He repeated every step after his master. At some point he managed to relax and began to have fun. He realized that it's not all that difficult and if you let go of unnecessary thoughts and surrender to this process, it starts to work out. Whenever Song Woo-moon became discouraged from the painting, he would focus on the lesson that Master Jin taught him. He did this for countless days and tried to learn the techniques of the movement. No matter how much he had changed since then, he was still not trained in martial arts. Song Woo-moon repeated this training day after day and dreamed that one day he would be able to master this technique. After training, he returned home and by that time it was already very dark. He threw his hands behind his head and said that today he again failed to perform this technique and even sleep turned out to be a waste of time for him. But suddenly he realized one very important thing that he had forgotten about. It could help him speed up his recovery time. He sat in the lotus position and began to accumulate internal energy in order to restore it. This technique was called Heavenly and the Divine Art of Swordsmanship. He closed his eyes and was silent for a while, trying to concentrate. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. He realized that he urgently needed to leave the house and ran out of his room. The boy started running and shouted that if he can't sleep it might be for the best and he should sometimes use it when he can't sleep. Song Woo-moon explained to his father that he is now running away from home to go to training because he cannot sleep, so there is no need to worry. Suddenly I thought about my father and realized that this is the same man who has a huge amount of strength. Song Woo-moon at this moment suggested that because of this he could not repeat the master's movement because it may be due to the difference in muscle strength. Every time he hoped to get closer to mastering his movements, his body did not allow this to happen and this was the main problem. The sounds of this guy training could be heard in the forest. He stood on his hands upside down and trained according to his inner sensations in a completely different way than the master suggested that he do it, and he realized that the master was actually right in his reasoning. He put a large balloon on his back and began to walk with it up the mountain and all this time he had no opportunity to train his muscles and therefore he could not repeat the movement of the Master Genie and cope with his speed. Master Jin focused on studying movements and gaining muscle strength and the muscles that improved due to metamorphosis also developed faster than others. Sun Woo-moon trained at this pace without stopping for several days and wanted to achieve incredible results as soon as possible. He was able to lift it with both hands without throwing it forward. Song Woo-moon himself couldn't believe that he would become so strong. He didn't even mean what kind of power capabilities his body had. Song Woo-moon realized that he had enough strength to lift a large balloon and he realized that now was the time to try this workout again. The boy went to the training stone to repeat the master's movements again. He understood that he was already approaching the speed that his master possessed and that soon he would be able to master this movement technique. Song Wumong saw that his legs began to remember these movements and now he did not have to concentrate on it because they moved on their own. He really enjoyed training his body this way and wanted to achieve better results. He felt how he was able to move faster and faster every day and this added excitement and strength to him to continue his training. Suddenly a black line appeared around his hand and began to fly and envelop his hand. He put his hand forward and saw that a sword created with black energy appeared in his hand. He didn't expect that he could do something like that and it shocked him. He froze in place and watched this sword. But suddenly this sword disappeared as if it didn't really exist and the boy completely ceased to understand what had just happened. He looked at his palm and realized that there was nothing else in it and the sword disappeared somewhere as quickly as it appeared. He wondered how this sword appeared in his hand and what he did so special today that made him discover this new ability in himself. Song Wumong perfected the movements that Master Jin showed him and naturally conjured up the drawn sword and he did it instinctively without realizing it. Song Wumong said that he was able to use Master Jin's techniques and summon the sword and this technique was known as sword longing. Song Wumong thought that this is a very wonderful technique and he should definitely study it and learn how to use it. He remembered this moment when he was holding a tree branch in his hands and there was something inside him, because of which he was able to attack the master. Some strange noise was heard in the forest, as if someone was climbing in the bushes. Song Amun returned to the place where the battle took place and was surprised that the broken swords were still there and the evil, rude and corrupt four broke their weapons in this place. He decided to go to the city and try to sell these fragments. There was a lot of smoke coming from the chimneys that were located in the forge building. The blacksmith asked, "Does the boy really want to buy a sword for this money?" Blacksmith asked the guy, "Why does he need a sword with a question mark, and does his father know that he wants to take the sword for himself?" The boy replied that the world is dangerous and cruel. So he would like to have a sword with him. The blacksmith said that in their time even dogs and cows carried swords with them. Song Wumong said that he humbly asks Mr. Blacksmith to sell him a sword. The blacksmith looked at the boy carefully and thought that this guy had changed quite a lot since he last saw him. The blacksmith held the fragments of swords in his hands and said that despite the fact that they were broken, it could be used as soon as it was repaired. Song Wumong asked, after fixing the balls, could he sell them and buy himself a new sword? The blacksmith replied that it was impossible. He tried to explain to the boy that he does not sell or manufacture weapons. Song Wumong looked at the blacksmith and was very surprised because he thought that this man should deal with swords. The blacksmith tried to explain to him that the weapon he would make would take the lives of countless people and he would not be able to live in peace knowing about it. He told the boy that if he wanted, the blacksmith could melt it down and make a vase for him personally from these pieces of iron. Song Wumong understood that this was not at all what he wanted and he did not need an iron vase. He didn't want to give up and leave here empty-handed, so he offered the blacksmith in exchange for this iron so that the blacksmith could teach him how to make swords. The blacksmith looked at the boy and was surprised that he wanted to make swords himself. The guy told him that if the blacksmith agreed to teach, he would do everything the blacksmith asked him to do. He thought for a few seconds and then replied that he would never agree to such an adventure. Song Wumong began to beg the blacksmith to agree and he still has nothing to lose from this and the boy can do any job, even the most difficult one. The blacksmith looked at this guy in surprise and realized that this child had not been like this before and something had changed in him. The blacksmith said that the stubbornness of this child indicates that he is the son of his father, and in this case, he must move all the iron products to the warehouse today. If he manages to do this, he promises that he will not make them with swords. At that moment it seemed to him that this was a brilliant plan because it would be difficult for such a child to carry even 2 such iron bricks. After 2 hours, Sun Amun returned to the forge and the master informed the blacksmith that he had transferred all the iron bricks and now the blacksmith was obliged to teach him this skill of making swords. The blacksmith came back and saw that in fact there was not a single iron brick there and he said that this was impossible and they were very heavy. Song Wumong said that he fulfilled his part of the contract and now the blacksmith must teach him how to create swords. The blacksmith lowered his head down and in a dissatisfied voice told him that she promised to teach him how to create swords. The blacksmith asked Min Seon to come to him. The guy replied that he was going crazy because of work and didn't understand why he should be distracted. The blacksmith said that he needed to show the boy how the bellows worked. Minute said that it would be included and it would be impossible to teach how to work with bellows. The blacksmith said that you can't communicate with this guy like that because he's at least older than him and you need to watch your language. Ming looked at this guy and said that he was annoying as hell. Song Wu Moon said that he is looking forward to Min teaching him how to work with bellows. Minute said that he still doesn't have elections and therefore the guy should just watch what he does and repeats. Ming said that creating a sword is not an easy task and even experienced blacksmiths like them must devote 6 months to learn this craft. Song Wumong said that he understood how to distribute flames thanks to the wind. He continued to distribute the flame and thought that the wind was blowing strongly towards the fire and in much the same way as the painting was swaying in the wind and in order to make a sword he needed to learn to control the flame and this was not a very easy task. Minute looked at the guy and thought that he was very good at this and he didn't understand how you idiot could learn so quickly. Minute said that the job is done and in any case he is also busy, so he doesn't want to waste a lot of time on this loser and so he needs to move on to metal forging. He said that this is what is called forging and the blows should be strong and controlled and there should not be the slightest mistake when striking. Minute said that it would be difficult for a newbie like this guy to get even 10 hits. Song Wumong at this moment was thinking that weak blows would be useless, while overly strong blows would destroy the form of the sword and this would definitely help improve his concentration. Song Woman said that now he also wants to try to do this. Ming replied that then he should take a large ground one and try it. He smiled and said that breathing also plays a big role in this matter and needs to be controlled. They took turns striking with large and small hammers in the shape of a sword. Minute couldn't believe that this guy was actually very good at it and he still wasn't tired, even though he'd never done it before. Ming didn't understand how this guy delivered such heavy good blows and didn't even break a sweat, despite the fact that they had been doing this for a long time. Minute suddenly shouted that we weren't done for today. He could stop because Song Woman was terrible at doing this. Song Wumong lowered his head, became upset and said that he hopes that next time he will do much better. Min said that next they will do welding. This is extremely complex work, so he needs to look carefully. Smoke flew out of the chimneys of this forge in large clouds. Minute thought that he was incredibly irritated by the fact that this guy was doing everything too well. Minute constantly heard the question from this guy about how he manages to get the job done. And every time he turned to him in a dissatisfied voice and said that everything was going well for him. The blacksmith periodically watched this boy learn and did not understand how he managed to learn so quickly. The blacksmith looked at him and thought that it all looked as if the boy had a good predisposition to the blacksmith ideal and most likely he was talking to the ball while he forged it. He thought that all this was impossible. It looked like some kind of false story. But despite the fact that all this might seem very strange from the outside, the boy enjoyed the fact that he could forge this sword and it gave him pleasure to do this work. The blacksmith could not believe that the boy was enjoying forging this sword. The blacksmith understood that in all the years that he had worked in the forge, he had never seen such an expression on his face, but this boy was now experiencing real delight. He closed his eyes and thought that it was not as simple as it might seem to him. The blacksmith shouted very loudly and ordered the guys to stop. Min explained that his student asked to learn as quickly as possible, so he started teaching him welding. The blacksmith told his son that from now on he will begin training this boy and his son can now go about his usual business. Song Wumong was shocked when he heard that he and the blacksmith would personally train together. He smiled and shouted to the blacksmith in a joyful voice that he was looking forward to learning with him. The blacksmith went up to the workplace and took a small, otherwise red-hot sword. Song Wumong watched the blacksmith and realized that his movements were different from those of his son and he wielded a hammer more professionally. Sun Amun watched his movements and realized that the blacksmith explains little but by looking at his movements he can learn much more just by watching him. The blacksmith handled fire professionally and it seemed as if he had shortened this fire and was able to direct it in the right directions. His blows are not too weak but at the same time not too strong and this means that he controls the movement of his hands. Between each blow it was not enough that there were equal intervals. He understood that I was just watching him. He felt as if he was watching a sword fight between real professional fencers. The sound that gave it a little after the impact was exactly the same as the previous one. The blacksmith turned his head back, looked at the boy and asked if he could do something like that. Song Wumong said that he must try to repeat these blows after the master. 4 days have already passed since they started working and training him. Minute suggested that his father take today a day off and get some rest because they had a lot of work after they started training this guy. The blacksmith replied that there was no need to worry about this guy and that soon he would be able to forge his sword. Minute said that there is no way in his life that this idiot will be able to make a sword for himself. Even if he does it, it will take him at least 10 years to create a normal sword that can be used in battle. But Min's face changed the moment he entered the forge and saw that this guy was standing and holding his first forged sword in his hands. Song Wumong said that he finally managed to forge this sword on his own. Minute said that this cannot be and he would never in his life believe that this guy forged his first sword in just 4 days. Song Wumong told them that when he made the sickle and it seemed to him that it was very slow. But when he made the sword, his hands moved on their own and he simply surrendered to this flow and trusted his hands. Song Wumong admired the sword that he forged with his own hands and thought that he would have done nothing like this to me if he had not been helped. He bowed and thanked Mr. Blacksmith for being able to make this sword. The blacksmith said that everything turned out better than he expected and the boy no longer needs to make sickles or mats and now he can make as many balls as his heart desires. Song Wumong at this moment was delighted. He could not believe that the blacksmith was so kind to him and therefore immediately began to thank him. But everything was not so simple and the blacksmith said that he would allow him to forge swords in exchange for one request. He wanted the boy to promise him that the swords he would make in this forge would not harm the innocent and the boy would treat them fairly and fairly. Song Wumong promised Mr. Blacksmith that he would fulfill his request. Ming was angry. I couldn't believe that this idiot was actually able to create a sword with his own hands and was pleased that his father treated him so well. After he completed all the work in the forge, he decided to return home. Song woman went home and said that now he can master the art of the sword in the sky. The next day the boy had much more time because he no longer worked in the forge and he decided to help his father in the establishment. People were delighted when they saw how this guy runs around the entire establishment and is able to bring in a large number of plates at once. They watched him and thought that he was very fast and even worked faster than his father. Sun Dayan explained to his visitors that his child learned all this from his father and it was all passed on through genetics. Sun Dayan asked his son if anything good happened in his life. He said that he had never seen a child so excited and happy before. The boy replied that he was just trying harder and nothing else happened. Suddenly the doors of the establishments opened and new visitors came in. The gentleman said that this establishment would be untidy, we were a little shabby. But despite this, there are rumors in the village that the food here is very tasty and therefore he invited my lady to have lunch here. Sun Dayan smiled at the new guests and welcomed them to his establishment. Song woman immediately recognized this guy who entered the establishment. It would be the idiot who mocked him and beat him to death when he was very weak. Imshu asked the lady to immediately tell him if he needed anything. But suddenly a guard appeared between them and hit the table with his sword. He ordered this gentleman not to touch the lady and not to approach her. Imshu said that he didn't even intend to sit there and he just moved the money away so that Joe could sit there. But Joe replied that he would never sit next to a person with such status. Hyung said it's okay, I can't both sit next to her and she's not a queen so they should worry so much about it. The uncle sat down between the lady and the charlatan in order to separate them. Imshu thought that Mr. Joe was possessed by a slave spirit. He said that Joe would waste his whole life working as a pathetic security guard. Imshu began to get angry and yell at the waiter for still not bringing them their order. Yun asked to be more polite with the owner of this establishment. Song Wumeng immediately went up to their table and asked what they didn't want to order. They were very surprised when they saw this guy here because they didn't even feel him coming. Imshu said that he knows this idiot and he doesn't understand how a cretin can accept their order. Song Wumeng repeated the same question again and asked them what they would eat. Yun asked the waiter boy to advise them to order. He replied that thin noodles and Peking duck would be best, and the lady agreed to this order. Song Woman said that he would immediately begin preparing this order and when he left, he hit that idiot Imchu with his hand on the back. He pretended it happened by accident and asked me for forgiveness. Imchu got angry because this guy acted arrogantly and acted as if he actually hit by accident. Evening came, it was already dark on the street and the guests left the establishment and they discussed what was very tasty today. They had dinner at this establishment. Imchu told the lady that he had urgent business and had to return home and therefore asked them to go without him. The lady replied that everything was fine but asked him not to be late. Imchu stood near the exit doors and watched as the lady and her guard walked away into the distance. When they disappeared he turned and ran to the door. He kicked down the door or shouted at the owners of this hotel for having a hair in his food and they have no right to do this to the high lady. Song Wumeng said that this asshole was lying and there was no voice in their food. Sun Dae Wong stopped his son and said that you can't communicate like that with people who work together with the noble lady. Song Wumeng said that this person is rushing to real nonsense and lies and only to take revenge on their family and he is not going to calmly listen to all this. Sun Daein asked them to forget about it and said that they should endure it. He asked his son to calm down immediately. Sun Daein gave the bag of coins to the gentleman there and asked for it. He said that they would return the money for dinner and also compensate for this mistake. Imchu turned around and said that he was silent only for the sake of his mistress and said that next time they should be careful when receiving such serious guests. After that, he slammed the door and left the establishment screaming. Sun Dae Wong said that because of this conflict they barely managed to avoid big problems. Song Wumeng became very angry at that moment and promised himself that he would take revenge on this idiot no matter what. There were a lot of clouds that night and they periodically covered the month. Imchu walked at night all alone along the streets and said out loud that he hated Joe because he did not allow her to approach her mistress. Song Wumeng found this guy in the city at night and ordered these rabbit teeth to come to him for a second. Imchu turned around and said that no one has the right to insult him and call him a rabbit. He saw this idiotic boy in front of him and said that he was completely crazy. Song Wumeng replied that he had actually gone completely crazy and now this crazy guy would hit this idiot in his rabbit teeth. Imchu said that this one came across him at the most opportune moment and he was still going crazy with anger and therefore is now ready to beat him. Song Wumeng said that if he wants to fight, then let him try, if of course he can do something. Imchu did not know what his opponent was capable of and therefore raised his fist to hit him. Sun Woman easily fought off this blow and counterattacked her and her opponent with his elbow to the jaw. Imchu was not ready for such a turn of events and he did not think that the boy could break his nose. He said that the guy was just lucky and now he will regret it. Imchu swung his fist again and said that this time he would kill the boy. Song Woman easily dodged this blow and the enemy's hand flew past his head. Song Woman immediately struck back at the guy's face with his fist. After that he kneed him in the stomach. Song Woo-moon grabbed this nasty guy by his teeth and started to pull him by the teeth. Song Woo-mung caused a lot of pain to this guy when he held his teeth. After that, he said that Imchu is no longer a child and it's time for him to grow up. Imchu was shocked when he saw the strength of this guy. He couldn't believe that this idiotic boy grew up and became so strong. Song Woo-mung once again warned this gentleman that he should no longer approach his hotel and he and his father would never again serve such vile people as Imchu. Song Woo-mung said that those people who came with him today were absolutely normal and behaved decently, so he should not dishonor their name by being next to them. Song Woo-mung said that finally he takes back the money that this bastard stole from his father. Imchu was very angry because of this current situation but could not do anything because he was weaker than this boy. Amun threw him aside and said that this would end their conflict. The boy was already getting ready to leave, but finally he said that if he saw him again near his father's hotel, then in that case he would pull out his teeth, but this time for good. Imchu tried to somehow justify himself and scare the boy, but it was all pointless. Amun said that if this guy comes and threatens him again, he will pull out his teeth right now. Imchu was scared when he heard these words and after that he began to run away into the distance. Song Woo-man watched this idiot try to run away and said that he had never seen idiots like him before. Sun Woo-mung thought that he was very pleased to realize that he had become much stronger and could fight back such scoundrels. Song Dae-woong saw that his son gave him a bag of money and could not believe that this gentleman personally wanted to return the money. Song Woo-mung assured his father that he did not extract money from this gentleman because he was still too small and weak and the gentleman himself should be careful next time when preparing food and after that he returned the money. Sun Dae-young said that there are more coins in this bag than he gave to this gentleman. Song Woo-mung said that he did not count the money in this bag and most likely it was a gift from Mr. Imchu. At that moment, the doors to the establishment opened and a group of girls appeared. A girl with purple hair walked ahead of everyone and said that this area was not fun at all and it was very hot. Song Amun froze in place when he saw one of the girls entering the establishments. She had red hair and brown eyes. She was very beautiful and looked at the boy exactly the same way he looked at her. Song Woman froze in place when he saw this girl. He looked at her and thought that she was incredibly beautiful and she looked like a fairy. Most importantly, the girl was shocked when this boy stared at her friend Yeseol. She asked him if this hotel is open now. Song Woman replied that the hotel was actually open and asked what they would like to eat. He said that if I didn't want to stay here overnight he could show them the hotel rooms. Yeseol replied that they were not familiar with the local cuisine and therefore asked the waiter to bring something to eat at a reasonable price. She said that they were going to stay here overnight and leave the next morning, so 2 rooms needed to be prepared for them. Song Woo-mung smiled and said that he would do everything in the best possible way. The lady said that this boy smiles only for Yeseol. She said that her student likes the most ordinary things, so she would be happy to live with an ordinary innkeeper and they look good together. Song Woo-mung looked at this lady and felt unpleasant because she called him an ordinary innkeeper. Sun Dae-woong shouted to his son not to stand still and show these girls their places. Song Woman immediately took them to their seats and said that the food would be ready in a few minutes. The mistress saw that her student wanted to sit on a chair and ordered her to wait. She said that this chair is very old, it looks like it will fall apart at any moment. Song Woo-mung didn't understand why I, madam, treat this beautiful girl so badly. Several hours have passed since these girls arrived at the hotel and the sky turned orange and the sun was setting below the horizon. Sun Woo-mung was preparing food and at that moment the girls were sitting at the table and talking very actively about something. Yeseol was sitting next to the other girls at the table, but she was silent the whole time and her head was bowed. Song Woo-man didn't understand why no one talks to this girl and they all treat her with disdain. Night had fallen and the hotel doors had to be closed and the guests moved to their rooms. The lady asked the innkeeper where they would stay for the night. She ordered him to take them to their rooms. Song Woo-mung didn't like it when they talked to him in such a dismissive tone in the voice and therefore silently pointed his finger at them to the second floor. The lady started yelling at this guy because he was being disrespectful towards the lady and he had no right to shake his finger at her. Her assistant tried to calm the lady down and said that this was an ordinary innkeeper who did not know martial arts. Song Woo-mung at that moment froze in place and realized that according to their logic, any person who does not know martial arts is useless. He led them to the second floor and opened the door to their room. Song Woo-mung said that they will live in this room. The lady replied that this cannot be because there is very little space here and it stinks very strongly. Song Woo-man said that unfortunately the rest of the rooms are occupied. If they are unhappy then they should go to another hotel. Mrs. Sage was outraged that this boy was speaking rudely to her. The assistant tried to calm the lady down and said that they shouldn't make a fuss because they were being watched closely. If it turned out that I didn't attack someone who wasn't in the martial arts world then their master would be unhappy. They asked Mrs. Sage to calm down and forget about this stupid boy. Sage said that my boyfriend was very lucky today. Song Woo-mung said that if it is too crowded here, they have room for one person in the stable, he can take that person there. The lady ordered Yeseol to go to the stables to spend the night. Yeseol was very scared at that moment and she didn't understand what she had done so bad, which is why she was sent to spend the night in the stable. The mistress said that she must follow the orders of her elders. Yeseol said goodbye to all the girls and wished them good night. Song Wumong told this girl that she should follow him. She froze in place and did not want to go because she understood that she would have to sleep in terrible conditions. But when Song Wumong brought her to the room where she was supposed to spend the night, she was shocked and did not expect that everything would turn out this way. Song Wumong said that suddenly one guest refused to spend the night and so he decided to offer her to spend the night in this room and he would not charge her extra money for this room. Yeseol said that this room is too big for her and she still needs to move the rest of the students. Song Wumong said that there is no need to wake up the other students because they are already resting. Song Woman told her that it was better to keep this secret a secret, otherwise the students would kill him if they found out that there was such a big room here. She looked at him in surprise and realized that he wanted to give her such a nice gift. Yeseol promised that she would not tell the other students anything and thanked this boy for allowing her to spend the night in such a room. Song Woman said that she should not worry about anything and rest peacefully that night. Song Woman left the room and closed the door behind him, leaving this girl alone in the room. She waited for the moment when he left her door to make sure that she was here. She was left absolutely alone. As soon as Yeseol realized that there was no one in this room except her and she was left here alone, she immediately began to run around the entire room and inspect it. She lay down on the bed and said that it was very cozy here and she really liked this room. Song Wumong at that moment stood near the door and tried not to move or make unnecessary sounds so that she would not understand that he was eavesdropping. He did this to make sure she liked the room. After that, he went outside and said that he needed to practice martial arts while there was still time. That night Imchu in company with a big man approached the hotel. This thug told Mr. Imchu that if he did not pay him the promised money for this service, he would regret that he was still alive. Imchu replied that there is no need to worry about this and if the thug does everything so that Umun will never be able to raise a hand against him again, then he will pay him 45 silver coins. Imchu said that he hopes that these little scoundrels will never be able to stand on their feet again. Song Woman went outside to go to training and suddenly heard some strange sounds near his house. The boy did not pay any attention to these sounds and walked further towards the forest. Song Wumong said that first he needs to practice with a wooden sword. But suddenly in the forest a crowd of pumped up men appeared in front of the boy and among them was Imchu who said that the boy would now pay for daring to cross the road to Imchu. Song Wumong said this to my idiot Imchu that he had already warned him not to go near the hotel. He asked who the idiot next to him was that he brought. Song Wumong said that he should watch his words and Debu Yacha will not feel sorry for him after such words. Dabu struck him with his baton and said that he just wanted to break his legs, but now he sees that this will not be enough. The boy managed to jump away from the blow and dodge. Imchu ordered not to spare this guy under any circumstances and to attack him with all his might. Dabu continued to strike hard and tried to beat and cripple this boy. Sun Wumong had never participated in such serious fights before, but nevertheless he was good at dodging blows. Dabu said that this guy was like a snake dodging every blow and he didn't understand how he did it. Sun Wumong made several quick movements with his legs and approached the enemy as close as possible. Song Wumong tried to use his internal energy in battle for the first time and although he tried all his skills and techniques that he had learned in practice, Dabu didn't understand what other tricks this boy had hidden. He shouted very loudly and ordered his assistants to attack this guy and for me to stand still. Suddenly 2 assistants began to surround the boy from different sides. Song Wumong thought that this was a great opportunity to practice swordsmanship and martial arts with these weak opponents. Song Wumong took a few quick steps and approached the opponents. After that, he jumped and twisted around his body several times, striking with a stick and kicking him. Song Wumong landed on his feet after a successful attack and stopped. He used a stick to hit his opponent in the stomach and caused him severe damage. Song Wumong used the whirlwind technique to otherwise spin around his body and throw mouse punches. After he hit the opponent with a stick, he finished them off with a kick and knocked them to the ground. Dabu swung his axe and wanted to cut the guy with one blow, but the boy managed to notice it in time. Song Wumong immediately counterattacked and knocked the axe out of the big man's hands. The axe fell to the ground and stuck in the ground with its blade pierced there. Song Wumong asked his opponent, is he still not going to give up? A question mark. He ordered him to take an axe in his hands and fight and this will be an excellent training for him. Dabu couldn't believe that this guy was mocking him and treating this battle as an ordinary training session. He was shocked that the boy was able to defeat his thug with a wooden sword. The thugs were beaten by this boy and felt very bad and they had bruises and abrasions all over their bodies and there was blood on their faces. Dabu said that this guy is not such a simple idiot as they thought and should not be taken lightly. Song Wumong introduced the sword and its neck. Debu immediately got scared and said that he had not underestimated this boy if he had a claim against Imchu, in which case he could do whatever he wanted with him. Dabu started running away with his thugs and said that they would never come near this boys again in their lives. Song Woman said that he felt very sad now because he had just started to taste and warm up. He looked at his sword and thought that the combination of fencing with the energy of his martial arts made him experience how something was being constructed inside his body. Imchu said that it doesn't matter to him how strong this guy is, because for him he still remains the same idiot. Song Woo-moon didn't expect that this vile person would even think of insulting him after all his guards ran away like cowards. Song Woo-moon grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and asked him, does he really want to die? He said that if you think about it, he is one of those people who only comes to his senses after a couple of blows, and he was too kind to someone who behaved disgustingly towards his father. Imchu said that he realized everything and he was actually wrong and began to ask for forgiveness. Song Woo-moon, I didn't want to hear any more apologies from this bastard, and so I punched him in the face with all my might. Song Woo-moon said that all this time he bullied people who were simply weaker, now it's time for him to pay for it. Imchu asked for forgiveness for the way he behaved before and said that he would improve. Song Woo-moon said that he no longer believed in his stupid apology and then began to punch him in the face. Song Woo-moon said that if this guy is going to break all his limbs because of something like this, then he is sure that Imchu has done more terrible things in the past. Imchu at that moment felt very strong pain because every blow that this guy dealt to him only became stronger. Song Woo-moon continued to beat him and screamed that he would make Imchu never do such terrible things again. Song Woo-moon said that he doesn't think that someone like him will regret what he did in the past, and if he doesn't want to get a few more punches in the face, then he better get out of here. Imchu got to his feet and began to slowly walk away. He slowly walked away into the distance and muttered something under his breath without apologizing to the boy. Song Woo-moon said that he couldn't verify that he had to deal with Imchu and then Debu and his henchmen, and too many events happened today. He looked at his hand and realized that even despite all these problems, it was quite interesting to practice sword techniques and martial arts. He returned home in the morning and immediately fell asleep. Song Woo-moon slept soundly in his bed and did not suspect that he would soon need to wake up. But suddenly he heard the loud nasty voice of the lady who was looking for the innkeeper throughout the hotel. He immediately jumped out of his bed and was afraid that something had happened to her. He opened the door to their room and asked what happened to them. The lady said that she wanted the innkeeper to bring her some water to drink. Song Woo-moon said that there was water under her bed. She replied that in that case she wanted to order tea and asked the innkeeper to bring a cup of tea. He said that he would bring her tea but only in the restaurant, which is located downstairs on the first floor. So she would have to go down. The mistress said that in that case she would go downstairs, but that was only because they were about to leave. Beautiful white clouds were flying in the sky and it was already 12 o'clock. The lady saw Yeseol on the first floor of the restaurant and asked her if she slept well in the stables. She wanted to know if it smelled like horse shit. Song Woo-moon said that their stable was very clean, so he must have slept well in this place. Song Woo-moon and Yeseol looked at each other and realized that they have one little secret that I definitely won't tell these nasty girls. After this morning tea, a little time came and it was time to leave the hotel. Song Woo-moon said exactly the forgiveness that he hopes that they will visit their hotel with a new one and wish them a safe journey. He looked at Yeseol and couldn't believe that she was already leaving and most likely they would never be able to meet again. Sun Daeun looked at his son and said that he fell in love with this girl. The father said that he noticed that the boy only treated her well. Song Woo-moon replied that this is not true at all. Song Woo-moon said that he doesn't know whether they are sisters or not, but they didn't treat this girl very well and he was kinder because he felt sorry for her. Sun Daeun asked his son, is this true? The boy replied that this is the real truth. He continued to stand and watch as she moved away from him. Song Woo-moon suddenly called out his brother Wu Gong's name. Sun Daeun didn't understand what was happening to the boy now and why he decided to remember him. He remembered this very day when his brother was taken away and after that he never saw him. Vukan said that he would return soon and promised her brother that they would see each other again in the future. Sun Dae-woong asked the machine to take care of itself and not be hurt. Vukan looked at his brother and father one last time before leaving. After that, he turned around and followed the soldiers. Song Woo-moon and Song Dae-young stood near the door of their house and watched the boy move away. This day was very difficult for Sun Um-moon and then it seemed to him that it was the end of the world and that his life was over. He asked his father his opinion about whether Wu Gong was living well in Hwangsan now. Sun Daeun didn't even know what to answer, so he just stood there silently and looked at him. Song Woo-moon came home and heard from his father that he wanted to send his noble house to Li Bai. Sun Daeun said that the noble house of Li Bai invited him to work for them and the conditions are really good and if his father is 10 years younger, he would agree without hesitation. Song Woo-moon said that he still doesn't understand why his father wants to send him there because he helped him well with other work at the hotel. His father told him that he knew about it, but the boy couldn't work here forever. Sun Dae-woong said that it hurts him to hear how visitors insult his son, and recently such a situation happened. Song Woo-moon replied to his father that this only happened because these visitors were cruel people. Sun Dae-woong took his son by the hands and said that he is no longer in control of this picture and has become very wiser lately. Song Dae-woong said that besides all this, the boy showed his mother that he grew up to be a good man and a worthy son. Song Woman thought about his father's words and realized that he really couldn't be a burden to his parents. Now that he has come to his senses, he needs to prove to his parents that he has become responsible before his mother gets even worse. Song Wumong told father that he understood everything and he would go to the noble house of Li Bai to work and become a son that his parents could be proud of. Sun Dayan looked at his boy and could hardly hold back his tears. He saw that this boy had grown from becoming a real man. The father hugged his son and squeezed him tightly. The boy said that you always cry because of such simple things. The next day, Song Wumong went to the noble house of the Li Bai family. The man who hired him asked the boy, does he really want to work as a porter in the Li Bai family? He said the boy looked too weak to lift heavy things. Song Wumong thought for a few seconds and realized that he needed to demonstrate his strength and lift something in order to show this gentleman what he was capable of. He took the chair on which this gentleman was sitting and lifted it up, after which he lifted the table that was in front of him and asked if this was enough to prove his strength. The gentleman replied that he understood everything and asked to be lowered down. Song Woman was very happy that he was hired and left the office singing songs and said that it was not difficult at all. He started work that same day, and when evening came, a man asked all the new recruits to gather next to him and told them that tomorrow they were leaving for Goryong Payon, and in this regard they must remember to transfer all their luggage. Song Wumong asked the pear tree who was next to him, "Are they leaving tomorrow?" He said that if he had been even a minute late, he would not have had time to submit the application. The loader replied that they don't have time to chat and they need to have time to move everything today. He was carrying a heavy box in his hands and saw that a lady passed by to his right along with some guy. Song Wumong looked at this lady and realized that this lady was the same girl who visited the hotel the other day but did not understand who was next to her. The loader said that this guy is a member of the Kunlun faction and he is accompanying the lady to the city of Ryanpyeong. Song Wumong remembered that Master Jin once told him that he also belonged to the Kunlun faction. The mover said that the most interesting thing is that the lady is afraid of something during the move because she hired a person from the Kunlun faction to accompany her and protect her. Song Wumong returned home and informed his parents that he was leaving for the city of Ryanpyeong because they were all sent there due to work. Mom was very worried about him and asked how dangerous this trip would be. She suggested that he start working in this place after this trip. The boy replied that there would be nothing dangerous there. They said that they would pay them much more if they accompanied them to the city. Mom said that she was still afraid and worried about him. Song Woman told her that she shouldn't worry about him and that once they are in this city, many factions will gather there, even the Hwasong faction. Song Woman said that he thinks he can meet Wu Gong with his brother. His mother was happy when she heard this and thought that this might actually be a good opportunity for him to see his brother. Mom asked her son to promise that he would not fight over every little thing like his father and brother. Sun Dayan replied to his wife that she was talking about events that happened a long time ago and now he no longer fights with anyone. Song Woman laughed and promised his mother that he would fulfill her request. He would not fight, so she need not worry and wait for his return. She looked at her son and calmed down. She felt much better after he promised not to fight. Song Woo Moon said that he already needs to go pack his things and because they are leaving soon. Yang Si-hyun's tent. From this tent I heard the voice of the lady who said that now that she is accompanied by people from the Kunlun clan, she feels more confident. The warrior replied that the most important thing for him was to accompany his mistress. These words embarrassed the girls and they said that he is quite modest, despite the fact that he is a member of the Kunlun sect. He thought that he was offered a substantial amount of money and such luxurious housing in exchange for the fact that he should accompany her, and he also gets pleasure from communicating with such beautiful women. While all the assets of the circle and his were only old people, he would need to remove stress in the morning before they leave. He looked at the girl who was standing next to him and thought that Yang Si-hyun was the most unusual girl he had ever seen. He looked at her and couldn't believe that what is a precious treasure, how can she hide in such a small village? He promised himself that he would make her his girlfriend within 4 days. Suddenly the maid said that some guy was working near the tent, but she couldn't remember him. The second maid said that this is their new porter. At that time, Sun Wumong was working without a t-shirt near the lake and filling water into barrels. The girls noticed his good physique and did not say that he looked very young. He was in good shape. The warrior could not believe that these girls fell in love with an ordinary porter, and he has no right to walk around the tent in this form even at such a late time. He turned his head to the side and turned his attention to Mrs. She looked at Song Woman. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Her brown eyes looked at his physique and froze in that gaze. He got angry and thought that even Mrs. Yang Si-hyun couldn't take her eyes off this boy, and she didn't even spare him a glance from her guard. But she looked at this boy in fascination. The maids began to giggle and discuss the fact that even the mistress could not take her eyes off this handsome guy. Young remembered this guy and thought that he was the son of the hotel owner, and all this time she thought that he had not studied martial arts, but he had the perfect body for learning martial arts. The warrior understood that this guy stole the attention of the girls who were meant for him, and he would not leave it just like that. Song Woman continued to walk towards the warehouse holding barrels of water in his hands. The warrior got angry and decided to bring out a sharp needle from his inner pocket and said that now he is using the attack of piercing and crippling nail. He threw a nail at this guy and said that he would be disabled for the rest of his life right in front of the women. Song Wumong continued to walk holding the barrels on his shoulder and did not suspect anything. Song Wumong felt a strange sensation as if danger was approaching him. He turned his head to the side and saw how the cat of his body and some kind of iron slide ricocheted. The warrior did not expect that this guy would be able to dodge such a blow, and he did absolutely nothing for this. The maid asked the warrior guard what happened. After all, he looks strange? He replied that everything is fine. He didn't understand how it was that these insignificant toys' resins could so easily repel this attack. Song Wumong stood near the tent and looked at this guy with a dissatisfied look. The warrior understood that most likely he had serious problems. After all, this guy was looking at him now and he was definitely a martial arts master. Song Woman looked at this security guard and thought that he was acting like a real idiot. Song Woman pretended as if he didn't understand who threw this game at him and said that some kind of devilish thing was going on. Whoever did this isn't funny. The warrior got scared and thought that this guy didn't know that it was he who threw the needles. Song Wumong continued to carry the barrel towards the warehouse and at the same time hummed a song and danced. Young looked at this boy and admired him, and the man at such a young age had already become a good person. The moon was shining very brightly in the sky. Song Wumong said that in this job, even small tasks exhaust him greatly and he can finally rest. Rest for him meant it was time to sharpen his sword skills. From the moment he created his first sword, he was especially attentive to regular fencing training, even if only for a short time, and he always trained with a wooden sword. Sword fencing and martial arts revived his mind and body muscles, which only became stronger over time. Sun Wumong was happy to train and practice new strikes. He made a strong blow with his sword from top to bottom, and after that he said that he finally felt that his body had relaxed after someone else's day. Suddenly he heard that during the day there was a man standing in front of him who claps his hands and said that these are excellent fencing skills. This is the first time he has seen such perfection. Song Wumong asked this guy who is he? The guy replied that he was surprised by this boy's fencing skills and wanted to know who his teacher was. Song Wumong replied that he does not have a teacher. The guy was happy and called Sun Umlin the Sharon Dragon of Murima with a strange twist of fate that he secretly endured to save the world from what will happen in the future. Song Wu Moon thought that technically if he called someone his teacher it would be Master Jin, but he can't do that since he gave me permission to call myself his student. The guy began to ask a lot of questions and ask what creature this mighty warrior is hunting. Song Wumong replied that he does not hunt down any creatures. The guy started laughing and said that he knew that this boy was not tracking down any creatures. This guy said that his new friend can't go anywhere now because Valya brought them together here in this place. If they go the same way then they could go together. Song Wumong understood that if he now starts responding to the new guy, then he will follow him in any case and we need to try to get rid of him. Song Wumong pushed himself from the ground and began to jump and run very quickly so that this guy could not catch up with him. He returned to the camp, to the place where the tents were located. But when he arrived at the camp, this guy appeared next to him again and began asking questions why he ran so fast. Song Wumong thought that he would never be able to get rid of this idiotic guy, and now he became a porter with him. The next day this guy went to the gentleman and said that you also want to be a porter just like this guy, and he was hired as a porter. The guy kept his new friend up all night and told him that he wanted to learn how to fight with a sword. Song Wumong said that he showed him absolutely all the techniques that I know and he has no other techniques. But this guy still didn't let him sleep. I wanted to talk all night about martial arts and techniques. Song Wumong thought that he was actually accosted by a very strange guy. When morning came, they set out on a hike and the movers carried heavy boxes with various things on their backs. Song Wumong cursed this guy all the way because of him he couldn't sleep even for an hour because this one was coming. He was saying something all the time. This guy said that he doesn't like being looked at like that because guys aren't his type. Song Wumong said that he doesn't even know his name. The guy asked why he needed to know his name. He said that he could simply be called a nameless traveler. Song Wumong said that from now on he will continue to call him a nameless traveler. The guy didn't like it. He said that you need to ask his name again and then he will say. Song Woman said that from now on he is just Mr. Nameless Traveler and he doesn't want to hear anything more from him. The guy suddenly felt something very strange and froze for a moment. He turned his head to the side and said that it was much closer than he thought. Their boss ordered everyone to stop and said that they would now break for lunch. The Nameless Traveler grabbed his friend's hand and said that he was very glad that it was lunchtime and he had something to show his friend. He said he was going to give him a great gift that might really surprise him. Song Wumong ran up with his new friend and asked how far they were going to go up. He said they'd be in big trouble if they came back too late. The guy said that there is nothing dangerous here and I laugh, it will be good. He just needs to follow him. Song Wumong was dissatisfied that again this idiot was getting involved in some kind of adventure. He looked at this guy and realized that he was an unusual person, because ordinary people would hardly be able to climb such a mountain at such a fast speed and not get tired. The guy said that they were already there, All she had to do was land and now he would show what he wanted. When they didn't land, they saw that a large massive animal was lying in front of them. Song Wumeng said that he could not believe that this is a real tiger now lying in front of them. The guy replied that in these games they call it the silver-voiced celestial tiger, or he has another name Yonmu Beho, and this is one of the most precious animals and he is born with the divine light of a star. The guy said that although they are close to the celestial beast, but in fact this is not so because they do not have the divine crystal in their body. It seems she died not long ago. The tigress was lying on a stone with her eyes closed and she looked very bad. Song Woman said that her fur and wool are stronger than steel and iron and her teeth can break a diamond, and he cannot believe that he is looking at a beast that he knew about only from legends. At that moment, a small tiger cub suddenly attacked them. The guy threw this little tiger aside. Song Wumeng said that this is too cruel for such a small creature. The tiger made a jump and after he fell and approached the body of his dead mother, he growled loudly and did not allow them to come close to her dead body. The guy started laughing and said that this beast is an amazing creature and he is trying to protect his mother's body from strangers. Amun said that no matter how mystical the beast he is, it will be difficult for him to survive alone. He turned his head to his friend and asked him if he was so sorry, why didn't he take him with him? He said that if they leave him here the tiger cub will die. Song Wumeng, at that moment I felt that they would be very ashamed if he did not take this tiger cub with him, but he was not ready to take on such responsibility. Song Wumeng said that he is not going to take this into the tiger cub and he did not come here of his own free will, so his friend must take care of this animal himself. The guy replied that he was sure that he could end up in prison at any moment, so he couldn't take on such responsibility. Song Woman thought that this guy was starting to infuriate him even more because he constantly pretends that he is very cool. The guy started laughing and said that he shouldn't be so serious and offered to just take care of this tiger cub. At this moment, he used his internal energy and his hand began to glow with a bright light. Song Wumeng said that he just heard some very strange sound and asked his friend if he heard anything strange. The guy said he didn't hear anything. And in my head I thought that his partner had very good hearing. At that moment, a large stone broke off from the rock and began to fall on the little tiger cub and his dead mother. The tiger cub began to growl very loudly and still did not want to let anyone near his mother. Song Woman understood that he couldn't just leave it like that and he had to save the tiger cub. The little tiger closed his eyes and hid. He understood that he would be crushed by a stone and therefore did not want to see it. But when the tiger opened his eyes, he saw that this guy had saved him and was holding a large stone with his own hand so that he would not be crushed. Song Woman told Beho that his mother is dead and she will never come back, so he should leave her. Tears appeared in the eyes of the little tiger and he did not understand human language. But the intonation of this man was kind. He realized that he did not wish him harm. The guy said that his friend is incredibly strong and he can't believe that he was able to throw such a huge balloon aside alone. He said that the females of these tigers die after giving birth to the third cub, which means that this cub was the third. And the third cub is considered the strongest. Song Wumeng looked at this little animal and felt a pity to leave him here alone. The guy said that since his mother died as soon as she gave birth, this animal has a rather low chance of surviving if he had not helped him. This animal would most likely already be dead. Song Woman and Tiger looked at each other and they had to make serious decisions at that moment. Song Wumeng said that he had the impression that the nameless traveler had planned all this. The guy didn't answer that he had nothing to do with it. The nameless traveler said that he did all this only for his friend and he definitely would not show such a rare animal to an ordinary person. The traveler said that the guy doesn't even realize how great power he has and he did this to help him and so that he would understand his power. He looked at this little tiger and thought that, unfortunately, he was not in a position to raise it alone. He needed to focus on being a good son to his parents and he couldn't let anything distract him from that. The little tiger continued to cry and watched as the last person walked into the distance and left him. Song Wumeng continued to leave and did not turn back because he did not want to offend how this little animal was suffering. The tiger looked at his mother and realized that she could not be returned. Her eyes were closed and she had been unconscious for several days. He continued to look at her and cry and tears flowed down the face of this animal. He replayed in his head the moment how this stranger saved him from the fall of a large stone and said that his mother was already dead. She could not be brought back, but at least he could be saved and he should survive. The tiger continued to cry and look at his dead mother. He walked up to her body and leaned his face against her nose. After that, he turned sharply and looked at the person who was moving away from him. The tiger decided that he should catch up with this man and follow him because it would be safer with him. The sky that day was clear and there were very few clouds for me. Some strange sounds were heard near the body of this tiger. The sounds were similar to the voice of a man who was thinking about something. The guy looked at the tigress and said that he gave her child to a reliable person so she can rest in peace. After this he said goodbye to the tigress and left. They carried the goods and went to the camp to rest. The guy said that he sees that his friend has decided to leave this tiger to its fate. Song Wumeng said that this guy annoys him and his stupid questions bore him and no matter how he gets past it, you little tiger constantly chases him and now he doesn't know what to do with him. The traveler began to laugh when he heard this whole situation. Song Wumong said that this tiger was bothering him and he didn't know how to get rid of it, and he even thought about hitting it. The traveler said that if the boy still decided to keep this tiger for himself, then he needs to tell something about these amazing creatures. And first of all, Yeonmu Beho never attacks people without a reason, and as he said earlier, it is because they have divine light. The traveler said that he wanted a wild animal. Its peculiarity is that it is omnivorous, so you can feed it any food, and this is a huge plus. Song Wumong said that first he needs to go get some rice and he needs to get something to eat from the brat. He thinks that his friend should know where to get some food for him. The traveler said that he will bring food now. Song Wumong looked at his tame tiger and said 100 times, the circumstances have already turned out this way. He invites him to be friends. The traveler approached a place where workers were putting various products into barrels and boxes. He approached the guys and said that he was late for lunch and wanted to ask for a portion of rice. The workers told him that they had not only finished distributing food and that they were leaving soon. The guy approached the bowl of food and said that he saw that there was quite a lot of rice left in it and asked to give this rice to him. The worker said that this worthless guy has absolutely no conscience and he is so unceremoniously easier to get food. Suddenly the worker saw Lord Yumun. I will explain to him that this guy appeared after lunch was over and started asking for food. The Lord looked at this guy and realized that this is the same man who constantly walks next to the box carrier. He thought that if these idiots walk everywhere together like this, it means that the porter repelled his attack purely by accident. The Lord kicked the bucket of rice and said that if this guy wanted to eat, he could pick up this food from the ground. The guy replied that you can't just transfer precious rice. The Lord did not answer this guy, but nevertheless began to laugh because he saw his worthlessness. Song Wumong smiled and began to giggle very quietly, even though this situation should have upset him. Suddenly he started laughing very loudly. The worker thought that this guy was completely crazy because he dared to laugh in the presence of the Lord. He laughed very loudly and could not stop. He looked into the face of Mr. This is my worker and laughed louder and louder with every second. The worker began to go crazy because of this loud laughter. He covered his ears with his hands and blood began to flow out of his nose because of such loud laughter. The Lord was also not ready to hear such a loud laughter and blood began to flow out of his ears, nose and mouth, and at night he coughed up a lot of blood from his mouth. The Lord ordered this guy to immediately stop laughing because he would kill them with his laughter. The guy did not listen to the words of this Lord and continued to laugh. He wanted to take revenge on him for such a cruel act and for the risk that he overturned. The Lord at that moment tried to cover his nose and mouth with his hand, but nevertheless he still could not get rid of this loud laugh. The guy said that the last time he was treated like this was 100 years ago and it was a lot of fun and he completely forgot about these feelings. He bent down and took a bundle of rice from the ground. He said he would take this rice as compensation for mistreating his employees. The Lord was sitting on the ground at that moment and his pants were wet. He peed himself because he was scared of such a loud sound. He held his mouth and ears with his hand and understood that this was real horror and the person who did this had incredible strength. He looked at this guy and thought that he had never imagined a martial artist who at the moment could be more than 100 years old. He looked at this guy more carefully and thought that he could be one of the great deities. But it didn't look real. I can't believe it. The traveler went up to his friend and said that it was not his fault that these guys were now sitting on the ground because they asked for it. The guy said that now he understands that they no longer need to try to get closer and they have almost reached the appointed city and now he is forced to leave his friend. He asked the boy to follow him because he had a lot to show him. Song Wumong didn't understand who this person was and where he even came from, but his ability that he just showed was incredibly strong. Song Wumong said that he was not afraid of this guy's ability, but to be honest, he realized that he was an unusual person even when they climbed the mountain. The unknown traveler said that, as expected, the guy is incredibly smart and people his age are rarely smart. He asked what is his friend's purpose? He wanted to know what he dreams about? Song Wumong said that his goal is to earn a lot of money so that he can take care of his parents and especially his mother because she is sick and he wants to help her. He said that he understood this goal and his mother was most likely in great pain. He started laughing and said that most likely this is not his goal and he wants to find out what this boy really wants. He had interesting dreams of this boy in the future. For the first time in his entire life, Song Wumong thought about what he would like to become in the future. The guy said that when he looks at this boy, he sees that he has no plans for the future and is just going with the flow. Song Wumong at that moment I thought that this strange guy is right and he has never in his life thought about what he wants to become and he has not even decided on his goal in life. He realized that in a sense he still could not get out of the illusion of that very picture. The guy asked his friend if he wanted to be like him. Song Wumong was not ready to hear such a proposal, and for him it was unexpected. The guy pointed a finger at himself and said that they are the only person in Murim who lives without thinking about anything and remains aimlessly like a cloud. He said that he could say that because of his age. Song Wumong looked at this guy. I didn't think that he was actually very strange, but there was truth in his words. The stranger gave him a book and asked him to take it. He said that it was nothing special. Song Woman read the title of this book and realized that martial arts techniques were written there. He asked this guy, is he really ready to give him something like that? The stranger once again repeated to him that he lives as he likes and does what he wants, and at first he was fascinated by the inner energy of his friend, and then he became interested in him as a person. This is the reason why he obliged to follow him, but gradually he began to join him, get attached. He pointed at him with his index finger and said that this book does not contain information about any mysterious martial arts techniques. However, it explains the basic principles of martial arts, and therefore it makes sense to study it, and it will definitely be useful to him if he reads it. Song Woman thanked his friend for sharing such a valuable book with him. Song Woman said that this stranger knows how to concentrate his profound energy in his hand so that he can strengthen the sword and make it glow. Not to get acquainted, he replied that, as he understood, the boy wants to learn how to materialize his internal energy. The stranger picked up a stick and said that it would be easier for him to show than to explain, and the boy needs to follow this and try to strengthen control over his energy, and he does not like to repeat himself, so he will show him only once and the boy must watch and remember. He set fire to a stick in his hands and said that the simplest thing is to concentrate your energy on an object. And as soon as the amount of energy in a certain area reaches its limit, it is reflected outside and takes shape. But however, this is like pouring water into a leaky ladle, and using this method quite difficult to use and exhibit any real power. He smiled, closed his eyes and said what the boy would have to do so that his internal energy would not be wasted, and for this, careful control is needed. The stick began to emit a huge amount of energy. The teacher said that when his control improves through practice, the amount of time during which he can infuse and maintain this energy in an object will increase. He raised this stick up, and thanks to the energy it turned into a real sword. The teacher said that when this all happens, he will be able to form the sword and improve his fighting skills. Song Woman couldn't believe his eyes. The energy that had been scattered was now concentrated at one point to create this sword. Song Woman thought that he also wanted to try something similar. The teacher said that one important thing to remember here is that his energy can dissipate, and while he tries to compress it so that it takes the form of his sword, it can destroy it, and therefore he should take care of it. He raised the stick up and said that in other words the boy should protect his sword while he tries to recreate its shape with the help of his energy, and if the sword itself is quite strong and well forged, then he will not have to worry too much about protecting it. Song Wumeng listened to all the instructions of his teacher and said that everything finally became clear to him. The teacher raised the stick up and the magical energy around it began to disappear. The teacher said that if the boy understood everything, then he could already leave. The boy asked him to stay and tell him his name before he left. He stopped and stood silently for several seconds and did not move. He turned his head and smiled and said that his name was Baek Sangun, and told the boy that they would see each other more than once. Song Woman at that moment thought that he had heard something, and he could not believe that this person was actually Baek Sangun. Sangun made a jump and in flight said that in Murim it is forbidden to show anyone his mugong as well as his internal energy. If he asks someone else next time, he will most likely be refused. This news shocked the boy so much that he fell to his knees. He raised his head up and watched the man disappear. He understood that he had just seen a living legend. On that day, Song Wu Moon learned that he was communicating with one of the greatest warriors in the world. Baek Sangun was one of the warriors at the very top of Murim, and he is also one of the warriors who caused so many people to go to Goryong Pyong. Song Wumeng sat on his knees and thought that although he did not see the face of this warrior, it was part of him to receive help from Gwai Chang Kyung Hoon himself, one of the strongest warriors, and now Baek Sangun helped him. He said he would like to see them both in Goryong Pyong. The next morning they took the boxes and chests again and went into the city. Whenever Song Wu Moon had some free time, he secretly looked through a martial arts manual, and after reading about the Nagun of internal energy and the arteries through which internal energy flowed, he was able to pronounce their names as well as the names of other people. Song Woman continued to read even in those moments when he had rest breaks, and what he learned thanks to that picture fit harmoniously into the frame of this book. Suddenly a warrior approached him and said that Mrs. Yang Si-hyun was looking for him. Song Woman did not understand why the lady was looking for him. She promised this man that he would try to come to her as quickly as possible. The warrior told the lady that the boy he was looking for had arrived. Song Wumeng asked the lady if he could find out why she called him here. She replied that the driver of the carriage was ill and was no longer able to drive the horses. Yan asked the boy to replace the carriage driver and drive the carriage further. He couldn't believe that he had the great honor of driving a carriage for Mrs. Young. Song Wumeng sat on the cart and took the weather in his hand to control the horse. Song Wumeng thought that it seemed to him that the lady only allowed him to work as a rider to ask about his relationship with Jiang Huat. But then he realized that this was impossible because he himself had recently found out about this man's personal information only because he himself told him. Yun asked her new coachman what his name is. He called his name Song Amun. She asked him what his name meant. He replied that his name meant asking stupid questions. This name was given to him by one of the scientists who stayed at their hotel. Yun asked the boy why the scientists gave him that name. Amun replied that most likely the scientist wanted to say that the boy was stupid and that only with great effort and endless attempts can one achieve wisdom. The lady replied that you must ask a lot of stupid questions to achieve enlightenment. She closed her eyes and said that this does not mean that all stupid questions lead to enlightenment. She said that sometimes there are just stupid questions. Song Wumong replied that this is exactly how it is and he needs to work hard to achieve enlightenment. She looked at him with her brown eyes and thought. Yun suddenly said that she knows that the boy lived for a long time being a fool, but now when she looks at him it seems to her that, thanks to his stupidity he has only become wiser. Song Wumong responded to the lady with words of gratitude and he was very pleased that she thought so well of him. He really enjoyed talking with this lady and he decided to ask her if she had any dream. She looked at him in surprise and thought about this question because it was actually very unexpected for her. She sat silently for several minutes and thought about this question before giving him an answer. Yun replied that she wants to decide for herself how to act and live further and she wants to become the master of her life. Amun said that this is a very noble dream and every person wants to become the master of his life. She smiled, lowered her eyes and said that her dream looks very absurd. And if you return to reality and think about something that she would like right now, she has a few more thoughts about this. Yun said that she wants her father who is in a coma to wake up and for her family, which is losing its position, to regain its former greatness and maybe she should better say that she wishes a successful trip to Seoul. Amun suddenly remembered that he had recently heard a rumor that her father suddenly fell ill and fell into a coma. Amun smiled and said in an awkward voice that their dreams are similar and his mother is also very sick. Now his goal is to make her feel better. Mrs. Yun smiled and said that not now, it's like 2 peas in 1 pod. Amun said that this is a very suitable comparison for this situation. She really liked communicating with this boy and she saw in him a kindred spirit with whom she could talk about anything. Suddenly their carriage ran its wheel onto a stone. When the carriage jumped up, a small tiger cub appeared from his inner pocket and this really scared the lady. But when she took a closer look, she realized that these were small games and asked to take him in her arms. Song Wumong smiled and said he didn't mind. Hyung asked the guy where he got Yongmu Beho from. He replied that he picked it up when he was walking in the mountains a few days ago and then he lost his mother and was completely alone. Yun said that this baby is very hungry and needs to give him something to eat. The guy replied that he can eat anything. Suddenly the curator of the trip shouted very loudly because they had arrived at the place and would now be entering the city. Song Wumong was happy because they had finally arrived and he would be able to rest properly. They drove into this city and saw a huge central square along which there were various establishments and shops. Song Wumong rode a carriage along this city and said that this city is huge and just a few minutes ago they were surrounded by vast plains and it was not here among a huge crowd of people. Mrs. Yun petted the tiger and said that this is all because Chung Huan and Guang Chan are very famous and influential personalities and countless people gathered here just to watch the fight between 2 great martial artists. She looked at the boy and said that this was a rare opportunity to see a fight of such magnitude and it was only natural that influential people would gather to watch 2 great martial artists fight. He thought that the nameless traveler is truly an unusual person, but he doesn't know who he should root for anymore. Although he has not met Guai Chan, he owes his life to him. The tiger returned back to its owner. Young said that they will stay in this city for 2 days and he can spend his free time as he pleases. The tiger hid back in his shirt and made it clear that he was not going to get out of here anytime soon. Yun said that this little tiger has become very attached to him lately. She asked what his name was. He turned his head back and said that he had not yet decided on his name. The lady suggested calling this little tiger Beck. Song Wumong was surprised and asked the lady if she would even suggest such a name just because he has white fur. And she replied that that's why she wants to call him that. He jumped down with a cigarette and said that in that case it would be better to call him Yun because he knows that when these tigers grow up their fur turns gray. Yun said that she didn't know about this fact, but if this tiger lives most of its life with gray fur, then such a name would suit him better. Song Woman said that Yun is a name that suits his pet and he likes this name. And now it was time for him to leave and he said goodbye to the lady and said that they would see each other later. She smiled and looked at this boy. She said goodbye to him and said that she would look forward to meeting him. Sun Wumong found himself along the square and tried to figure out where he needed to go now. Joe asked the lady why she was so interested in the hotel owner's son. She replied that it was a normal conversation with a guy with sparkling eyes and she just wanted to calm down. What did you say that? Thanks to this guy she now feels much calmer and she is grateful to him for that. Yun thought that she should not let them ignore her just because she is a woman and she should be more confident in herself and no matter what she will try to make a deal with which her family will return to greatness. Song Wumong continued to walk along the square and was delighted when he saw the various shows and performances that took place in this square. Suddenly the courtesans grabbed him from both sides and began to lure him into their lair of love. He stopped for a moment and saw a man in front of him who interested him. It was one of the warriors and he had a familiar bandage on his head. Song Woman immediately realized that this was his brother Wu Gong and he began shouting his name very loudly. But his brother did not pay attention to him at that moment and turned his head away. Song Wumeng thought that he simply didn't recognize him and that's why he reacted like that. Vukan heard the conversations of his comrades who said that not a single worthy warrior would make a mistake next to courtesans in such a place and they were ashamed and disgusted to look at him. Suddenly a man walked past them. This man was wearing a black robe. The warrior said that this is Guai Chan. If you accidentally insult him, no one knows what could happen to them after that. Guai continued to walk across the square in a black robe and people reacted to him with fear. He looked at this guy and thought that this is exactly the feeling a person experiences when he is next to such a great warrior and he really corresponds to how he imagined him. Guai approached the guy who was standing in the company of 2 courtesans. The girls said they would leave immediately. He didn't understand why such a great man stopped near his brother. Song Wumeng looked at this gentleman and asked him who he was. The brother thought that he was going to punish him for making a mistake with the courtesans being a warrior and thus he wants to set an example for others on how not to do things and attract attention to himself. He thought that a lot of people died by his own hand. The name Guai Chan means death and he killed the warriors like insects because they were mistaken in the red light district. He took the sword with his hand and thought that he might have to draw it at any moment. He thought that he would need to save his brother, despite the fact that he found himself in such a situation. Song Wumeng did not understand what was happening and he simply found himself hostage to circumstances. The gentleman looked at him very highly and tried to understand what the problem was with this guy. Guai Chan realized with a slow movement of his hand up. The brother thought that if he intervened, in this case he would definitely die no matter what. Guai Chan put his hand on Song Wumeng's shoulder and said that he saw that the guy was alive and well and he was curious to see who he would become in the future. Amun did not understand what was happening and what this man was talking about. He asked him what he was talking about. The brother held the sword in his hand and thought that now it would be necessary to intervene in this conflict. Song Wumeng decided to ask this man if he was the same Guai Chang Kyung Hoon. Guai answered the boy that there are too many eyes here so they should end their dialogue at this point. Song Wumeng said that he really wanted to thank him for saving his life once. Guai Chan replied that he had not done anything special and then said that it was time for him to leave. People in the city immediately began to discuss this event and they did not understand why such a great man knew this unknown boy. The brother did not understand what was happening here and why this gentleman was communicating so kindly with his brother. He couldn't believe that he had just been worried for no reason. He still didn't understand what his brother would have forgotten here and wanted to find out. He looked at his brother and saw that he was very angry at that moment. He didn't like that his brother was looking at him with such a dissatisfied look, and not only was he torturing his mom and dad all the time, but he also decided to make a mistake in such a place. Song Wumeng was also angry at his brother's behavior and thought that he would have to be a complete fool to pretend that he did not recognize his brother. Song Wumeng and his brother Wu Gong turned in different directions and began to leave without greeting each other. There were a lot of tents in the city and workers lived in these tents. They came to the city along with their masters as servants. Song Wumeng sat on a bench in his tent and said that his brother is a real idiot and he still got there because he wanted to see his brother and was it really so difficult for him to greet him? Song Wumeng got angry and said that he was definitely a weak and stupid child before, but now everything has changed. He lowered his eyes down and thought that it would be nice for him to calm down now. He leapt on the bed began to shout loudly that it was mean on his part they did not meet after so many years to simply greet each other and he thought that his brother would be glad to see him. He decided that the best thing for him would be to just lie down and sleep. But it didn't work out with me because now was not the time to sleep and he had to become a brother for whom Vukan would be proud and would not be ashamed of him. He put his hand on the martial arts book. After this, he sat in the lotus position and began to meditate and tried to drive away the bad thoughts of his mind. He tried to concentrate only on the good during meditation and today he met a man who saved his life and he is also quite famous in this city and moreover, he knows who Song Wumeng is. Song Wumeng said that he has to become a better person and he is no longer the same person he used to be. Song Wumeng opened a martial arts book and said that the only thing he knows now is one martial arts method, one sword fighting style and a basic moving technique, but it would be good if he learned Jangbab or Shinbab. Song Wumeng remembered his training moments and said that if he uses the art of heaven and earth swordsmanship to create a new movement and it can create a strong wind breakthrough, it goes well with Jangbab which uses the palm. He came up with the idea that she lives by the storm wind of the palm tree. This name seemed to him the coolest for such a technique. Then he should use the pouring rain with the flying method and then he can do the flying method movement in the pouring rain. Song Wumeng used Jangbab from a martial arts manual and created a palm tree storm wind and all these years he spent with the painting influenced his understanding of martial arts. Despite the fact that he spent the whole night repeating and memorizing the movements in his head, he managed to master them fully and soon dawn came and a new day began. It was the day of the long-awaited battle between Chen Huan and Guai Chan. The musicians beat the drum to announce the start of the competition. Spectators, warriors and tournament participants preparing for the competition. Song Wumeng stood in the crowd and watched this performance and could not believe that this day had finally come. He looked at the other stand and saw a familiar face there. Opposite him was the clan in which his brother studied. Vukan stood up to the opposite demands and saw his brother. He couldn't even believe that this guy came to this event. Every time they saw each other, they began to hate and anger towards each other. The security guard informed Ms. Young that they had not been able to make a single profitable deal all day. Yun lowered her head down and said that no matter how sad it may sound, she even spoke to the one who ranks 15th place and even he refused the deal with her. She was very upset about all these events and thought that if at least someone agreed to cooperate with her, she was sure that she could work better than anyone. Guai Chan came to the podium and waved his cloak so that all the spectators saw it. He stuck his spear into the ground and the leader said that they had just witnessed a precious title made from centuries-old tusser. Guai Chan stood next to me with a hood on his head and for many people it turned out to be a real mystery. Song Wumeng noticed that this Guai Chan is very calm and decisive, and even though he is completely calm, he can still feel the strength and energy emanating from him. A full hour has passed since he stepped onto the podium. Chung Huan appeared on the podium in front of his opponent and said that he had not seen this little rascal for a long time. People couldn't believe that Chung Huan made his opponent wait on the podium for an hour. They were shocked to see this gentleman in such good shape, despite the fact that he was already 100 years old. Song Wumeng saw a nameless traveler on the podium and thought that despite the fact that he is now in a rather difficult situation, he still continues to behave in the same impudent manner. Jiang Huan turned his head back and saw that his younger brothers had come to watch and this is a rare opportunity for him to see real martial arts so he should watch carefully. Chung Huan, using telepathy, told him that he should pay attention to the distance and breathing that will happen during the battle. The boy did not understand how he heard his voice in his head. Chung Huan continued using telepathy to say that he will try to close the distance while his opponent will try to win by beating his breath and maintaining an optimal distance. If the boy watches carefully, their fight will be very instructive for him. Song Wumeng said that now everything became clear to him. He thanked the teacher for such instructions. Chung Huan said that if everyone is ready then they can start because he is already tired of waiting. Guai Chan looked at his opponent and realized that now there would be a serious battle. Guai Chan looked at his opponent and told him that he was no longer a beginner, he had achieved everything that his opponent asked of him. He said that the video is the top and his words are no less than those of Chenmu Paul Wang. Chung Huan looked at him and thought that this guy had become very cocky, unlike the last time they met. He said that his naivety and stupidity had disappeared. He was a restless hedgehog ready to change. That day he replied that he could no longer fight and he was very tired. Chung Huan answered him that if he wants to fight again, then he will need to reach the absolute top and come back as famous as he is at the moment, and only then will they see with me if he continues this bad, then he will begin to pass on him. Guai Chan was lying on the ground, blood dripping from his open wounds. He ordered his opponent to stop. Chung Huan smiled and said that now he wants to see what his enemy has learned after 30 years. He said that the guy has become a worthy person compared to what he was before. Guai Chan has already answered that in fact a whole 30 years have passed and 20 years have passed since he had to leave because of what happened between them. Yung Huan said that he does not allow him to talk about the incident that happened. Guai Chan took off his cape and had a child hanging on his shoulder. He said that if his opponent did not want to remember this then it would be better for them to shut up altogether. The boy caught the cape which was given to him by the owner and then ran away from the podium. People are either shocked that he had a child under his coat all this time. The boy came down from the podium. He stopped on the ground and swung his stick and then hit it on the ground. The black cloak waved the air or floated in the wind. After this, the cloak remained on a stick and the boy held it while standing near the podium. Song Woman didn't understand whose child this was and where did he even come from here? Guai Chan answered his opponent that this child was his son and he forbade even touching him with a finger. Song Wumeng and all the other people in the crowd were shocked that this great warrior was a child all this time. Chen Huan with the help of telepathy Sun Amun that you need to be careful with this child and no one dares to touch this child with a finger. Chung Huan smiled and asked his opponent when did he manage to make such a child? He said that he thought that they were telling the truth about the fact that an honest face can hide a vile heart. Guai Chan got angry and told his opponent that he was tired of talking. His opponent agreed and suggested leaving this chatter for later and now it was better to fight. Guai Chan decided that he did not want to wait for the enemy to start an attack and decided that he would attack first, so he stood jumping and swung his spear. Sun Amun that he understood that from that moment the fight began and now he was carefully watching every movement of the fighters. Guai Chan threw a spear at his opponent trying to destroy him. Chen Huan predicted this attack in advance and was ready for it, so he managed to jump to the side in time. He asked his enemy if he was too overzealous for the first blow. Guai Chan landed on the ground and took the spear that was sticking out in the ground. He began to inflict very fast attacks on his opponent, trying to pierce him with his spear. Chen Huan saw this huge amount of attack and thought that his opponent had learned something during the time they had not seen each other and at that moment he began to accumulate a large amount of energy in his hand. He decided to use an energy palm strike and realized that he needed to fight his opponent like an experienced warrior. He flew in the air and created a giant green energy palm around himself. People said that no one is capable of surviving such a powerful blow. If he manages to touch it with his palm, then he will be finished. Even the soldiers who were here to keep order were in a state of shock when they saw such a large amount of energy. They fought each other in the air, and Guai Chan was able to destroy the energy palm with his spear, cutting it in half. The soldiers who stood below saw that sparks and coals from their energy were scattered everywhere and caused damage to ordinary people. People were scared and ran in different directions so that they would not be destroyed by these sparks. The old man who was at the top suddenly shouted that everyone should run, and when the real battle begins, it is very dangerous to be here. Song Wumong was surprised at this moment because he realized that these wars are still holding back and not showing all their power, which means that their energy is so strong that it makes everyone nearby tremble. Guai Chan waved his spear and said that he was going to the bank today and would do everything possible to win. Chen Huan smiled and said that all this time he was just playing with his opponent, but now he will fight him seriously, and after that he began to accumulate a large amount of energy in his hand. They hit each other with energy blast attacks with all their might, and lightning began to fly in different directions. The lightning was very strong and hit people who at that moment were below and standing in the crowd. Song Wumong used his internal energy to protect his eyes and try to see their movements from afar. The energy of these two great warriors was different from that of the boy. He understood that their military equipment and strength were very different from everything he had taught before and from the strength that the picture gave him. Sun Wumong noticed that he is now holding his breath, reducing his gap, and he is again approaching the enemy. He noticed every movement that these warriors made and tried to closely follow it. When he realized how his teacher makes such powerful attacks and dodges blows with breath control, he realized that this is amazing and he does not want to miss a single second of this battle. Song Wumong observed this explosive confrontation, and these were the things that Repair was able to learn by simply watching their battle, and in this way he could expand the boundaries of his consciousness. A man in a robe suddenly appeared in the crowd and began pushing people in different directions and asking them to answer. Suddenly the faucet felt that a man appeared behind him and pushed him. He turned to this man in a robe and told him to leave immediately because he should not be here. This man in a robe looked at him and gave him an evil look. He said that it was better not to provoke him because he could kill. There would be a big scary sword scar on his face. The big guy said that he couldn't believe his eyes, and now the real Udok Moran was standing in front of him. Udok smiled and said that he would not repeat it a second time, and if he were this guy, it would be better for him to move away so that he would survive. People heard that a man named Udok Moran was now at the top, and at that moment they became incredibly scared. People began to run away in fear in different directions and shouted that they did not understand who let this sinner in here and it was better not to mess with him. Song Wumong saw a frightened crowd of people who were now running away in different directions and decided to look at this man himself. He didn't understand why the hell this sinner appeared here at this very moment. People were running and started running away and screaming that their bodies stopped moving and they couldn't control their legs and arms and started asking for help. Suddenly, a large amount of black energy appeared and spread very quickly. Udok said that he lived his life trying not to create problems, but now he understands that because of garbage like all these people, he has no choice. Born in Prove and exiled for his crimes, he seduced the daughter of the Sakyadong family and almost their poisonous art, and he created the ultimate weapon called Man. Udok Moran was such a terrible person. People shouted in frightened voices that they were in great pain and it was I who was destroying them. Udok began to laugh when he heard their screams and said that watching the battle of the great warriors, he thought that it would awaken something inside him, but he believes that this path is not for him. People felt incredibly severe pain and their bodies decomposed. They died alive when black energy entered their body. Udok laughed like crazy psychopaths said that the situation had already turned out earlier. Thus, he wants to see how far his powers will spread and whether they will be able to comprehend these two great warriors. Song Wumong understood that this guy was now killing innocent people and he needed to be stopped immediately, but he didn't know how to do it. People ran away and shouted that they couldn't stand still because this curse was spreading quickly and soon it would destroy everyone who was here. Song Wumong understood that people were now in danger. He wanted to find an option that would help save absolutely everyone. He remembered the spell his teacher used and remembered the spell he came up with tonight called Palm Tree Wind. He began to turn his hands around his body and create wind from the picture, and he wanted to collect the evening in the valley of the picture. He said that in this case, he would use the palm tree storm wind to blow away the rapidly spreading poisonous curses and then direct this wind towards Udok. People understood where such a strong wind came from here. Streams of wind began to envelop the poisonous black energy. The wind pushed back this black energy and did not allow it to catch up with people. Udok did not understand why his dark energy came back and could not move forward. Song Wumong tried to use the wind to direct the curse of this scoundrel to one place. Udok said that this is impossible and he cannot believe that someone is able to direct the wind to one place. He said that he needed an antidote because the black energy and the wind began to cause a lot of damage to him and blood began to flow from his eyes and nose. Song Wumong continued to use large amounts of wind energy to inflict maximum damage on this opponent. Udok could not resist such strong energy and his skin began to fly off his face. At one point, The wind became so strong that it completely destroyed Udok and left only scraps of clothes from him. Song Woman finished his spell, and after that the wind, and now he took a fighting stance. People understood what happened, and the strong wind that this guy directed was able to destroy the sinner Udok. Song Woman couldn't believe that he had just done this and defeated this bastard with his own efforts. Some guy from behind the crowd shouted that it was divine justice that gave them this wind and God saved them from this killer, and this time they were just lucky. Song Wumong scratched his head with his hand and said that it was better to remain ignorant and not tell everyone that he did it. The boy was finally able to catch his breath and calm down after this horror that happened here. He could not understand that he was still alive. Some time ago, when Guai and Yun were fighting in the air, they saw dark energy appear in front of them. Guai continued to attack his opponent and did not pay attention to the fact that black lines were appearing on the battlefield. Yun also did not pay attention to the black flying tentacles and continued to fight with his opponent. He was busy with the battle and was not distracted from it. Suddenly Guai noticed something suspicious and heard loud screams of frightened people. He turned his head to the side and asked his opponent to wait for a while. Guai said that there is some kind of battle going on below and the pool is now in danger. But by the time he gets there it will be too late. Chen didn't understand why his opponent was now so distracted from the battle. Chen suddenly realized that his enemy had decided not to fight at all. They stopped their battle and went down to check what happened in the spectator stands. The boy told his father that he was fine and there was no need to worry about him. Guai said that for now they need to wait for a duel and today they will not fight anymore and asked to postpone the battle until next time. Guai said that next time they will fight only the two of them without prying eyes and will not take anyone with them. He put his son on his shoulders and said that they were leaving here. After that he put on his robe and slowly began to walk away. Song Wumong looked at this guy and couldn't understand what happened to him and why he decided to fight me. Guai threw the bag to Song Amun and said that there was something important in this bag and thanked him for saving his son. Song Wumong caught this bag and thought that he did not want any reward for his action. But suddenly he realized that this gentleman knew that it was he who saved people with the help of his ability to wind palm trees. Song Wumong told him that he saved his life last time and he thinks of it as retribution because of his kindness and so he doesn't need to give anything back. Guan replied that his son's life is more valuable than Song Wu Moon so he must pay for it. Guai said that he doesn't need this money anyway, so the boy can take it. Song Woman gave this great warrior and said that he would never forget this kindness. Guai Chan said that if fate allows them to see each other again someday. Sun Amun watched this great warrior fly into the distance and disappear from sight. He understood that two great warriors disappeared in an instant and now no one knows where they disappeared. Song Wumong looked at the bag that was in his hand and said that he was finally able to try the power of the palm trees' assault wind just by looking at their fights a little. He was lucky to see both of them in battle. This will help him when he tries to master the sword. Vukan looked at his brother who was standing not far from him and still could not believe that he was familiar with these great wars. He was incredibly interested in why such a great man as Guai Chan communicated with his brother for the second time. Song Wu Moon continued to stand motionless and ponder what he should do next. Young saw Amun in the workers' camp and was happy because he was able to survive the disaster that Udok caused. Amun replied that he was just lucky and asked the lady if she could find what she was looking for. Young replied that unfortunately nothing worked and all her attempts were in vain. Song Wumong tried to somehow support the lady by saying that he was very sorry that it didn't work out for him. Young smiled and told him that one way or another this was their last night in this city and therefore she did not despair and asked the boy to spend the night usefully. When most people in the city fell asleep, loud sounds were heard outside the city. Song Wumong decided to sacrifice his sleep in order to train and try new fighting techniques. He closed his eyes and realized that he needed to concentrate on thickening the aura of the sword. He focused all his attention on the ball and lunged forward and struck the air with his sword. He was happy because he finally managed to do it and a high-quality aura appeared around his sword. He said that it was worth coming here and sacrificing his sleep and he is a real lucky because he managed to do it. He bowed and thanked all his teachers for giving him correct instructions and helping him in his teachings. He said that if these great teachers had not given him tips and shown him the right path, he would hardly have been able to achieve such results. Jiang Huan appeared behind the boy and started laughing very loudly. After that he said that as expected from his little brother he has already mastered the sword aura and he is a very fast learner. Song Wu Moon said that the battle he saw this afternoon was great and taught him a lot. Chen crossed his arms over his chest and said that if it weren't for Udok Moran, he would have shown everyone present how Chan Kyung crawls on all fours like a pathetic rat and asks for forgiveness. Song Woman said that he had magnificent Avrami tea, it helped him a lot in shaping his aura. Chen smiled and said that watching a battle between professionals can be either beneficial or detrimental. It all depends on how you study. He asked the boy what he was going to do now. Song Wumong said that he was going home with the convoy. Chung Huan said that this is very good news, he will go with him. Song Wumong was surprised and asked why should he go with him? The great master replied that he wanted to see his daughter. Amun could not believe that his master had a daughter and people said that his only daughter had died a long time ago. Chan asked the boy if his brother would go with them. The guy replied that he didn't know. And the master replied that it was possible for his daughter to see him if he came with his grandchildren. Song woman asked the master, "Where are you and your grandchildren now?" He began to turn his head around but still didn't see anyone. The master replied that his grandson is now standing here opposite him. Chung Huan said that his own grandson is son Wu Meng and his brother Wu Gong. Song Wu Meng thought that this was some kind of joke and could not believe that he was not lying now. He asked if the great Chung Huan was his grandfather. He said that his mother didn't say anything like that and most likely he's mocking him again. Chen pointed his index finger at him and said that he is his real grandfather, but his grandson doesn't believe him and he doesn't understand where his grandson's manners are. He remembered that his mother's name is Baek Jinji and Baek Jong Huan may actually be her father and Song Wu Moon's grandfather. Chen said that his mother lived with him when she was still very little and somehow he lived the life of a nomad and so he sent her to the family house of 1,000 iron swords where he thought that it would be easier for her. He looked at the boy and said that his mother was very weak now and he remembered that the boy said that she was sick. Song Wu Moon replied that his mother is actually sick right now. When Lindsay grew up at home, she wanted to give her away in an arranged marriage, but she rejected the proposal and she did not allow anyone to decide something for her and no one could force her to do it. In the end, she simply ran away, despite the fact that she was being chased by armed men. The gentleman to whom she rejected the engagement was worried about the reputation of his family and therefore sent a group of pursuers after her. Chen Huan was traveling around the world at that time and did not know what happened to her, and after a long time he found out that one of the men seriously injured her. Song Woman finally understood why his mother feels so bad all the time and why she is so weak but at the same time seems like a very strong woman. Chen said that the internal injuries are only getting worse and if he is left without proper care, everything will only get worse. And it so happened that she could not take care of the wound herself and she had no other choice and she had to get married. Song Wu Moon realized that Young Huan is actually his grandfather and he must now get used to this idea. Chung Huan said that he knows that the boy now thinks that all this is very strange, but she asked to put everything as it is until they meet his mother. Song Woman did not understand how he should now address his master, because for a long time he called him a friend and nameless fellow traveler, but now it turned out that this was his grandfather. Chen turned his head back and said that they had a little time before the group left so they should find his brother. Song Woman thought that when I don't find his brother, he was surprised when they found out that this great warrior was his grandfather all this time. The lanterns were on in the Hwasong group's house and it was very bright. The strongest rising stars of Hwasong gathered into a trio of heavenly flames and each of them packed a bag with things for the trip. These three guys were tested by the young disciples in history, the owners of the Blooming Glory styles as well as the Violet Dawn heavenly art. This is how they received the title of the youngest Plum Blossom Sword Masters. Apparently they were the most famous rising stars of the group Hwasong and one of them was Wu Gong with no history and money unlike the other guys. His position in this group was vague because the other guys from this trio were involved in very wealthy families. Yuko was the youngest son of the most famous family of the Hwasong group and he had the most arrogant look of any person you could ever meet. And Yun Meikol was the son of General Hwasan and therefore he had a lot of privileges due to their skills and background. There were no problems in ensuring a good life for himself. But Vukan was a guy who completely accidentally ended up in this three and he was not at all like them and his skills were at a high level but there was nothing to back them up. Yuko and Yun Meikol set their sights on becoming the next generals, and even though they had reliable backgrounds, their fighting skills were worse than Wukong's. They had the same master, but all they had in common was pretense and remained hostile towards each other. Vukan turned his head to the side and saw that a girl was standing not far from him. He cleared his throat several times into his fist and asked B, "Is she ready to leave?" B looked at him with a frightened look, took her things and realized that she had better leave this room as soon as possible. After that she immediately started running away. Yuko looked at this guy with a sly look. Wukong thought that he is actually us. One day he will become a rising star of Hwasong and humiliate all these idiots but still everyone always avoids him. Wukong thought that in any case, he is wondering how his brother is doing. He needs to talk to him at least once and he just needs to find out what he forgot here and what he talked about with Jang Kyung-hoon. Suddenly the door to his room opened. Chen Huan entered the room and said in a loud voice that he was looking for his grandson and his grandson must be here. Vukan was shocked when he saw this great warrior here. He did not understand why he was looking for his grandson in this particular place. The students slowly began to converge in one place to take a closer look at the living legend. The teacher came to the master and asked why he came here. Chen Huan recognized this teacher and asked him if he still peed in his pants when he was nervous. The teacher replied that he was already 50 years old and he was not a small child, and besides, it was more than 30 years ago. I don't want to give much away about it. Chung Huan started laughing very loudly and said that he still couldn't forget it. The students were shocked because they didn't understand what was happening here. Chung Huan said that he came here to find his grandson, but the teacher did not understand what this gentleman was talking about because he had never seen his grandchildren. Chung Huan said that this is no joke and in truth his daughter is still alive and her son is now here in this building. The teacher was shocked when he heard this information and then asked if she really was a daughter and he had recently become a grandfather. Chung Huan said that it is unlikely that grandfathers have such a young face. The teacher answered him that he himself came here to find his grandson. Chen suddenly pointed his finger at one of the students and said that his grandson was standing over there. Vukan understood that this gentleman was now pointing his finger at him, and the most interesting thing is that his brother is for her. Chen Huan looked at the boy again and said that Wu Gong is his grandson and he finally found him at that moment. They all looked at each other. At this moment, the three best students were in shock after hearing the information. Even Vukan himself could not believe that this was all happening for real now. In the crowd of students stood a girl with long black hair and carefully watched the events taking place. She looked at Vukan and could not believe that he was actually the grandson of such a great man. Vukan greeted this gentleman and said that most likely some kind of mistake had occurred here, and this was the first time he had heard that he was the grandson of such a great man, and all his life he had been thinking about the fact that he had no grandfather. Chung Huan asked teacher Kyolgi, would he mind if they didn't take this guy away for a while? The teacher replied that he could do it without any problems. The teacher looked at the boy who was standing next to Chen and thought that this boy looked amazing and most likely he was Wu Gong's brother. When the teacher compared all the facts about his head, he realized that this great master would not just joke about his grandchildren, and most likely it turns out that Vukan is actually his grandson. They went outside and the three of them were left. Wu Gong asked his brother and Chung Huan then what they didn't just say. He didn't believe it was true. Chung Huan saw Wu Gong's surprised face and said that if the boy doesn't believe that his real grandfather is now standing in front of him, then he can tell about the process of creating his mother. Vukan said that you shouldn't do this. Vukan stood thinking about these words for some time. He thought that this all seemed to be true, and given his mother's condition, it really made sense. Chung Huan said that now he wants to see his daughter as quickly as possible and asked Wu Gong to go and warn about his companions that he is already leaving this place. Song Wumun also returned to the workers' camp to inform his boss that he was forced to leave. The boss started yelling at the guy because he had been missing for a long time, unknown where, and he forbade him to leave for such a long period of time without warning. Song Wumun asked his boss for forgiveness and said that this would not happen again. At that moment, some unknown guys passed near them and they immediately drew attention to Sun Woman. This guy remembered that he saw Song Wu Moon on the day when Yung Huan laughed very loudly and made them suffer in pain. He was injured at that moment, but he was definitely there. That day he thought that this boy had brought with him this terrible man who had incredible abilities. He blamed the boy for what happened that day. He looked at this boy and thought that after everything that happened, the master left without saying a word and his condition continued to deteriorate, which is why he missed the fight. This man decided to come closer to them, accompanied by two guards, and asked them what happened here. Song Wumeng looked at this gentleman. I don't understand why he was so interested in what was happening. What does he want? The man looked at him with a sly look and thought that he now wants to take revenge on him and teach this porter a lesson, and he will pay enough money to the spearmen for them to deal with him. Two tall, strong guys with spears stood behind the master and waited for an order. The gentleman once again asked these guys in a loud voice, what is going on here? The boss replied that this kid disappeared last time and didn't tell his boss. It happened again this morning and he just came back, and even though they all worked hard. The gentleman asked this boy, are he and his shaggy friend really shirking work again like last time? Song Wumong couldn't believe that this gentleman was also in that place that time. He began to get angry with this gentleman because he had just insulted his grandfather and he was not ready to allow anyone to do this. Song Wumong therefore responded to this gentleman that he was being too rude. The gentleman replied that this boy does not even understand what he is saying now, and after that he insulted him and called him a dirty porter. Song Wumong said that he came here to receive payment for his services and he is not his slave or servant. He said that only a bad boss can insult his subordinates. Song Woman said that even his owner Yun treats him with respect. The gentleman said that it is impossible to communicate with this stupid child and therefore he needs to teach him a lesson with the help of fists, and ordered his guys to attack him. Song Wumong ordered them to stop immediately and said that he had seen many people who only cared about rank and reputation and would regret it if they came closer to him. The guys started laughing at him and said that this kid talks like he is a martial artist. Song Wumong said that he warned them if they don't listen to his warning they will only make things worse for themselves. They disobeyed his warning and immediately raised their spears to attack him. Song Wumong thought that you would be a good opportunity to once again practice the palm tree storm wind that he had recently learned. He hit his opponent in the chest with his palm and threw him back. The blow had incredible power and this guy flew a sufficient distance back. The gentleman saw how one of his spearmen had just received very powerful damage and was unable to do anything in battle. He didn't expect this to happen and was very scared. Song Wumong saw that his opponent flew 10 meters back and thought that he had overdone it when he put force into his blow. The gentleman has only now begun to understand that most likely this boy is actually a martial arts master and he is a very strong opponent. Song Wumeng pointed his finger at the master, and his henchmen did not say that they would now be the next ones he hit and wanted to teach him good manners. Suddenly, Mrs. Young appeared along with her bodyguard and asked these guys what was going on here and why is it so noisy here? The gentleman said that this subject was completely mad and he had just killed one of the hired spearmen. Song Wumeng said that he did not kill anyone and only hit him so as not to take damage. Yang is a beautiful boy, did he really do this? Song Wumeng replied to the lady that he actually hit this guy but he didn't kill him and was just trying to protect himself. The gentleman said that the boss told him that this guy was already late for his work twice and they wanted to scold him, but he suddenly became cruel. Song Wumeng got angry and began to look for his teeth. He said that this was all a lie and everything that happened here was not at all as they say. This man, Young, said that she knows how to judge people and she talked to this boy before and he is not the kind of person who could do something like that. Song Wumeng was surprised that the lady was now on his side of defense. The gentleman got scared and asked how is it possible that the lady believes some boy but doesn't believe him? Yun came closer to Song Wumeng and said that she was a little upset because he hid his real strength during this time. Suddenly Chung Huan appeared in a loud, perky voice and asked why is it so noisy here? The gentleman pointed his finger at this long-haired guy who suddenly appeared and said that he hated this scoundrel and would do everything possible to put him behind bars. Young asked in a surprised voice what Chung Huan was doing here. At that moment, Zhou approached this gentleman and said that no one has the right to communicate inappropriately with the great martial arts master. The gentleman got scared and drops of sweat began to flow down his face. He asked, is this all true? Zhou said that only a fool doesn't know what Chung Huan looks like. He explained that yesterday the whole city was present at the fight and everyone knows what he looks like. The gentleman realized that he was now in big trouble and he did not understand how to get out of it. He fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness and beg for mercy. He said that he had made a big mistake and did not understand how it all happened. Chung Huan asked his grandson why did this guy fall to his knees and start crying? Song Wumeng guessed that he had just hit him with his chi energy. Chung Huan replied that he didn't do it. And anyway, why would he do something like that with this immature puppy? This gentleman continued to lie on the ground crying and begging and for mercy. He did not want to be hurt again. Chung Huan lifted this guy into the air with the help of his internal energy and said that he does not like it when he is referred to as some kind of demon or robber who tortures people. Chen Huan began to rotate his hand in a circle and we make this gentleman who was now levitating in the air also began to rotate. He felt a very strong pain in his chest and heard his ribs crunching. He then fell to the ground and hit his head very hard. He was lying on the ground with glass or drool coming out of his mouth and with a peephole or tears and he was unconscious. Chung Huan said that he wanted to teach him a lesson. This guy turned out to be too weak and if he did something, this man would break like a crystal vase. Song Wumeng replied that he would make sure that this man got what he deserved and would cripple him. Chen said that it actually sounds very good and in short, such an idiot for his chatty tongue is a good punishment. He looked up and said that most likely for this things or he will have to report to Kunlun. He remembered the events of that day when he laughed very loudly and thought that among these people there are those who are really to blame and he doubts that they will do good deeds and cope. But if I don't say at least something, he will cause them a little commotion. Chen Huan looked at his grandson and thought that by that time he would already be an adult and very strong and therefore he could be sent in his place to deal with these problems. Amun didn't understand why his grandfather was smiling and what plan he had already come up with. Young lowered her head and said that it was a big part of her to meet Master Chung Huan. She introduced herself and said that she was the owner of the noble house of Li and her name was Yangshi Hyun. Chen Huan looked at this lady and realized that she was definitely worried, but she was not trembling with fear like the others, which impressed him. And he said that he was very pleased to meet her and asked her if this convoy was going to Wonan. Young replied that she is the most important one here. This is her convoy. She explained that they were going to this city because her estate was located there and invited the gentleman to join them. Chen Huan thought that he compared this girl with her beauty and they were both at a high level. He answered her that his grandson owed this lady so he agreed to go with her as payment. She thanked the master for showing such generosity towards her. She thought that she was finally lucky in this gift from heaven, that she managed to meet both of them in her life. She looked at Song Woman. She was surprised that this beautiful boy was the grandson of such a great master. She thought about the fact that he was not only hiding his powers, but also the fact that he was the grandson of this great man and he was the first person she opened up to besides her family. Chung Huan, I'll ask how long will they continue to idle? He said it was time for them to hit the road. Chung Huan said that he wanted to walk the whole way. Mrs. Yun said that she won't let him walk while she rides the carriage. Chung Huan smiled and told the lady that in this case he accepts her proposal, but his two grandchildren must walk because they are still young and full of strength. Yun asked Song Wu Moon why does he keep carrying bags? He told her that he was hired to carry these bags and therefore he had to do his job. Young was surprised when she heard his answer and could not believe that he continued to work with the convoy. Song Woman replied that he had to finish his work and it was his duty of honor. Yang smiled and looked at this boy with pride. She thought that she was completely confident in him and knew that he was not lying. Now she understood why he didn't tell her about his strength. The lady lowered her head and thought that she could not make the Wind Emperor's grandson an ordinary porter. Chung Huan from the carriage window told the lady that she need not worry about this and the boy can do what he wants and this is his first job so he must complete it from beginning to end. Yang looked at the Emperor of the Wind and realized that he was a very honest and kind person. She couldn't believe that in one day she had so many changes and their corporation is now traveling with the Wind Emperor who is using his grandson as a porter. She looked into the distance and realized that today her corporation would change forever. When evening came, the commander ordered the entire convoy to stop and set up camp at this place. When they made a halt, many guys immediately began to communicate with Amun and show respect to him. After all, they did not know that all this time he was the grandson of such a great man. Song Woman smiled and said that despite the fact that he turned out to be Yung Huan's grandson, he still remains the same guy and nothing has changed in his life. One of the workers who sat to his left said that he always sees good and honest people through and the modesty that this guy possesses only adorns him. This worker asked the boy if he knew that all his life he was the grandson of the Wind Emperor. The boy replied that he had no idea that he was his grandson and found out about it quite recently. Mrs. Young heard the dialogue between these guys. She was surprised that the boy himself only recently found out that he is the grandson of such a great man. She smiled and thought that he really didn't hide anything from her and just didn't know that he had such a grandfather all this time. Chen Huan looked at the lady that I was not far from her and tried to understand what she was thinking about. He pointed his finger at her and said that he had thoughts of making her his step-granddaughter, but after that he thought that it would be better to take her as his student. Wu Gong all this time stood on the sidelines and watched as his brother Song Wumeng basks in the glory and is the most important person with whom everyone wants to be friends. He looked at his brother and thought only that he had changed a lot lately. As the porters walked along the road, they saw the divine white tiger cub appear in front of them. One of the guys said that Song Wu Moon has a real talent for surprising people. Song Wumeng looked at his little white tiger. I think that this tiger cub is priceless and he couldn't let him roam freely all this time, but now that everyone knows that he is the grandson of the emperor, he is not in danger, he can let the tiger cub rest and run around. Yun ran along the road trying to stretch his muscles and spend the accumulated energy, but suddenly he stopped and saw that some dark silhouette appeared in front of him. He got scared and returned back to his owner, trying to hide under his clothes. Chung Huan was riding in a carriage, watching the road through the window. Suddenly he smiled and told the lady that they had unexpected guests. Lady Yang looked at the Wind Emperor through the window in surprise and at first did not understand what he meant. Song Woman very quickly gave a speech to announce very important news for grandfather and Mrs. Yun. He was able to run to their cart and said that they were in trouble because some people were chasing them. Song Wumeng put his hand forward and shouted very loudly that some people could be seen over there in the distance. Grandfather replied that he was surprised that his grandson was also able to see these people. Mrs. Young and Joe turned their heads in the direction where the boy showed them and decided to see who they weren't talking about right now. On a hill several hundred meters away from them there were people who stood still and blocked their path. These people were dressed in black clothes and each of them had a black mask on their face that hid their face. Vukin was very surprised when he realized that his brother noticed something that he could not notice and it was incredible for him. Joe said in a dissatisfied voice that he had a bad feeling and most likely now they would have big problems. Chung Huan ran out of the carriage and said that the convoy should not get into trouble because of those people on the hill. Chung Huan smiled and asked his grandchildren if they would go with him. Song Wumeng replied to his grandfather that he would never miss such fun in his life and would definitely go with him. Vukin replied that he also would not stand still and would go with him. At that moment, he was thinking that he heard that his brother defeated someone, but he had never studied martial arts and he was unlikely to withstand such a number of opponents. Yun was scared when she heard that the Wind Emperor wanted to go with his grandchildren and asked do they need help? Chung Huan replied to the lady that the porters should do their job and they should not interfere in the battle because they might get hurt. She was shocked when she heard these words from Yung Huan and realized that he knew what he needed to do. Yun lowered her eyes downwards, a drop of glass will appear and she apologized for her words. Chung Huan said that he is their target and they will go forward and destroy them. The lady must stand here and not twitch. She lowered her head down and answered in a submissive voice that she would carry out the order of the Wind Emperor. The bodyguard replied that he also would not interfere in the conflict. Chung Huan said that nothing will happen to them if he comes forward because their target is him and in any case it all sounds very funny because they dared to target him, the Emperor of the Wind. Chung Huan told his guys that it was time for them to move forward and now the three of them would have to deal with this bunch of idiots. He walked forward with his guys and understood that now it looks as cool as possible because he and his grandchildren will beat those guys. Song Wumeng lowered his head forward and felt a strange sensation, as if something embarrassed him about his grandfather's behavior. Chung Huan asked the guys to stop and asked them why is there such a terrible smell here? He said that he felt as if someone left shit here. There was a man with long red hair in the bushes at that moment and he laughed quietly when he heard this phrase from Chung Huan. Chen turned his head to the right, looked into the bushes and said that given this smell, this must be the one who smears himself with blood every day, and most likely this is the Bloody Cloud Empress and also known as the main shit carrier in Murim. Song Wumong began to laugh very loudly when he heard this phrase from his grandfather and thought that a person should be as unpleasant as possible for society to be called a carrier of shit. Vukan at this moment could not have fun because he understood that the Bloody Cloud Empress is one of the 6 modern exalted individuals and they are the same as the 8 heavenly martial emperors, but he did not understand what she was doing here. She slowly began to appear in front of them coming out of the bushes. There was a smile on her face, her clothes were stained with blood. People who once met this girl could see the leaves and trees bleeding. It was a terrible and mundane sight that everyone who met the Bloody Cloud Empress had to see. Song Wumong looked fearfully at this girl and the blood that was around her and asked, what is happening now? Behind her, the bloody heads of dead people were flying in the air. All these people were crying and screaming in pain. Song Wumong was terrified because he saw the thing around the body. These girls were dead souls. Chung Huan smiled and told his grandchildren that everything was exactly as they thought. He explained that the souls of people whom she killed were flying around her and she was a very angry and cruel woman. Song Wumong saw that among all these souls that were flying around her, there were even small children who were crying and calling for their mother. Chung Huan continued to smile and act calmly. He said that this woman is actually not that simple. In the divine immortal arts of the master, there is one called Tak, and some students calmly practice Tao while studying martial arts and others try to achieve results by killing ghosts and demons. The invulnerable divine immortal art of a master is a divine art that covers all aspects of Tao, and it can be said that Song Wumong Te achieved the guidance of souls by a different method and has not yet been formally trained, and he has yet to discover this side of martial arts. He was completely inexperienced at that time. We could still see their essence and therefore decided to be the first to join the battle. Song Wumong pulled out his sword from its sheath and filled it with internal chi energy to infuse it with power. The Empress of Blood stood still and looked at this boy with contempt. She saw how he was about to hit her with the ball and became incredibly angry with him. The Empress of Blood made a quick movement with the hand in which she was holding the fan and threw this guy back. Song Wumong was not prepared for the fact that this girl had such incredible strength and therefore could not defend against her attack and flew into a tree. Vukan immediately began to run to his brother in order to help him because he had just received very heavy damage. Chung Huan asked the Empress of Blood if he liked his grandson. He said this guy is pretty good for his age. She had scratches on her forehead from which blood was flowing. She said in an angry voice that this boy had just injured her in a very short time. She used her inner energy and healing techniques to heal her wound within seconds. She was angry, she was irritated, and from the boy. She said that no one dares to make people angry, especially since there was such damage to the mosque. Chen Huan smiled, bowed his head and said that healing my wounds, she exceeds human limits and he is now ready to show her what a real battle is. The Empress of Blood asked him who this boy was. Yung Huan was incredibly surprised when he realized that she was ignoring him. He looked at her with a sly look and said that he understood that she had contacted a man who went against Murim. He made a quick leap forward and said that he didn't want to waste any more time and now it would be best to start Draco. The Empress of Blood also rushed to meet him and said that she would kill them all. Vukan, at that moment I was finally able to run to my brother and helped him get up. Song Wumong thanked his brother for helping him get up and said that he was fine and there was no need to worry about him. But the moment he got to his feet, he felt a very strong big body and he just started to feel afraid. A large amount of internal energy was released from his body, which made him feel pain and at the same time helped him recover. Vukan asked his brother, did he just heal himself with internal energy? Amun exhaled and tried to come to his senses after allocating such a large amount of energy for healing. Amun answered his brother that now is not the right time to talk about everything with me. Grandfather shouted that he would deal with the Empress of the Blood, but his grandchildren should take care of the thugs. If they fail to cope with the convoy, it will be the end. The guys replied that these thugs would stop them from following grandfather's orders. Song Wumong ran forward with his brother and did not pull out the balls in order to prepare for the battle. The thugs at this moment had already gotten close to the convoy and began to attack the helpless workers. The thugs attacked the unarmed guys and cut their bodies, killing them and piercing them with their swords. One of these guys shouted that the Bloody Cloud Empress was dealing with the Wind Emperor and that means 2 guys would come running here. Suddenly the goons noticed the lady and said that this girl was quite pretty and they didn't expect to see such a beautiful girl here. The second thug said that they can't have fun with her after they kill everyone here. The first guy pulled his tongue out of his mouth and said that their leader would like this girl too. Young was very scared and angry at these guys. She said that they were real scoundrels and should burn in hell. Joe was wounded, lying on the ground. It was hard for him to get up, but he could shout to them not to touch the mistress with their dirty hands. The thug got to this guy and kicked him in the head. He waved his hand and said that they would not hurt you, mistress, but they would have to cut off all channels of chi energy. Young turned her head to the side and said that she needed help and that she herself could not cope with these scoundrels. But at the very last moment, when this bastard was about to touch the lady's breast, Song Woman appeared and cut his hand. This thug's hand fell to the ground and started bleeding. The killers ran to the sides and looked at this guy in fear. After all, they did not expect that he could fight well. They looked at this guy and realized that now he would have to answer for the fact that he cut off the hand of their partner. Song Woman was incredibly angry that they dared to approach the lady. He said that he would kill them all because they did not scare Mrs. Young. Young looked at this boy. I couldn't believe that he was actually such a brave man. He was ready to sacrifice his life in order to protect her. Amun looked around and turned his head. He wanted to see how many people these scoundrels killed. Song Wumong saw that the corpses of his friends were lying on the ground and he had literally recently communicated with these people. He started showing his teeth and said that he would never forgive this bastard for their actions. The thugs continued to mock this boy and said that he was an ordinary brat who could not do anything. Yun was incredibly scared by this whole situation and said that he could die because these opponents are very strong. Song Wumong said that he is ready to sacrifice his life because he was hired by a convoy and he cannot stand by when they see his comrades dying. She looked at him in surprise and couldn't believe that he was actually so serious. Song Woman made a swift dash forward after that, jumped and swung his sword to attack the enemies. At this moment, the Empress of Blood pierced Jiang Huan's body with her hand passing through his body. Chung Huan felt incredibly strong pain when his body was saved by hand. She said that Wind Emperor Chung Huan just lost in a battle, most likely it was due to his age. Chen Huan froze and drops were running down his cheeks. He looked at one point and said that she doesn't even know what just happened. Suddenly his body began to evaporate and he began to turn into dust. He smiled and said that she fell for the stupidest trick he could think of. She turned her head at him, smiled and said that he never understood anything and only he fell into the trap. Black energy tentacles began to wrap around his legs and he said that he was one step ahead. The Empress of the Eyebrows took out her fan, opened it and said that his chatter at that moment came to an end. He used his inner energy and said that the time for jokes is over and now they are starting to fight like adults. He used his internal energy to create a shell around his palm with which he could make an explosion. Chen Huan began to emit a large amount of lightning and tried to destroy her black tentacles and damage her. At this moment, Song Wumong was fighting opponents alone using his sword. He flew into the air and with a few blows of his sword again threw the opponents in different directions. Amun used the wind technique to throw back the enemy who suddenly approached him from the side. The thugs continued to attack the boy from different sides and shouted that despite the fact that this brat is very strong, they will still kill him because there are more of them. Song Wumong pushed off the ground and made a dash to the side to dodge the blow. His movements were very fast and he began to disappear. The thugs were shocked when they saw that this guy had just disappeared before their eyes and they didn't even have time to notice where he had disappeared to. Sun Amun teleported behind them and realized that his technique had worked and they did not understand where he was now. Song Wumong continued to strike his opponents and cut their bodies. He stopped and saw how after his blow 2 opponents fell to the ground and died. At that moment, he realized that the technique called Divine Mirage was working and that it had just saved his life. Song Wumong continued to fight off the crowd of opponents. At the top of the mountain stood 2 people who watched this battle. The masked man said that he was sure that the only problem for them would be the Wind Emperor, but now this guy has appeared who is causing a lot of problems. Suddenly Vukan appeared from somewhere holding a sword in his hand and he was ready to fight to the last and shoulder to shoulder with his brother. Vukan said that he was a little late because he was busy with the guys who were on the left flank. The porters were very happy when they saw that the Plum Blossom swordsmen had entered the battle and would now protect them. Yang looked at these 2 brothers and realized that they still had hope for victory and they were very lucky that these guys were fighting shoulder to shoulder and protecting her and the people. Vukan dealt very strong blows to his opponents and his brother at that moment also cut the enemies with his sword. Vukan said there he sees these people for the first time. He doesn't understand why they are so strong and they are at least 2nd level martial arts masters and there are more than 100 of them here. Vukan was not sure that he could defeat the 2 guys who were on the mountain and watch the battle. Vukan knew that the Bloody Cloud Empress was known as a solo warrior and he did not understand why she needed such a large group of people to fight. Vukan dodged blows and launched counterattacks. At that moment he thought that while he was defeating 3 opponents, his brother was defeating 5 at once and he was moving very quickly. Song Woman at that moment launched very fast attacks and used all the martial arts techniques known to him in order to kill all these scoundrels as quickly as possible. Vukan watched with his brother in between blows and could not believe that the boy he knew had turned into such an experienced fighter. Vukan grabbed the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and told his brother that he was incredibly good at fighting. Vukan gritted his teeth and shouted that he could not lose because he was the Plum Blossom swordsman and he could not disgrace his name. Vukan used his combat technique and flowers began to appear around him, which floated in the air and were created from internal energy. Song Wumong ran to the next opponent and saw that his brother had become an incredible fighter. He could not lose when his younger brother was looking at him. He burst into a pile that contained a large number of opponents, used a combat technique called Divine Mirage and after that made several blows from the Furious Wind technique in order to immediately cut several opponents. The thugs were shocked when they saw the power of this boy. They could not believe that he was capable of summoning such a strong wind. Song Wumong said that these enemies are too strong, there are too many of them and he won't be able to hold out for long, just fighting them, and he needs some kind of plan. Suddenly he realized that he actually had one idea on how to fight these enemies. He remembered a moment from the battle in which Guai Chan used a technique of very fast strikes, and now he could repeat this technique in order to fight off his enemies. Song Wumong used a wind shot and spent a large amount of internal energy on this technique. After that, he fired another quick shot of wind only in the other direction. The thugs saw that this boy was using the furious wind technique and the earth began to explode around them. Amun smiled and realized that his plan had actually just worked. After he had driven all these causes into a trap, he used a shower of blows to kill all the enemies at once. He saw that after the blow all the enemies fell to the ground and could no longer fight, and he realized that it was so successful. He looked at his sword and thought that the combination of the chi energy of the Jingen and the shower from the Shamshu paintings works great in the compilation. The gentleman looked at what this boy had just done and said that he was in the country of 30 people at a time and they could not stand aside and just watch this. These two warriors went down and ordered the rest of the fighters to step back because they themselves would deal with these guys. The ninja lunged forward and said that he would now destroy the grandson of this idiot old man. But he still couldn't help wondering where this boy learned to fight because he wasn't supposed to study martial arts. Song Wumong blocked this guy's attack and said that he doesn't know anything about him, so it's not for him to judge who should be able to fight and who shouldn't. The second master attacked Song Wukong and said that it would be interesting for him to fight with such a young but experienced swordsman. Vukan repelled the attack of this enemy and said that he immediately sees that this guy likes to talk a lot. Song Wumong continued to throw punches and said that he doesn't know how these people know about him, but he is no longer that idiot and will not lose to such a scoundrel. The gentleman said that this little one is most likely going crazy and he will regret for provoking such a strong warrior. Song Wumong said that he is not afraid of warriors who look like garbage and therefore suggested that he stop chatting and finally start fighting. Wukong turned his head to the side and realized that the person who is now fighting against his brother is Yumayongsu and is one of Yunnan's evil three. Yumayongsu was very angry and accumulated energy to hit the boy hard. Yunnan's evil three are the most famous criminals in the region, and among them was Yumayongsu the Dark Swordsman. After accidentally mastering the dark demonic style, he became a master and used his powers to do evil like the Bloody Cloud Empress. They did not belong to any organization. Vukan understood that if such strong opponents were fighting against them then they needed to be on alert all the time. He understood that the warrior who was fighting with him was also some famous person and martial arts master, so his affairs were very bad. Yumayongsu extended his hand forward and black energy began to appear around his hand. He said that no one dares to call him trash. He began to approach the boy and black energy tentacles appeared around his body that could absorb the boy at any moment. Song Wumong didn't understand how he could evade such attacks. After all, he had never encountered anything like this. Song Wumong tightly grasped the sword in his hands and realized that now he would have to fight back by any means necessary. He began to attack very quickly and fight off a large number of black tentacles with his sword. Song Wumong realized that his opponent was currently using a formless sword, and in that case, he also began to use this combat technique. Yumayongsu didn't expect that this boy could use moving sword aura at such a young age. He asked this boy who is he anyway and where did he come from? Song Wumong continued to strike with the sword and said that he was not going to talk to him and this was only part of his ability. Yumayongsu saw that this guy was moving very fast. His sword was moving at incredible speed. He looked forward and realized that he needed to concentrate because if he didn't do this now, this guy would pierce him with his sword. Yumayongsu received several very strong sword blows to his body. He realized that his affairs were very bad and this boy was going to kill him and therefore he had to finish everything with one blow and use the demonic style technique. 5 swords simultaneously flew at the guy and pierced his body. Yumayongsu saw that he was able to perform this attack and the guy was unable to dodge it. But suddenly it turned out that his body was an illusion and in fact he was now in a different place. Sun Wumong at that moment teleported behind his opponent and took advantage of the fact that the enemy was distracted by his illusion. He turned his head back and realized that this was his guy just so. Yumayongsu felt time begin to slow down and this meant that the end of his life had come. Yumayongsu saw this boy's sword approaching every second and he realized that the leader sent them here because they thought that besides the Wind Emperor there would be no more worthy opponents here, but they were not mistaken. Yumayongsu saw this monster just cut his body with a sword. He felt incredibly strong pain in his body. Song Wumong finished his attack and in a fighting stance he watched as his opponent fell to the ground. Song Wumong was breathing heavily and couldn't believe that he managed to do this and he had just defeated his enemy. At this moment, at the other end of the battlefield, Vukan swung his sword and attacked the enemy. He managed to cut the enemy's body and inflict critical damage on him. He pulled out less of the enemy and watched as the enemy fell defeated. He was also breathing heavily after the fight and had a scratch on his face from which blood was flowing. Song Wumong found his brother and asked if he was okay. The brother replied that he was fine. Vukan looked at his brother and admired him. He realized that his brother was much stronger than him, and he had the impression that his brother was at the level of a legend in martial arts. Song Wumong said that now there is no time to stand still and they must help other people defend themselves from enemies. But suddenly a thug appeared in front of them and ordered them to stop in place and throw their weapons on the ground. The thug said that if they do not carry out his orders, he will cut the throats of the hostages. Song Wumong said that this is a very low act and those worthy of war would never act this way. The thug said that they should immediately put their guns on the ground, go to the side, or he will immediately take this girl's throat. Song Wumong continued to hold the sword in his hand, and I don't understand what is the best thing for him to do now. Song Wumong said that these people are very vile if they surrender now, in which case they will also become hostages and they will have even more problems. Vukan thought that his brother was actually right. If they weren't caught now, then his grandfather would be under threat. Song Wumong said that they should never give up and this will not lead to the desired result. Vukan said that they have no other choice now. If they don't give up, they will have serious problems. Suddenly Chung Huan appeared in the sky and did not say that his grandchildren were worried about absolutely insignificant little things that could be quickly solved. He accumulated energy in his hand and then fired sharp spikes. An energy spike hit the thug's head and pierced his forehead. After this, the remaining opponents also received critical damage and then died. The Wind Emperor saved all the hostages and solved a problem that seemed like a dead end to them. Chung Huan said that if I didn't know him at least a little they wouldn't dare to use hostages. Because of this they paid in their lives. Yun thanked the Wind Emperor for just saving them from those terrible bandits. Zhou said that even experienced warriors like these can't do anything against the Wind Emperor. Song Wumong could not believe that grandfather had already managed to defeat the Empress of the Blood. Chen Huan turned his head towards the guys and said that he had completely forgotten about her. Loud sounds of battle and explosions were heard in the forest. Chung Huan said that he was surprised that the Empress of the Blood lasted so long in the duel and praised her. She said that her opponent is too stubborn to admit defeat. She created wings from blood energy and said that she always sees when her opponent is bluffing. Chen Huan smiled and looked at her. He thought that he had never seen such bloodthirstiness in other people. She started laughing very loudly and said that the Emperor, guys, will die today. But suddenly it opened early and a large amount of blood splashed out. Chung Huan didn't understand what was happening and why blood was leaking from her head. She said that this boy's attack made itself felt and now she has a lot of blood loss and for this the attacks. Chen smiled and said that this was his chance to try to kill her. He used his inner energy to take the shot and finish her once and for all. The Empress said that she would not be able to dodge such a blow. Vukan looked at his grandfather in surprise and thought that this was how his brother changed the course of the battle. Chung Huan replied that the aura of the Umuna sword remained in her body and was slowly destroying her meridians and the wound was not very serious, but it was enough for him to have an advantage in the battle. Chung Huan looked down and thought that it was actually him who did it. Suddenly, Song Wumong shouted very loudly and asked his grandfather if the Empress was dead. He wanted to know what happened to the souls she captured. Chen Huan made a dissatisfied expression on his face and said that unfortunately he was not able to kill her and this evil woman knows how to run away. The Empress of Blood ran along the forest and tried to leave this place as quickly as possible. She said that she hates the Wind Emperor and his grandchildren, so she will soon return and kill them all together. Chung Huan said that this woman is very cruel and is not afraid to kill even children. Song Wumong said in a dissatisfied voice that she also kills members of the noble corporation who are absolutely innocent and defenseless and he will never forgive me for this act. Yun was delighted when she saw that this boy was so worried about the people who died today because of her corporation. Vukan looked at his brother and with every action he realized that this was a completely different person and he had never seen his brother in such a state. Chen Huan turned his head to his eldest grandson and said that he would never forgive her either, but she disappeared. So we need to concentrate on what they will do next. A fire was lit in the forest and the smoke from your fire reached the sky. Chung Huan said that this is a necessary measure to collect all their dead bodies and burn them. After the burning of these bodies, they had to be loaded onto a cart. Chung Huan said that he is the same person who is responsible for the death of these people. He will do everything he can for their families and since they have wounded they need to hurry up and return to the city as soon as possible. Early in the morning when the sun had not yet risen from the horizon and they returned to the city, people who survived met their wives and their families and rejoiced that the gods left them alive and saved them. Zhou shouted very loudly that everyone had done a great job and they would leave the load for tomorrow and first they needed to take care of the wounded. The servant said that the gentleman was also wounded. Zhou replied that he was fine and his incompetence had caused many deaths and injuries and that he would have to be helped after everyone else had been helped. Suddenly, a man hit Mr. Zhou with his finger at the point after which the man loses consciousness. Chung Huan sat down next to his body and said that he needed to calm down because he looked like a dead man and he would stop almost all the bleeding of Mr. Zhou. He still needed to rest. Song Wumong followed his grandfather and said that he was still interested in knowing who it was. Chen Huan raised his head up and said that this is a very good question and he also doesn't know how to answer it because he is not sure who exactly attacked them and the surviving opponents ate the poison and then died. He said that he takes into account how carefully they did not hide their identities. They could be involved in one of the groups scared by grandfather or a secret organization associated with an evil cult. Song woman suddenly realized that these people might be related to Henma's cult and asked Grandpa, could this be true? Chung Huan continued to walk forward and said that most likely this was not true and they would not be people from this cult. Chung Huan tried to explain to his grandson that the whole problem lies in their strength. He turned his head at the guy and said that the goal of the cult is to achieve absolute power at any cost, and if you think carefully, they would not attack from the shadows and would not commit suicide for fear of exposure. Chung Huan said that he is not 100% sure that these people are they, but they are the least evil and they would not hold hostages or do anything secretly. If they were on a mission they would do it with pride and heads held high. Song woman realized that this was all the work of a completely different clan. Grandfather opened his eyes and said that the last time he smoked Henma appeared 50 years ago, and then they became the ones who defeated them, and their leader was the strongest person he had to fight with, and therefore he remembers him and this cult very well. Chung Huan said that he is absolutely sure that this is the work of completely different people. Song Wumeng said that he still wants to figure out who these people were because the Empress of the Blood helped them with theirs. Song Wumeng got angry and said that he hates these vile scum and wants to take revenge on them for what they did yesterday. Chen Huan scratched his head with his hand, smiled and said that his grandson also cannot stand injustice like his grandfather, but the boy will have to encounter injustice countless times on his way. Chung Huan looked at his grandson and said that as soon as he was born, he had already crossed the path of many influential and dangerous people, so he needs to learn to control himself. He explained that anger clouds his head and he should not let the rage get the better of him because he himself must control it. Song woman said that now it became clear to him. Chung Huan said that now everything is fine and now they need to take care of one thing. His 2 grandchildren should get ready to leave. He went to Mrs. Yun. Chung Huan met with her alone and said that he wanted to discuss something with Mrs. He took out a bright yellow stone from his bag and said that a lot of things happened because of him, so he wants to give it to her as compensation. He said that Ms. Young is a good girl and he believes that she will take care of the wounded and dead people. Young took a closer look at this item and said that it is a stone of night radiance and one such thing is worth as much as a whole castle, and she, even in theory, cannot accept this item. He told her that in his opinion, even this is not enough to pay for the death of people, and in addition, he wants her to make him 2 promises. He raised his hand up, put out his finger and said that the first promise was not to reveal his identity to the residents of this village, and he believed that everything would remain secret if she conveyed this request to the convoy. The second request was that when she uses the nightglow stone, she should leave it only to someone she trusts. Young, at that moment I thought that the first promise was to prevent any problems that might result from the connection between the village and the Wind Emperor, and the second promise was a warning to her that if the person who holds this stone is not careful, she seems to be in danger. She nodded her head in agreement and said that she understood everything. Chung Huan said that he really likes communicating with her because she is very easy to negotiate with. He turned around and began to leave and then said that they were leaving everything in her hands and she should go home with his grandchildren. After that, if she needed anything, she could come to his hut. He continued to leave, looked after him and thought that a lot of events had happened recently. I thought that I had lost a lot of people due to the fact that the Wind Emperor was with them, but the Bloody Devil and the mysterious organization were also to blame. She realized that she should always put facts above her emotions. Young said that for her the best part is traveling next to the Wind Emperor. He waved his hand and said that they would see each other again someday. Chung Huan shouted to his grandchildren and said that it was time for them to leave. They approached the house where their parents lived. Chen Huan got scared when he went to the door and said that he couldn't go there. Song Wumeng didn't understand why his grandfather came here with complete confidence. Now he speaks as if he was chickening out. Chung Huan said that his daughter is very offended by him and he is afraid that she will not even look at him when they see each other or will kill him. Song Wumeng said that grandfather must muster his will and do it. Sun Daewung went outside and asked why it was so noisy today. He saw his sons and asked in a surprised voice what was happening here. He said he was going to meet them but they were supposed to arrive later. He was happy when he saw his youngest son and asked wasn't he supposed to be with his group? Vukan looked at his father in surprise and realized that a very awkward moment was happening now. Song Wumeng also greeted his father and thought that now I will need to explain everything. Sun Daeun hugged his sons and said that he felt as if they had not seen each other for ages. He was very happy to see his children. The brothers replied that everything was fine with them and asked how their father was doing. Sun Daewung said that things were going very well, but after that someone asked, the person standing next to him isn't shy? Chen Huan lowered his head down, took a deep breath and exhaled, and after that he said that this situation could not be avoided and asked to call his mother. Got angry and asked this guy who is he and why is he living with his wife? Vukan calmed his father down and said that this man standing in front of him was his grandfather. Vukan saw his father's incredulous reaction and said that no matter how strange it may sound, in fact, their grandfather. Sun Daewung grabbed the guy by the shoulders and started shaking him. He said that apparently his younger brother has also turned into an idiot and is talking some nonsense. Chung Huan observed all these situations from the side and listened as his grandson tried to explain to his father that this young man was their grandfather. Chen Huan understood that their father was not going to believe this story and asked him to stop explaining anything to him because only Dinzi could explain it all when he came. Sun Daewung screamed very loudly and talked about how he didn't allow some brats to say his wife's name. Song Woman went into his mother's room and in a very joyful voice told her that they were already back. Song Womong saw some black cloth on her lap and asked what it was. She held a small shirt in her hands and tried to sew it up. Song Woman was touched by the fact that his mother, despite the fact that she is sick, still sews up his clothes. Amun said that they have a very important guest at home today and he wants to help his mother get out of bed and show him. Sun Wumong helped his mother go down to the bottom floor and reported that his brother was also here today. Song Wumong told his mother about his brother and praised him. Song Wumong understood that his mother could not even walk properly and her condition was getting worse every day. He quietly uses the master's invulnerable divine arts to give her some strength. She suddenly felt a very strong surge of energy. She asked him, was he trained in martial arts? The boy thought that his grandfather did not deceive him and his mother knows what martial arts are. Amun told his mom that he actually studied martial arts, he just didn't want to lie to her. She put her hand on her head and said that she didn't want her children to be drawn into this, but apparently it was fate. Amun turned his head at her and asked for forgiveness but offered to discuss this later and now he wanted her to meet for a visit. The front door suddenly opened. Sun Daeun looked at his wife and asked her who is this man? He said that he constantly claims that she knows him. Chen Huan looked at his daughter and at that moment froze. He said that he hadn't seen him for a very long time. Dinzi couldn't believe her eyes, she didn't expect to be able to see him today. Tears began to appear in her eyes and she said that she was incredibly glad to see her dad. He, too, could not hold back his tears and began to cry when he saw her. He remembered how she was still a very little girl and called him daddy in the same way. He said that he always recognizes his daughter. Dinzi asked why he came here after so many years. He approached her and slowly tried to get closer to them. Chen Huan hugged his daughter and said that he wants her to forgive him and it was all his fault. She also started crying and asked him for forgiveness. Chung Huan said that she is his favorite daughter and he never forgot about her. Sun Daewung watched his wife hugging this young guy who called him father. He understood that everything that his wife said about her family was a lie and she has a father who is also the Wind Emperor Baek Sangu. He didn't understand what all this meant and he had just accidentally offended the Wind Emperor. Suddenly he realized this whole situation and an explosion occurred in his head. Dinzi asked her father, was freedom so important to him that he was ready to abandon his own daughter? She said that I was with them even when my mother died and she was left alone. Chen Huan felt guilty towards his daughter and asked her for forgiveness. He said that he really had nothing to answer her except the word forgive. Dinzi sobbed and said that he should answer her at least something and he should at least come up with an excuse for his actions. Chen Huan understood that he had a lot of things that he could tell her, but these were all just excuses. He lowered his head down, closed his eyes and understood that he now needed to think before saying anything. He took her shoulders with his hands and said that she shouldn't worry and in her situation she needed to calm down and excitement could worsen her condition. She continued to cry and said that he is a terrible person and the way he acts is disgusting. Song Woman and his brother Wu Gong watched this whole situation from the side and understood that it was better for them not to interfere and that mom herself should deal with grandfather. Sun Daeun continued to look at his wife and her father in surprise and still did not understand how it was even possible that I, the younger father, looked like her. Chung Huan said that he would like to continue this conversation, but his daughter is now getting worse than he thought and therefore they better start treating her. He asked Sun Daeun to have this son close the house for the next 4 days. Chung Huan turned his head at him and said that he would need to concentrate while he was treating his wife and he hoped that he could fulfill this small request. Sun Daeun replied that he would do everything and called him his father. Dinzi wiped her tears with her hand and said that it was not necessary to treat her, everything would be fine because her wounds were too serious and it could kill her father. Chen Huan understood that even in her rage she was worried about her father. Chung Huan told his daughter that if he can cure and he will do everything possible to do this even at the cost of his life. Dinzi burst into tears and at that moment I realized that my father loved her very much. He raised his head up and stood thoughtfully for several seconds. Chung Huan asked Song Wu Moon to give him one thing, which he received, a demonic spearman. The boy immediately took out this item and showed it to his grandfather. Chen Huan took this item in his hands and said that this is what he was looking for and he gave the most valuable thing he had as a token of gratitude for saving his son. He held this bottle in his hands and said that it is hollow ichor and 1 drop of this potion will fill a person with a 30-year supply of internal energy and when applied to the skin the body becomes strong as steel and a person's immunity can withstand any poison. He opened the lid and sniffed it, after which he said that this was an unclean elixir, it contained impurities of something else. He said that it was mixed with other ingredients for consumption and this upset the balance of the elixir and it would be possible to drink just 1 drop. Chung Huan explained that a person's body can only withstand 1 drop, and in addition, it destroys the qi energy in his body, which leads to death. Song Woman looked at his grandfather in surprise and thought that it was better not to play with this elixir. Chen Huan held his daughter by the shoulders and said that even 1 drop can work incredible miracles, and it is worth a 30-year supply of energy, and he is already too old for an elixir like this, but for his daughter this elixir will be useful. Chung Huan went up to the house and said that in any case this would increase the chances of Jinji's recovery. The voices of the grandfather were heard in the room, explaining to his daughter what she needed to do in order for the treatment to be successful. He sat behind her and said that she needed to be patient a little and soon the pain would end and she would feel much better. He shared his qi energy with her and thought that he should have come a long time ago and then things would not have been so bad. He saw her pain that she expressed on her face and understood that he was very guilty before his daughter. The next day when the sun came out from behind the horizon and morning came, it was very warm. Song Wumeng told the whole story of his life, how he learned martial art, and after that asked what was happening in his brother's life. He understood that when his brother saw him with the courtesans, he thought that Amun was a complete idiot. Song Wu Moon said that he must be having a hard time in Huangzhou anyway, and he is still happy to have such a great little brother like Wu Gong. Amun said that he needs to receive his payment from the Noble Li Merchant Corporation and therefore he must go there now, and asked his brother to be on duty at home at this moment. Song Wumeng began to run very quickly without looking back because he wanted to get to the corporation as soon as possible. Vukan didn't have time to tell him anything about his life, but he understood that his brother was now busy with other things and there would be time to talk a little later. Song Wumeng came to the corporation and said that he would like to collect his fee for escorting the convoy and asked where he could get the money. When the clerk saw Master Amun, he said that the vice leader asked him to come to his office as soon as he appeared and on personally, I wanted to pay him money. Suddenly, he came across the same lord who wanted to kill him on his way. This time he looked very friendly and said that he would really like to talk to Master Amun. Amun extended his hand and jumped back. He said that he had nothing to talk about with such a vile person. The gentleman said that he wants to discuss about his grandfather who is the Wind Emperor. Song Wumeng could not stand such impudence of this man and grabbed him by the throat with his hand. Song Wumeng reminded this vile man that his grandfather asked not to mention his identity in this city and he will kill him if he tells anyone about his grandfather again. Amun said that he hates people like this from the vile master and people who, with a snap of their fingers, can completely change their behavior and who act arrogant towards those who are weaker. The gentleman looked at this guy in fear and realized that he would not ask him for anything else because it could end badly. Amun threw this scoundrel aside and said that if everything was clear to him then he could get lost. Song Wumeng turned around and began to walk towards Madam's office. The gentleman watched this master leave and thought that the small Dio despises him even after he performed such a politeness and now he wants to make him regret it. Song Wumeng saw the amount of money that the lady gave him and said that there is a lot of money here and he came to pick up only those coins that he earned for working as a loader. Yang answered the boy that he should accept this money as a token of gratitude because he helped the convoy a lot. She explained that the convoy that accompanies the Wind Emperor and the grandson working as a porter is an achievement that cannot be compared with the 30 silver coins that she gives him. Song Wumeng looked at her in surprise and said that there were still many dead that day and this money should be given to their families. Ms. Yun replied regarding this, she can't reveal the details, but their families will be taken care of, so she asked him to accept the money because he earned it. Song Wumeng looked at this bag of money in surprise and asked, can he really accept this money? She replied that he should accept this money for her sake and do such a favor for her. Song Wumeng put the bag of money in his inner pocket and said that in this case he would accept this gift from her. Suddenly Yun's head appeared from his shirt and the lady was happy when she saw this little tiger. Song Wu Moon said that Yun always acts like a little child when she is around Ms. Yun. Yang looked at the boy and smiled after that. She said that she wanted to ask him why he hid his strength and the fact that he was the grandson of the Wind Emperor. Song Woman looked at her with misunderstandings for several seconds and then said that it would all be difficult to explain. She continued to look at him silently, waiting for an answer and thought that she roughly knew the answer but wanted to hear it from him. Song Wumeng understood that there was nowhere to dress otherwise. You have been telling her this story since childhood. He told everything that happened to him in full detail and constantly gesticulated and showed how it really happened. The lady smiled and laughed when she listened to his stories. Song Wumeng was happy to tell his lady all these stories. She also didn't mind listening to all his stories and it seemed to her that he was a very charming boy. She watched him and understood that he was telling his story with such childish naivety and fire in his eyes that it was impossible to take his eyes off him. Young looked at him and realized that instead of incredible stories, his eyes and soft gestures and voice worked like a magnet for her eyes. She watched him and understood that she could not tear herself away from him and would like to meet him as often as possible and not hear his story. Song Wumeng will explain that the reason why he did not tell about his martial arts skills was that no one asked him about it and he did not have a chance to show it. He explained that he didn't want to hide it. Being around and shouting and being a martial artist was unacceptable for him. Young stroked Tiger's soft fur and said that the guy's words made sense and now she understands why he didn't say anything, but she doesn't understand. Why doesn't anyone know that his younger brother is a student of the Hwasan group? Song Wumong lowered his head into them and said that his mother did not want them to study martial arts, and she said that because of this nothing good would come of it and his brother could meet many friends and enemies during the time spent in this school. They kept it a secret so as not to bring danger to their family. Young said that there is actually logic in his words and she understands why they did this. Young asked the boy what are they going to do in this city now? She said that he could return to the Baek Iron Sword house when his mother's treatment was completed. Song Woman said that he is not sure about this and it all depends on his parents and how they decide it will be. Young lowered her eyes down and said in a quiet, calm voice that now everything became clear to her. Song Woman said that while his mother is undergoing treatment, he and his brother take turns guarding the house. So he doesn't think he will be able to work together with the convoy. Young was surprised when she heard this information and she understood that in this case she would not be able to meet him again. She really wanted to keep the boy with her in any way, but she understood that if I did this, he would think that it was because he was the grandson of the Wind Emperor. Young smiled and said that now everything became clear and with this she believes that their cooperation is over, but nevertheless everything is in order and he can do as he sees fit. Song Wumong smiled and thanked the lady for allowing him to leave. Song Wu Moon said that he was very worried about his mother and therefore it was time for him to return. After that, he left the room and closed the door behind him. Young was left alone in the room and after the boy left this room became very empty. She said that after it she always feels very sentimental and sensitive. The Lord returned to his home in the evening and began to tell his father about the situation that happened to him. He tried to explain to father that if he did nothing, then Mrs. Yang Shi-hyun would become the head and he would definitely not be able to do anything about it. I got dressed and said that he was powerless to me in this situation if they didn't do something like before and the Emperor of the Wind would find out about it and there wouldn't be huge problems. The guy said that in this case, the first thing they need to do is remove the wind temperature and after that his two grandchildren. Father turned his head at him and said that this idea is correct, but unfortunately no one can defeat the Emperor of the Wind and it is unlikely that they will be able to do it. The guy shouted that the Emperor was just an ordinary person and poison could also kill him. The gentleman asked his son, "Is it too dangerous because of you?" He explained that if they kill their family and the Hwasong clan and the House of Iron Swords Baek find out about it, they will have problems that they cannot cope with. The son said in a dissatisfied voice that he did not want to live such a terrible life among these worldly people and serve this stupid woman. He reminded his father of his words that life is always a risk and they just need to pull off this scam so that neither the Hwasong Hwasan group nor the House of Iron Swords Baek find out about it. My father thought that life is actually always about big risks and if you don't take risks then he won't achieve anything. He said that the greatest people became such only because they risked their lives and if he misses this opportunity for the rest of his life he will have to serve this girl. His life must be so insignificant. He said that his uncle is the right-hand leader of the Ink Smoke group and he heard that they have a magnificent toxicologist. The gentleman smiled and answered his son that he was thinking correctly. Evening came and the sky turned orange. Chung Hwan continued to use his internal energy to heal his daughter's body. They were engaged in this procedure all morning and did not notice how evening had already come. The cook asked the boy if everything would be okay with his mother after the treatment. The guy replied that this disease is curable. The cook said that the boy was very lucky to have his grandfather. Song Womong looked at the cook, smiled and replied that his grandfather was a real treasure. He thought at that moment that the cook didn't know anything about his grandfather and he needed to be careful in such dialogues. The cook tasted the ramen and said that they had run out. Olga asked the boy to go to the pantry and get some salt. Song Wumong went down to the pantry and looked for salt for several minutes. After he found it, he returned back. The cook saw the guy and said that he cooked the soup a little longer than necessary and that's why it tasted normal. Song Wumong decided to test the taste of the soup and first sniffed it to feel the smell. But after that, when he felt this smell, strange things began to happen to his body and he did not understand why the invulnerable divine art was activated. Yuna got out of his shirt and started screaming very loudly as if she felt something suspicious. Song Wumong looked at the cook and realized that there was something dangerous mixed in with his father. He remembered that white tigers could smell poison and now realized that the soup was actually poisoned. He understood that this soup was supposed to be taken to his grandfather and most likely someone wanted to poison him. Song Womong looked at his little tiger's reaction and realized that he was now in a rage. This means that there was actually a large amount of poison in the soup. Song Wumong came closer to the cook and asked him why he wanted to poison his grandfather and mother. The cook understood that this guy had found out about everything and now he had no other choice but to defend himself and so he grabbed the knife that was lying not far from him on the table. He put his knife forward and ordered the guy not to approach him or he would kill him with this knife. Song Wumong knocked the knife out of the hands of this cook with a quick blow of his hand and the knife flew to the side. After that he grabbed the cook by the shoulder. Amun began to squeeze this guy's shoulder very tightly and cause him incredibly severe pain, and the cook began to scream very loudly in pain. Amun asked this guy why did he poison the soup that his grandfather and mother were supposed to eat? Amun looked at this guy's face and didn't understand that most likely it wasn't his idea and he was just a performer. And he was probably bribed by the dogs of the Lee Merchant Corporation who are tracking down the leader. He asked the cook again why did he do this? He said that the cook has been working here for 5 whole years and after that he is trying to kill the family and for some unfortunate money. When the cook said that he had his own reasons for this, the boy could not restrain himself and swung his fist with all his might to hit him. When he hit this cook in the face, his nose immediately broke. Song Wumong looked at the enemy lying on the ground and said that if this was the work of people from the noble corporation of Lee Merchant, then he knows exactly who did it. Song Wumun realized that when people cross the line that should not be crossed, they are capable of anything and they need to be dealt with carefully because they can harm other people as well. He was not ready to forgive these scoundrels and was ready to destroy everyone who commits such terrible acts. Amun did not understand how the hearts of such people could be so callous and filled with anger and blackness. Suddenly his brother Vukan came into the kitchen and asked what happened here because he heard a very loud noise and immediately ran here. Song Wumong answered his brother in a dissatisfied voice that these scoundrels from the noble corporation bribed the cook to poison the food for the whole family. He said that he needed to leave and left the house to his brother. After that, he made a rapid leap forward and flew away. Song Wumong ran at maximum speed, did not regret his new ones and thought that if their family were unprepared, they would not already be dead and he would never forgive this bastard for such an act. 15 minutes ago the noble corporation of Lee Merchant. The publication was informed by some loud sounds and screams. Mrs. Yun told these vile bastards that they were making a mistake and now they were showing their true selves and it became clear to her that they were subordinate to Choi Noshul. One of the men who burst into the building grabbed the lady's face with his hands and said that I shouldn't throw around such terrible words. She ordered him to immediately move away and let her go. The guy found very interesting artifacts in the box and immediately became interested in them. He showed this artifact to his father and said that he now wonders what this artifact is doing here. Father said that this cake fact needs to be hidden immediately so that Guak Gyoma does not see it. Guak said that this girl is driving him crazy and he wants to retire with her in one of the rooms to have a little fun. Yun ordered him to shut up immediately. The gentleman replied that he absolutely doesn't care what he does with this girl and can take any room in this house. Guak closed the door of the room and retired there with Mrs. Yun. He threw her on the bed and ordered her not to resist. He said that he would now use his fingers to cut off the ends of her chi energy and she would not be able to move after that. Kwok turned his head at her and said that he would kill those people who betrayed him and would embrace her in his arms. Young said that she was talking some nonsense because the people who betrayed him now came to her house with him. He waved his hand and began to leave the room, after which he said that they would meet again soon. The screams of people who sifted through the building could be heard to sit them down and not kill them. The gentleman said that they gathered in the room all the family members and people who worked in this house. He smiled and said that their death would not be painful if they sat peacefully and did not resist. The elder asked them how they could act so meanly towards them after everything their family had done for these people. He asked, are they not afraid of the laws and emperors of the wind? The gentleman said that when he takes the treasure that is in this house, he will be able to pay off the law. And the Wind Emperor is most likely already dead from poison and therefore there is no point in being afraid. The elder said that in his entire life he had never met more vile people than these disgusting people. Suddenly they heard the voice of some guy who reproached the gentleman for trying to poison his family. The gentleman and his son turned their heads to the side and looked in surprise at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. Song Wumong entered the room holding a sword in his hands and said that this idiot had crossed all boundaries and now his act would be impossible to forgive. The gentleman did not understand why this guy was still alive, but he assumed that if he was alive, then everyone else was dead and by pure chance he managed to escape and it was just one boy, so he ordered to kill him. Song Wumong looked at the master with a dissatisfied look and realized that for his words he would suffer and burn in hell. The gentleman looked at his son and did not understand why was he so scared. He asked, is he not going to fight and will stand like a coward? The gentleman said that this boy is an ordinary person. If you pierce his body, blood will flow out of his body and he will die. These words made Song Wumong very angry. The guy told the father that he was right and it was too late to retreat and they simply had no other choice. He, along with the rest of the soldiers, ran towards this boy in order to attack him. Song Wumong looked at these idiots and realized that the battle could not be avoided. I will not regret that they decided to attack him. Song Wumong made a rapid dash forward and began to swing his sword, striking his opponents. The Lord turned his head back and realized that Amun had just ran past them and he didn't even have time to notice it. Suddenly they felt very strong pain in their hands and saw that their hands were cut and blood was splashing out of them. Song Wumong said that none of them would be able to hold a sword in their hands anymore. Their journey as warriors was over. The gentleman looked at this guy in fear and realized that he was an incredibly strong opponent and he could not even imagine how strong their enemy was. Amun said that they can attack if they really want to kill him, but warned that in this case they will deprive him of his legs. The master got angry with this guy and ordered his soldiers to immediately attack him and not stand still. The soldiers jumped and swung their swords in flight to attack him. Amun warned them in advance about what he would do to them if they did not want to attack him. With very quick blows of his sword he cut their legs and left them crippled. He slashed at their legs with his sword and watched them scream in pain. The soldiers fell to the ground and writhed in pain. They screamed that their legs hurt incredibly. He turned his head towards the master and his vile son and said that he knew that they gave the order to kill his family and their hands and feet would not cover what they did. The gentleman said that all this is impossible and it cannot be that this guy himself could cope with a large number of hired soldiers. His son replied that this guy just defeated everyone with one swing of his sword. Amun got into a fighting position and said that they don't have to bother with excuses. Suddenly, other warriors dressed in black clothes rushed into the room and knocked down the doors. They shouted that they wanted to take away the night glow stone. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the appearance of these warriors. The gentleman asked these soldiers who they were. The head of this gang asked a counter question and asked who are the people who are standing in front of him now? He wanted to know what was going on here. The gentleman understood that these people came for the Stone of Night Radiance and most likely the head was Goryong who was supposed to be with them. He realized that now was his chance to get out of here alive. He pointed his hand at the guy who just wanted to kill them and said that this guy stole the stone and they should take it from him. The head ordered his ninja not to attack this guy and at any cost to take away from him the stone that they are not looking for. Song Wumong fought off a large number of opponents single-handedly and held back their blows. At that moment, his father realized that this was their chance to escape. Song Wumong turned his balloon back and realized that these two cables were now going to escape, but he would have to stop them at any cost and punish them for their actions. He pushed one of the warriors who was trying to attack him and at that moment knocked two balls out of his hands. After that, he threw two balls into the air and made a blow of the furious wind. Two swords very quickly and accurately hit the backs of these scoundrels and pierced their bodies right through. Father and son felt incredible pain in their chests and realized that this was the end of their journey and they could not escape punishment for their terrible actions. They fell to the floor and blood began to flow out of their bodies. Guok was very surprised when he saw that this guy was able to kill these two people with swords while fighting with his soldiers and he realized that this is an unusual boy, he needs to fight carefully. Song Wumong swung his sword and I was about to strike a very wide blow at several opponents at once. The enemies jumped back when they realized that the blow would cause them critical damage if they did not leave in time. Amun grabbed the leader of the thugs by the neck and said that he was going to kill all these people for the Stone of Night Glow and this is a very vile act. Kwok ordered this guy to stop and he said that he recognized him because he was the same idiot who works in the tavern. He couldn't believe that this idiot was capable of learning martial arts. Amun ordered this guy to stop calling him an idiot and said that he wanted to hear the answer to his question. Kwok looked at him for a few seconds and realized that he was starting to choke and therefore answered that he was actually going to steal this stone. After that, he used a hidden weapon that was hidden in his sleeve and said that he would kill this guy first. The screams of people who were trying to grab the boy were heard in the room. Song Wumong didn't want to be so cruel but he had no other choice and had to destroy them all without feeling guilty. He began to strike his opponents with very strong blows and cut their bodies. Kwok watched this boy single-handedly destroy all his mercenaries and thought that this was impossible. Kwok said that this guy was just able to suppress them all in an instant and it's much more difficult than just killing them. Song Wumong got tired of listening to this scoundrel's chatter and therefore pierced his body with his sword right through. Amun said that he finally managed to find this man who came up with this whole terrible plan and he is no better than this family that he just killed. He said that simply crippling him would not be enough and after that he began to strike him with slashing blows all over his body. Song Wumong stopped at some point and tried to calm down, and when he looked around you saw only the dead bodies of opponents. When he was finally able to calm down, you saw in front of you living people who had been in the room all this time, but she didn't even notice them. The elder said that what he had just seen was incredible and the guy alone could defeat all these enemies. Joe said that they are again indebted to Master Amun. Song Wumong said that he would not take any payment for his services and he would only do it because he had to do it. After that he asked if everything was okay with them. Joe said that Mrs. Young is now in another room and no one knows what happened to her. Song Wumong immediately went into the next room without delay to find out what was happening with Young. All this time she lay motionless in the room and when she saw the guy she said that she heard everything and asked for forgiveness for the fact that their convoy again dragged him into these problems. Song Wumong asked her to never speak like that again and these scoundrels should have apologized for what they did, but not Mrs. Young. She looked at him and said that, as always, he helped her and her people out. So she was grateful to him. She looked at him and thought only that she didn't want him to see her in this state and she looked weak again. After a few hours they were finally able to deal with the opponents who were in the building. Amun asked what they will do next with these criminals. The gentleman answered that they all deserve to die, but they are already crippled and they can't live normally. They definitely won't be able to do martial arts, even less so. So they will simply be expelled from home. Song Wumeng looked at these people and couldn't understand how they dared to attempt murder and were going to kill innocent people for the sake of an artifact. He lowered his head down and said that there is a lot of evil in this world and he still can't come to terms with it. Late in the evening he returned home and was completely defeated and depressed. Cheng Huan met him near the house and said that the boy had finally returned. Chen Huan turned around and walked towards the house. He said that it was already late and the guy was most likely very tired, so he needed to go to bed. Song Wumeng looked at his grandfather with a dissatisfied look and asked him, "Doesn't he want to find out who tried to kill their family?" Cheng Huan said that his grandson returned safe and this must mean that he took care of the problem and these people are no longer alive. Chen smiled and said that it was already cool outside, so he suggested they go home. He said that Thinzi will wake up tomorrow morning. She needs to be met in a good mood. Song Wumeng was very tired at that moment and did not understand what was happening to him now. Yung Huan continued to walk towards the house and smiled. He thought that his grandson would have to meet those who are much worse than these people and he already makes such a tired face when faced with insignificant opponents. Grandfather was afraid that the evil of this world would at some point corrupt him and he would get used to such constant battles. The next morning, all family members were shocked that Thinzi was feeling well and her illness was over. They couldn't believe that her face was no longer pale. Sunday Wong hugged Cheng Huan and said that after this act he would treat him as his father and he would for the rest of his life. Cheng Huan said that he cured his daughter. This is no feat. He saw that his son-in-law continued to sob on his chest and immediately realized that his son-in-law was a very loud person. He was afraid that his eardrums were going to burst. Thinzi smiled and told her children that she had been bothering them with her illness for a very long time and she hoped that the two of them could now focus on their lives and not worry about her. The brothers burst into tears when they heard their mother's words. They could not believe that this moment would be so touching. Suddenly, a small tiger cub came out of his shirt and began to growl very loudly. Amun tried to explain to his mother that the tiger cub's name is Yuna and she is his pet. Yuna jumped onto Thinzi's lap and began to caress and rub against her. Thinzi took this little beauty in her arms and began to stroke her. Thinzi asked her father if Yuna was the third child. Cheng Huan replied that she understood everything correctly. Song Woman looked at his grandfather and his mother in surprise and did not understand what they were telling me now. Thinzi began to cry and said that most likely her mother had already died since this beautiful tiger cub was born. Chen Huan replied that this is how life works and the divine white tiger must die after the birth of the third child. Amun asked his mother did she really know Yuna's mother? He didn't understand why his mom was crying so much. Cheng Huan said that Jinji's mother was very weak and nature died and he lived with his daughter in the Mane Valley until I was 10 years old. In this valley lived the divine white tigress. This is a tigress and her godmother, and she fed and raised her, despite the fact that Thinzi was a human. Thinzi what I said that this divine tigress was like a real mother to her. But after she moved to the Beck Iron Sword house, she never saw her again. Sun Daewung burst into tears and said that his wife never told him about this. Thinzi replied that he always knew about it and she always wanted their family to be ordinary and did not want to talk about such things. Chen Huan looked at his mother and could not believe that she had experienced so many events in her life. Vukan heard what his mother was saying and understood that she was a very strong woman and he was glad that she was his mother. Cheng Huan looked at her and said that when the third child is born, the tigress's mother dies. So they do not spend long in their mother's embrace and therefore their love for their mother is much stronger than that of the first two cubs and the third tiger cub is always stronger. Thinzi gave the tiger cub to her son and asked him to raise this baby well and said that this pet would be his most faithful friend throughout his life. Song Woman took the baby in his hands and said that he knew nothing about his mother's past and now he understands why his grandfather told him to take Yuna. He looked at his pet and thought that now she had officially become part of their family. Suddenly Wu Gong said that he had been away from Huangzhen for too long and it was time for him to go back. He said that he was very glad to see that his mother had recovered from her illness. Thinzi raised her hand up, looked at her and said that her internal channels of chi energy had opened and she felt good. She lowered her head and said that it looks like she will have to start training again for the sake of her children. Chen Huan was shocked when he heard these words from his daughter, period. He asked her again. Is she really ready to train again? Thinzi answered for her father that she never planned to return to the world of Murim, but now that both sons have become part of Murim, she has no choice, she will have to rediscover this world for herself. The brothers were happy and said that they had the coolest mother and they were delighted that she would practice martial arts again. Chen Huan stood silently for several seconds and then said that this was a good idea and given her talents and abilities, she would quickly return to her previous form. Sun Daewung got angry and shouted very loudly that now that his wife is healthy, it doesn't matter what she does if she's not going to start training again, he will feed her healthy food to the fullest. The brothers asked their father to wait for them because they didn't want to help prepare food for their mother. Cheng Huan saw them all run away from the room and asked his daughter how this noisy version could become her husband. She was surprised that he did not see his charm. 4 days have passed since Thinzi recovered and began to feel well. She trained in the yard and was able to support her body on 4 fingers. Chung Huan said that her channels opened due to early healing, but her body must be very weakened. Lindsay said that even if her sons are trained, her husband is completely powerless. She needs to wear it to protect them in case of danger. She said that from the moment he arrived they knew they were in danger. Yung Huan began to cry and ask for forgiveness from his daughter. He said that his existence was already causing her problems and he should not have been born. Lindsay asked him not to say such nonsense. After all, if he had not been born, she would not have existed either, and now she just wants to protect her husband. He told her that maybe I am her sons in the future from the Great Wars. She threw the big rock on the ground and then finished her training. She sat down on a rock and wiped her face with a towel. Chung Huan said that her husband is a very strong person even though he has never trained his chi energy. Lindsay remembered how he snores while lying on the bed with her and said that sometimes I even wonder how strong her husband is. She said that some people are blessed with divine powers from birth. Chen Huan answered her that such people definitely exist, but her husband is a different case and in his channels if you are completely cleansed, which was done to him in childhood, and the strongest chi energy remains in him. She looked at her father in surprise and said that what he was talking about was impossible. Chen Huan closed his eyes and said that there was no point in lying to him, and as soon as he barely touched his hand, he felt something strange and decided to secretly test his internal chi energy. He snuck into his room at night and touched him and realized that he had taken an incredible elixir as a child, but since he had never trained his chi energy, the power of the elixir turned into godlike life and durability. I raised my finger up and said that this is what happens if a person drinks the elixir and does not use its powers, and most likely no one even knew about this. Lindsay looked at her father in surprise and said that her husband never really talked about his past, but he told me only the times when he was an orphan and nothing before that. Chung Huan raised his head up and said that her husband had a secret about his past. Sun Dayan at that moment was in the kitchen and had absolutely no idea that someone was talking about him now. He was preparing a dish for his guests and using spices he improved the taste of this dish. Chen said that there is nothing wrong with this, but they need to deal with his past and they need to do this so that he does not understand anything. Lindsay looked at her father incredulously and thought that she didn't quite like this plan. He began to walk away slowly and walking towards the forest. Lindsay stood up from the stone and asked his father, "Is it possible that he will train both of them?" But suddenly she remembered that her father would most likely be busy with some other matters and therefore said that if he needed to leave, then she understood him. Chen Huan looked at his daughter in surprise and was afraid because she again suggested that she might lose him. Chen Huan came closer to her and replied that he was not going to go anywhere and he could not leave his hair in trouble and would definitely teach him martial arts. Lindsay thanked her father for agreeing to teach them together. Chung Huan I felt incredibly happy every time she thanked him and when she treated him with warmth. He looked into her eyes and said that he was very glad that he could come back and be next to her. After these words, he turned around sharply and his eyes began to burn. He said that now he would turn this wild bear into a tiger that she would not have to worry about. Sun Dae-woong was washing dishes in the kitchen at that moment and didn't understand why some unexpected cold ran down his back. Sun Dae-woong ate a lot of food during dinner and then fell asleep on a chair with saliva flowing out of him. Chen Huan looked at how this bear fell asleep and assumed that he had just died. The sons replied that he overworked himself with cooking and was so tired that he fell asleep. Chung Huan finished the food in his plates and said that in any case, this food is amazing and his son-in-law cooks incredibly delicious food. Lindsay replied that he is a great cook. Vukan chewed the food that was on his plate and said that he needed to eat as much as possible before leaving and because Dad's food was great. Sun Dae-woong suddenly woke up and shouted very loudly that he was doing the fist style of Malatomu. His sudden awakening scared absolutely everyone who was sitting at the table and they spat out their food. Chung Huan asked in a surprised voice about what fist style did he just say? Did he really come up with his own style? Sun Daeyoung had just woken up and he didn't understand what was happening here. He asked his father if he liked the food. He said that if not, in that case he would prepare a new one. Chung Huan said he has a question. Lindsay asked her father what exactly was the question she wanted to ask her husband now. Chung Huan said that he had been thinking about this for a long time, so now we decided to ask if they want to move. Lindsay looked at her father and said that most likely he was offering to come to the House of Iron Swords Beck. Chen Huan smiled and said that this is the place he is talking about and rumors fly very quickly. It's only a matter of time before everyone finds out that the Wind Emperor's family lives here. He explained that it would be a heavy burden until people of all sorts came for them. Family members reacted differently to this proposal. Each of them understood the risks that could happen if they stayed here. Chung Huan said that he does not want to endanger his loved ones and people close to him. Therefore, if I do not live with him and the clan, they will be safe. Sun Daeyeon looked at his wife and asked her what she thought about this. He said he would follow her. Song Wumeng and Wukong replied that they will also do as their mother decides and follow her decision. Lindsay closed her eyes and said that everyone in her family is now studying martial arts and she can't be stubborn anymore. She said that she wanted a completely different life for her children and her family. In the end, She made a decision and said that you will not move into the Beck Iron Sword house along with all the family members. Song Woman and Wu Gong were incredibly happy when they heard only me from their mother. They couldn't believe that I would live in this big palace. Chung Huan smiled and said that this was an excellent solution and in this case suggested that they pack their things to move. In the evening it was very quiet and calm and you could only hear the sounds of a broom cleaning the street. Song Wumeng understood that I was leaving this place in which he lived all his life. It would not be easy for him to get comfortable in one place, but nevertheless he was very excited. He was wondering what style his mother's family uses. He understood that soon he would be training in the palace and he wondered whether his powers would work in this place. Song Woman heard loud screams at the back of the yard and decided to see what was happening there. Yung Huan yelled at Sun Dae Wung and tried to explain to him that he should stop using brute force and think about what he was just taught. Amun saw their training and realized that his grandfather decided to teach his father the fist fighting style. Chen Huan said that the basics are the most important thing and the same thing was applied to absolutely all great warriors when they stood at the beginning of their journey. Amun was incredibly happy when he saw that his father was constantly training with his grandfather. Chung Huan once told his grandson that his father was an incredibly strong man and as a child he drank a very strong elixir after which his body was cleansed and soon his channels would quickly open. Amun looked at how hard his father was training and thought that soon he would succeed if he did not pay attention to the difficulties. Chung Huan said that this big guy doesn't look as dumb as he might seem at first glance and he's just impatient and clumsy. Sun Daein didn't understand whether his father was praising him or scolding him at the moment. Chen Huan said that as a confirmation, he quickly mastered the technique of increasing energy and this is not an easy task for someone who has never practiced martial arts. Sun Daein looked at the teacher and was very surprised when he said such words to him. Daewon clenched his fist and said that if he mastered this technique so quickly, it means that he is a genius. Chen got angry when he heard these words and said that he was definitely not a genius. He was very angry and didn't understand why this idiot was acting so narcissistic. Chen Huan tried to calm down and after that he said that in any case he was teaching him the great technique of increasing chi energy and it was invented 230 years ago by the great martial arts master Mountain Lumberjack. Chen approached him very closely and said that his personal style of fist fighting is 36-way Iron Fist of Destruction and both techniques are among the strongest which puts them in line with the greatest techniques so you need to be very careful when learning these techniques. Amun was very surprised when his grandfather told about all these military techniques and he said that he did not even expect that his grandfather would teach such techniques to his father. Wind Emperor Cheng Huan trained his son-in-law and his two grandsons every day. Thanks to his constant guidance, his grandchildren learned the great chi gain from the Iron Fist of Destruction, which helped them immeasurably. Song Wumong spent all his free time using invulnerable divine arts trying to create a new type of martial arts and countless new things were created in his mind. Chung Huan passed by his room and said that this grandson is a real monster and he can't believe that he constantly trains with almost no rest. Chung Huan said that this guy is training and constantly imagining the same battle between his grandfather and the demon spearman. He said that at this rate the boy would become stronger than his grandfather. Song Wumeng was completely focused on one task and suddenly his body began to fly into the air. Song Wumeng flew into the air and levitated for a while. Chan and Dayan watched as the boy flew into the air and, thanks to his internal energy, was able to levitate. When Amun deeply analyzed the battle between his grandfather and the demon spearman, he felt an incredibly high level of knowledge in martial arts and through enlightenment, his body began to levitate without his knowledge and his celestial style did not often become an order of magnitude stronger and he invulnerable divine art responded to this with a state of levitation. Chen asked his son-in-law to look at this boy, after which he said that this guy is a real genius. Dayan said that most likely he meant him? But the teacher replied that he only meant his grandson. Song Wumong woke up after meditating and then landed on the ground. He said that he now has a very strange feeling in his body and he does not understand what this feeling is connected with. Sun Amun suddenly said that something has changed in his body and this is very good for him because he has risen to the next level. It's been 10 days since they started their training. Song Wumeng knew that he had 5 days left and after that he and his family would move to another place forever and he wanted to say goodbye to the noble corporation before leaving. He said that he heard that there were less than 20 people left after the last tragedy that occurred in the corporation and he hoped that now everything was okay with them. Amun opened the gate and then entered the territory of the corporation. The first person who came across his path was a borscht in yellow clothes who immediately greeted Master Amun. Amun noticed the hope of this janitor and asked him why he is dressed in morning clothes today. He realized that most likely something very bad had happened and that is why the janitor is wearing morning attire today. The cleaner said that they were holding a funeral and the leader fell ill after the events that happened after 4 days of suffering. Unfortunately the room. Amun said that he wants to meet with the leader. Amun waited for several minutes for the employee to notify the vice leader that he had arrived. The worker returned and informed Master Amun that the vice leader said that she was not able to receive guests now. Song Wumeng was upset because he realized that the lady was now most likely heartbroken. He replied to the employee that he wanted to convey his condolences and wishes for a speedy recovery. Song Wumeng asked if it was possible to meet Mr. Zhou husband now. The employee said that he could arrange this meeting and asked him to follow him. Zhou told Master Amun then pants all this time he was investigating this crime and learned about the origin of the poison. Zhou said that apparently Uncle Chai Noshil and the commander of the Smokescreen faction recently met together and most likely they were behind this crime. Song Wumeng asked to tell us more about the Smokescreen faction. Zhou said that this is a small faction of forces that is a long way from Guangzhou province and this is a very vile group of people who are following a dark path. Amun thought that they tried to kill his family and he will never forgive them for this, and even if they did not poison his family they create a deadly poison without regret in the consequences and he must stop them. Zhou said that he had one awkward request, but he would really like to ask the gentleman about it. Song Wumeng waited for Zhou to ask him a question and for some time there was an awkward pause and silence between them. Zhou suddenly got up from his chair and went to Durya. He said that he had changed his mind and he had no more requests and asked him to forget about this moment. He went to the door and said that he had one very important matter, so he was forced to leave his area. Song Wumeng guessed what this gentleman wanted to ask him. He thought that there is Uncle Chai, the commander-in-chief of the Smokescreen faction. This means that they also heard the latest news and the noble corporation will meet them with retribution. Amun understood that vile people like them would definitely return to take revenge. The worker said that the Smokescreen faction was located in Guangdong province, but he did not understand why the young master asked him about this. Song Wumeng thanked the employee for his information and after that he said goodbye. He began to walk into the distance and thought that his grandfather asked him to do this and did not ask about the result. Song Wumeng understood that he had to go to the Smokescreen faction and completely figure it out personally. He ran very quickly and jumped from rock to speed up his travel time. Amun, while running, thought that he could move much faster if he used the internal energy of Qi, but he was still not used to moving in this way, so he had to learn during the process. Song Wumeng said that he often imagined this technique in his head and it was time to try it in practice and he decided to call it Storm Step. He turned his head back and saw a man running behind him who had been chasing him for some time but didn't say anything and it looked suspicious. Song Wumeng understood that this person could go in the same direction with him and therefore you should not pay attention to him and you need to focus on the Storm Step. The girl ran after him and couldn't believe that she had to use the 12th degree of Blue Cloud Step to chase him. She continued to run after him and tried to keep up. She did not believe that a person who had not studied martial arts could run so fast. Suddenly she realized that this guy is most likely a great master. She couldn't figure out where he had gone and said that he must have noticed that she was following him and he decided to get lost from sight. She remembered this very day when the doors to their academy suddenly opened. That day, Grand Master Chung Huan came in with his grandson and was looking for his second grandson at the academy. He pointed his finger at the boy and said that this guy was his dear suddenly Vukan. They looked at each other and you could see in their eyes that they themselves were shocked by the events that happened to them. That day she stood behind everyone in the crowd and watched them. She was incredibly surprised when she found out that Song Wukong had been the grandson of the Wind Emperor all this time. She has been following them since that day and when she heard that he was going to the Smokescreen faction alone, she followed him and went too far with the movement technique and this is at the limit of her flowing energy. She realized that he was a real scoundrel and decided to play with her. But she would still catch up with him, no matter what the cost. She made a swift leap forward and flew very quickly after him. Song Wumeng turned his head back and was surprised that this man was no longer following him and most likely they really were walking along the same road. He thought that he had better hurry up anyway. In the Smoke Version faction at that moment it was very quiet and calm and there were no signs of trouble. He landed on a tree branch and decided to stop for a while and look around. When he saw the House Veil fraction, he realized that it looked completely different from what he expected. All this time he thought that their base was in a dungeon and they, like real criminals, were hiding from the whole world. The voice of a logician was heard from the building and asked the commander-in-chief to look out the window. Commander-in-chief Bang Mushin sat on his throne with a dissatisfied face and told his servant that he had forgotten who he was communicating with. If he said that again, he would lose his life. Vice Commander-in-Chief Chai Oshel realized at that moment that he had no intention of helping him after his nephew died following his order. Oshel realized that most likely he would again have to use the method he had used before. He told the Commander-in-Chief that the whole truth is that the girl from the Noble Corporation is an incredible beauty and she is known for her beauty despite the fact that she always wears a veil and he is sure that more than one wife and concubine of the master cannot compare with her beauty. Bang Mushin asked him how reliable this information is. He said that if he is deceived, he will regret it. Oshel said that if they attack and break them, the girl will be made the master's concubine, in which case this option satisfies both of them. Bang thought about this sentence. His main problem was his wife. He thought about what he heard from their corporation about how it is now very weak and at a disadvantage and he is a little worried about the child who took care of those warriors and killed them. Bang smiled and thought that this hillbilly would not be able to stand up to the smoke screen faction and half of their people would be easily captured by Wuhan. He stood up from his throne and stated that Oshel had been his right hand for many years and he could not forgive them for killing his nephew and therefore did not go to this city right now to complete this task. Osel smiled and told the gentleman that this was an excellent decision and they should leave immediately. All this time, Song Wumeng was eavesdropping on their dialogue standing outside the door and realized that he could no longer tolerate this and had to break out and stop them. He opened the door and entered the room and at that moment the two gentlemen were shocked by the impudence of this guy. They did not understand who he was. Bang looked at this boy and thought that he had not seen him before, asked him how he got here and who he was. Song Wumeng looked down on this scoundrel and said that he is the one who will destroy the smokescreen faction and make them suffer for their actions. Bang said that this vile child is starting to annoy him and he doesn't understand at all who he's talking to now. Song Wumeng looked at the thin, disgusting man who stood on the left and said that he knew that he had prepared poison for Zhao Nashlu. Amun said that he came here to take revenge because these people tried to poison his family. Oshel suddenly realized that now standing in front of him was the same brat who had killed all their warriors. The guy didn't like being insulted and therefore immediately grabbed his opponent by the neck. Oshel felt like he was being strangled and could not do anything to resist. Bang also began to find out that this is an unusual guy and he has some incredible power. Song Wumeng asked this guy how he came to poison people with poison and kill them. Suddenly a large number of guards entered the room. You said that they heard a noise and therefore decided that the gentleman needed help. Bang Mushin ordered his guards to immediately attack this guy who broke into his faction and started rioting here. The soldiers immediately began to carry out the order of their master and ran towards this guy in order to kill him. Song Wumeng looked at these opponents and thought that they always move in groups. It looks very stupid. Amun drew his sword and realized that a fight with these guys could not be avoided and he now had to fight them to take revenge and save his life. He began swinging his sword and striking very quickly at his opponents. The gentleman understood why his soldiers could not cope with one boy because he was not strong enough to defeat everyone at once. The soldiers decided that the best thing would be if they started attacking this guy at the same time and surrounding him. Sun Wumeng was prepared for the fact that he would now have to fight off a large number of opponents at once and he had a special strike prepared for this. Amun began to hit them with very quick blows at their feet with the hilt of his sword. He understood that with such a blow he could immobilize them. The soldiers fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The blow he dealt was not fatal, but nevertheless he was able to neutralize a large group of opponents for some time. He looked at the rest of the enemies and said that he did not want to waste his time and ordered them to attack first. The soldiers immediately began to attack him from different sides and tortured them to deliver the most powerful blow. Sun Amun was incredible, so he was able to scatter most of the opponents in a few seconds. All this time she sat on a branch and watched him. She said he was incredibly good at fighting and his abilities were top-notch. As much as I don't want to admit it, she still said that this guy is a real expert in martial arts. She began to rotate her head and said that now it's clear how he broke away from her so easily while running. The soldiers were lying on the ground and writhing in pain and suddenly one soldier said that this guy is very strong. He is several times stronger than them. Bang replied to this soldier that he was just an unfortunate weakling and could not survive in battle against one child. Song Wumeng turned his head back and told this gentleman that if he is so smart and strong, he can try to fight him himself. Bang said that he doesn't see any point in fighting such a small brat and the vice commander can take care of him himself. Song Wumeng suddenly teleported to the other side and disappeared. He appeared behind this vice commander and struck him on the back with all his might. Oshel fell to the ground and said that he was in a lot of pain now and his shoulder was broken after this blow. Song Wumeng said that now there is only one opponent left that he must defeat. Bang said that this kid fights well considering that he is a child, but no one can stand against Bang's axe. Amun noticed that his enemy decided to attack suddenly and he needed to come up with a new plan very quickly. He very quickly began to run in different directions and dodge his opponent's blows. The soldiers were discussing the fact that their master has incredible fast technology and he doesn't even give this boy a chance to launch his counterattack. Bang started laughing when he saw the scared face of this boy and said that he looked very scared and finally realized what real fear is. Song Wumeng continued to dodge the axe and thought that the commander of the House Vale faction had some special powers that distinguished him from the others. He could not believe that people from this faction are such vile and elevated people that they are ready to create poison and poison other people. He realized that he had enough of playing with this guy and it was time for a real battle. After that he pulled out the sword and struck the axe blade, which fell to the floor. Bang was incredibly surprised when he saw that with the help of his sword he was able to cut the blade of his axe. Song Wumeng swung his sword and said that now he will make sure that this guy will never be able to open his mouth again. Amun began to deliver a large series of blows and tried to inflict as much damage as possible on this enemy. Bang could no longer stand on his feet and fell to the ground. He felt incredible pain after all the blows that this guy had just dealt. Oshel said that their commander was just defeated by this boy and even the commander could not fight him. Song Wumung turned his head back and looked at that scoundrel who was standing behind him. Song Wumung asked this idiot how he made the poison that was trying to poison his family. Suddenly sharp needles began to fly towards him. This needle hit him right in the neck and carried him. He very quickly felt that this was an unusual needle because it was me, and it began to gradually send. Oshel said that the boy was finally caught and now he will not leave here anywhere you alive. Song Wumung realized that he had just gotten into big trouble and everyone was in the basement.